Is it time to start the show? It's time to start the show. All right. Welcome, everybody, to another edition of the Aaron O Show. We live. We live. We live. We're live. All right. And it's time to get to the show. I appreciate your patience. You know, it takes a little bit of time to find all the videos and articles that I need to look over and things like that. So I apologize, but y'all know we've just running another show. It's not easy to go back to back and back to back. I've done a 24-hour stream straight. All right. I think I'm the only one that's actually done it. Like literally me, 24 hours. Okay. It was me. 24 hours. It was me. 24. Island Girl Q was there. Jay Prince was there. That's how we found out what we found out about YouTube and streaming, right? Once you exceed a certain point, we like, dang, we lose the footage. So remember that. I've done it before. It's very difficult to do. So let's just make sure we make the best of the best of it. Now, for those of you tuning in that just left the Fight Club, I hope you guys had a good show over there. It's quite interesting. Sometimes I like to sit back and listen to the nonsense. Somebody trying to stop me from making 30 million, making false comparisons. I'm going to get that 30 million. But they all hypotheticals for entertainment and fun. Unless one of y'all win a lottery and play like what's it called? I don't know. Was it Factor Fear? What's that show that Joe Rogan was on? I don't know. Something with the fear, and then they pay you if you get through the stuff. I can't remember the name of the show. Unless that's about to happen, it really don't matter. Really don't matter. It's all fun. Nobody is getting compromised because they taking $30 million to mess with Lizzo. $5 million. It's fear factor. Thank you, Bear. Fear factor, right? Unless one of y'all win the mega lotto and become billionaires overnight, which it still wouldn't be a billionaire technically, but you could fake it. You could fake it. And then y'all want to play this game with Fight Club and go, we gonna go test the Fight Club members. Unless y'all about to do this, don't even worry yourself. Don't even worry yourself with that kind of stuff. It's just for fun, okay? And then just try to find out biases. We also unlock some other biases on the show that some of y'all might have missed. And I may or may not get to it at the end of this show. We'll see how this one goes. Hey, B. Taylor, what's going on? We will see how it goes. It's Saturday. I like Saturdays. Do you guys like Saturdays? I'm a Saturday person and a Sunday person and a Monday person and a Tuesday. Turns out I just every single day. The only day I don't necessarily like is maybe Tuesday. If I had to pick a day I just can't stand, maybe it's Tuesday. But I like all days. All right. We get an opportunity every single day to show up and show out. And that's what we intend to do. Okay. Now, if you're part of the Water Gang, make sure you acknowledge that you're part of the Water Gang. Our last show, we was here. We had a real good time. It went crazy as always. I don't know why. So, as always, I must acknowledge the sponsor of the show, DJ Neff. What up? DJ Neff was a sponsor of the last show. You guys got to understand, people get frustrated when we try to get rid of gangs. Now, we do it in a fun way because you have to put the serious conversation in the midst of fun because we dealing with black folk. Okay, black folk like fun. Okay, we don't want to just sit there and listen to you read from an article unless it's entertaining. Okay, that's just how we are. And we're not necessarily scientists either. So that's just how it takes. You got to mix it together, have that perfect blend. Okay. So shout out to DJ Neff holding down the show. I'm trying to get rid of gangs. And if El Salvador can help me, I'm going to start putting them thoughts out there. All right. And I mean violent gangs in particular, because that stuff pisses people off. All right. We know there's all type of other gangs, but I want to start with the violent gangs first. Okay. They cause the most detriment to society, to most of us. Most of us that get scammed for hundreds of millions of dollars ain't gonna never get scammed for $100 million because we don't have it. So that's a whole nother argument about people getting scammed for thousands, millions of dollars. Most of us broke. So the problem that us broke folk like me have is the violence. We got to deal with being unsafe. Okay. Once we can create a safe environment, then there's a level of elevation that can start to begin. So that's my stance on that. That's why I reviewed El Salvador's phenomenal leader at pretty much getting rid of you know, the most, I would say the highest crime that you could deal with as far as the impact, in my opinion. But we'll see, right? Now, today I got a full show for y'all. So I'm gonna have to drink a lot of water. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna cover today. I had a lot of stuff that I was gonna go over, but I'm just gonna simplify things. But before we get to the show, Flora, I didn't see you on Fight Club the other night. Oh, my bad. Some people can't join me on the Fight Club. My bad. But I want to try to start some of the shows off with some seriousness and start the shows off with some good stuff. All right, some stuff that make us feel good. All right. Now I'm going to touch on some things that might make us a little frustrated. Right. So before we do that, I was told, Aaron, you should start your shows off with like something positive. And that's what I'm going to do with this show. Shout out DJ Neff. We going to start this show off positive. Hey, Blue Dream. I'm going to get in trouble. Lauren, am I tired? No, I'm not tired. I'm good to go. I'm locked in. Once I get like 2.5, 3 hours of sleep, like I can go for another like 16 hours if I want. So I don't sleep a lot, but I'm trying to adjust that because people getting mad at me. I'm missing out on all type of events, family events, friend events. So I apologize, but no, I'm good to go. What's going on, Heather? I'm locked in, ready to roll. And I'm going to present to you guys. Don't be jealous, Lauren, because a lot of y'all like sleep. I've never been fond of sleep. I feel very, very unproductive while I'm asleep. And I might have to get over that and just deal with the fact that being unproductive is okay. It might be the truth. Now, let us get into the show. We're going to start it off on a positive note. Because I know y'all always like, why all the nonsense all the time? It ain't my fault. Why the nonsense exists. It ain't my fault. What happened to my... Oh, I must have hit that button. Anyway, so we going to do all right. Lauren, you fell asleep. That's all right. That's all right. Hey, look, shout out to Kojak. He like, sleep? What you talking about? Kojak don't sleep either. He worked way too much. But he knows he's going to have to slow down, drink some water. He knows he's going to have to slow down and drink some water. Now, although I'm going to touch on other things, and I'm afraid to touch on certain things because I think it's going to cause trouble. But I might do it anyway. Because I like to be canceled. I want to talk about some of the things that make me feel good for being black. Okay? Now, I know we get ridiculed a lot. We just left the Fight Club, and I was arguing people about... I was arguing with people about no sugar bum. They paid to take your wrench. So it's not sympathy. They paid to take your wrench. They isolated you and they took it from you. So I can't really do nothing about that because they did that to you. It's kind of messed up. And I agree, sugar bum. You're right. They don't necessarily. Most people that have wrenches either got it for a good reason or they did it for a devious reason. But they did that to you. So I can't really go against that. One day when I make a new channel, don't worry, you'll be my top mob shit, bro. Okay. Now, I'm very, very happy being black. Okay. But when we on the Fight Club, we having a conversation about gas money, right? The stuff that we deal with in real life. Hey, yeah, we ain't friends no more. He don't want to give me no gas money, right? We arguing about gas money, which I think is idiotic. I believe if we have a relationship, we friends, whatever the case is, and you going to the same place I'm going, I'm not asking for no gas money. But I think differently. These other guys that they think you should pay them because you're considered like a chauffeur. Like this stuff is ridiculous, but everybody's allowed to think how they want to think. I'm trying to be different, right? Now, there are some really, really good things about being black, although it's overshadowed by other things, right? Now, I'm going to start the show off with one of the reasons I love being black, okay? It's something different about black folks. All right, there's the bad and the good, and you can find it in anybody. but there's something about black folks that just make your shoulders move a little different. The vibes is a little different. This is why these black women can't leave these black men alone, because we different. Our energy just different. These black women like, I want to leave y'all alone because y'all broke. Then they realize other people just as broke, but they mad at us because we supposed to serve them and not be blurred. So when they deal with somebody else that doesn't necessarily owe them anything, then they feel that 48,000 from that particular person is better than our 42,000. That's how it works, right? But it's okay. It's your options, right? But it's sometimes when black people just doing what black people do, you got to embrace it. And I saw this lovely video that made me feel good about how it is to be black. Okay, so we're gonna start to show off feeling good. Okay, we're gonna start to show off feeling good of why we love to be black. Take a look at this here right here.
When the black people get together and change the purpose, so it's the meaning.
I wanna say happy birthday to you. I wanna say happy birthday to you. Yeah. I wanna say happy birthday to you. I wanna say happy birthday to you. Yeah. Now close your eyes and make that wish, think about it. And blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish, think about it. Hey, blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish, think about it. And blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish. Let's go. 1, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday, Jay. Yeah, 14 years old, Blake. You about to graduate and 2 steps away. Hey. Go ahead and dance. Go ahead and get it. Turn and twist that head. Please just don't sit. Hey, happy birthday to you. Say happy birthday to you. Yeah.
I have to tell you, when I seen that video, I was like, yes, Lord, we just a little bit different. We just do things a little bit different. We make things a little bit more fun. We just do. We can't deny the truth, all right? We cannot deny the truth. Your daddy black, your mama black, absolutely. I really like that video, and so I wanted to make sure we share that moment together as Blackity folks, because that's a special, unique energy that only we actually have. We just different when it comes to certain things, and I know we get down. What? Moderators, please time out RNTY1 for the disrespect of black folks. You're going to respect our energy, our ingenuity. You're going to respect it, okay? Time RNTY1 out consecutively for the disrespect for the black folks. We ain't having it. In this moment, we're not having no disrespect. No. No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. No. Oh Lord, not today. We're not doing it to start the show. We being positive, okay? But I got that song tucked in the cut. It's just so what we do. But it is what it is. You gotta make sure you keep this nonsense away from people. Where do we want to go to first? We gonna start. I know where we're gonna start at. We're gonna start at good old General Motors, right? The reason we're gonna start at General Motors, right? Because we have a tie there. We understand even my guy Anton from Detroit. I know some people. Like, we gonna start at General Motors, right? Because it's earnings week, all right? Apple, Amazon, Meta, like earnings week has been going crazy. If you guys don't follow earnings week, y'all better catch up, right? It's been going crazy this week. Some misses, some wins. Electric vehicle companies, they're pushing towards the right direction. I'm looking for a consolidation in the industries as smaller companies start to not have enough money to stay afloat, and you're going to start having to see them sell themselves off to bigger companies for this electrification to fully come to fruition, right? So that's what I believe is going to happen. But there was some interesting news that's happening within the industry, within union workers, et cetera, and I wanted to tackle that one first, okay? Lauren says, hybrid me. You say that now because there's a fear of not being able to get from point A to point B because of not enough charging stations, and you trust. And I'm with you to a certain degree because look, it's easy to dip off on somebody when you got gas, but if you got to wait for your vehicle to charge, we're not sure what that world looks like just yet. But I will say that the interesting thing about charging vehicles is that 15, 20 minutes is an opportunity to sell to people, whether it's they're stuck at a charging station that has some type of business directly next to it. So it's going to impact business in a lot of ways. So just make sure you're on the lookout for that. Let me see here. Yeah, let me pull this up. General Motors CEO. Do you guys know who the CEO of General Motors is? How many of you know who the CEO of General Motors is? Come on now, put the name in the chat. I know some of y'all know who the CEO of General Motors is. Come on now. Somebody put the name in the chat. Make me feel good that y'all actually paying attention to what's going on in these industries. Come on now. Somebody do it. Somebody make me feel good. At least Google it and fake it. Please, Lord, somebody help me. Help me, help me, help me. Please, y'all got to know this. Anton Daniels is not the CEO. Come on now. Stop it, stop it, stop it. He might run. He gonna be running for office soon, though. That's what he said. He's gonna be running for office. But of course. I don't expect nobody else to not know this. Yes. Brittany B is the CEO. No, Brittany B is not the CEO of actually, she should be, though. She probably should be. I will concede that. Let me see here. Okay, there we go. We good. Oh, we good. I think it's low. I got stock in it, so it's me. Lauren Mack. That don't make you the CEO, darling. What that makes you is a shareholder. You're not the CEO just because you got stock. Even if you have majority ownership in the corporation, you still not the CEO. You're still not the CEO, okay? It don't really work like that. Don't really work like that. But yes, there you guys go. Mary Barra, right? One of the few female CEOs in all of industries, but running the largest American car company, right? This is an important distinction because there's an American car company. There are other car companies that are technically bigger, right? And deciding on how you guys want to review that, whether it's a number of cars sold, etc., profit generated, things like that. It depends, right? But I want you guys to truly understand what's going on because remember, what happens in one industry can lead to impacts to other industry, all right? So this is what I want you guys to take a look at. Let me pull it up for you guys here, and then we're going to break it down. Let me see here. Yes, this right here. Yes. That there is the CEO, Mary Barra, as she speak about, this was about a week and a half ago. They speak about their earnings results and how the business is doing. And I want you guys to pay attention to some very important things in which she indicates. I'm going to show you how this impacts you, okay? I'm going to show you guys how this impacts people in this industry in particular, okay? Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
That he has from his, what he feels his rank and file one, is for really kind of a retaliation against multiple times heard in 30 years. I think that the recommendation that he has from his, what he feels his rank, the UAW working closely with you to be able to make it so everybody wins. What are you going to do? Is the rhetoric just rhetoric, or is there going to be a strike, Mary?
Well, we're doing everything possible, Jim, to make sure we're getting to the table, which discussions have already started with the UAW.
So just as a quick update, this is a conversation about the potential strike of union members, contract negotiations, because they're in the middle of a battle between the UAW and business continuing. And so a lot of people are looking to leverage this situation to their benefit. The union workers, the president, et cetera, is trying to do what's best for the union in his pockets, of course, and of course, the other aspect, right? Which is, how does the business still run productively? This is what you guys got to pay attention. So she's going to be very diplomatic because she has to be careful what she says. But Is there going to be a strike? Is the question that Kramer asked her. And so it's important to hear her exact words. Pay attention, y'all.
We get to the real issues, and we want to do the right thing for our employees. If you think about our manufacturing employees specifically, what they've done over the last several years of getting back to our assembly plants quickly, following safety protocols as we move through COVID.
So right there, what you guys are seeing is labor costs, right? So at Ford, GM, Stellantis, there's $63 to $67 per hour. Foreign automakers make $55 to $60, and Tesla estimates $45, right? So when you're looking at cost of business in this aspect, this is a big difference. This is a big difference. I would rather pay what Tesla's paying, but their business model is slightly different. So I don't know, guys. You got to pay attention here. Pay attention to, listen to the words that's coming out of her mouth, because they are very important. And she's going to get down to what y'all need to listen to.
And frankly, the strong demand we're seeing for our products. So, they're responding to that as well. We think we can find an agreement that does the right thing for our employees, but also allows GM to remain competitive. And
that, pay attention to the language, right? What she says. We think we can find where GM does the right things for their employees, but still, this is important, remain competitive. I know you guys don't understand that businesses must still remain competitive in a competitive market, okay? It ain't just about giving y'all the most money that they can give y'all. It's about the long-term outcome of the business. And remember, nobody comes before the business, not even a CEO. Not even the CEO comes before the business. Remember that. So her job is at risk too. Don't ever forget that.
That's what we're going to work on. And, again, we're having those conversations. So in my mind, we can get to something that meets everyone's needs without a strike. Obviously, there's two parties involved, but that's the path that we're on and the mission that we're moving forward with.
Well, one of the things that is disturbing if you're a shareholder of GM is that UAW leadership was at the White House for meeting to brief senior staff in the position recently at the West Wing. I mean, it's almost as if we have a union president who says, you know what, we agree with Mr. Fain. The unions haven't gotten a good deal here. And yet, Mary, I think that would be hard-pressed to think that the unions don't have the best deal in the country of most blue-collar workers.
Well, we're very proud of the compensation package that we have for our manufacturing employees. We think it is very strong. There's always aspects of it that we can look to improve, and again, while we're maintaining our competitiveness. So we're trying to make sure that all parties involved and people with interest understand where we're at, have the facts. But again, I think we can get to an agreement without a strike, and that's what we're going to work hard to do.
Mary, it's Phil again. On your EV cadence of new models, you've got the Silverado going into production this year, the Chevy Blazer, the Equinox, especially on the lower end of the market. Now you're bringing back the Bolt, which you just announced today. Do you believe that lower end of the market, and I'm talking about sub 40,000 as far as an EV, is that the growth target or the growth area in terms of EV adoption in this country?
Now, remember, EV adoption is very important. It's a key component to remaining competitive in the future landscape of the markets, all right? Not about right now, not about yesterday. It's about the future. They're looking 5, 10, 15 years ahead, okay, right? Now, I want to get you guys to the most important aspect of this, right? So let me pull up the article that I want to cover real quickly, which I have here. Yes. We're going to cover this quickly. I just did a quick Google search. Here we go, guys. Let me know if you guys can see that. I might could make it a little bit bigger. Let me see. There we go. All right. So this is what I want you guys to know, right? As far as when it comes to what agreements GM is willing to do. Now, mind you, the big three are all involved, but GM is being the highlighted one in this area in particular because they're the ones responding to this language. This is very important. So let's cover this briefly real quickly, all right? So General Motors is confirming it's going to raise the wages for their UAW members, okay? But other UA demands and ongoing contract negotiations would threaten the company's ability to do what is best for the long-term benefits of employees. You see that right there, the word threaten? Do you see the word right there? It would threaten the company's ability to do what's right for the long-term benefit of all employees. Do you know what that means? It means you're asking for too much. You're pushing the limits of what this company is willing to do. And when you do that, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when you start to threaten the business? All right. Let's see here. So GM is expected to offer a wage increase for its 50,000 hourly workers in the new contract. But here's the important part, y'all. But the automaker is not ready to return a cost of living adjustment benefit, which is a raise to keep up with inflation. They're not about to give you an inflationary raise or this cost of living adjustment that y'all been asking for. They're not going to give it to y'all. Sorry. You can ask for it, but they're not going to give it to you. All right. Now, let's see here. GM issued a statement. All right. Confirming the wage increases as they responded to the UAW president, Sean Fain, who outlined demands in the 4-year contract being negotiated that has a September 14th deadline, right? Here's an important component, right? Listen to what Fain said. Now, remember, Fain is the he's a president basically for all the union work. Listen to what the man said. This is important. The man said he would like to see a 32-hour work week and give members more time with their family for a better work-life balance. So he wants to change the work week schedule to 32 hours, but he wants them to get paid for 40. Pay attention. He wants to change it to a 32-hour work week, but they still get paid for 40. This is really, really interesting here. Now, here's another issue that exists. There's wage tiers, right, for senior employees, right? He wants to eliminate wage tiers, meaning if you've been working with the company longer, you shouldn't get more money than somebody just because you've been working at the company worker. I don't know about that. I kind of disagree, but you know, this is what he's pushing for. This is what he's fighting for, right? Now, benefits to the pension. Didn't we just deal with a company that lost their pension? Wasn't that yellow truck company that's been around for 100 years? Yes. Don't rely on a pension, people, because a company can find a way to not give you a pension, okay? All right, they want the right to strike over plant closure. Think about this. So if a plant closes, they want the right to strike. Oh, y'all closing the plant? We going on strike. So they want to be able to respond to another plant closing somewhere else for whatever the case is. These are just their demands, right? They want limits of use of temporary workers. You're a temporary worker and you want rights. Now, I understand the more paid time off and the increased cost to former workers, right? I understand that. Now, here's the thing, right? GM responded and said, it's important to get balance for their employees. Our focus is on doing what's right for our team members and our customers in the business. We expect increased wages for our teams. And we've said many times before, our manufacturing team is our competitive advantage, right? Now, I'm going to explain something to y'all. I'm not about to pay you no 40 hours for a 32-hour work week, but this is what young people are trying to get done. This is what young people are trying to get done as a new strategy. And I actually think it's smart. I actually really think it's smart to try to push this, but I just don't know if it's going to actually work. I just don't know if this is something you can actually do. But either way, I'm still interested in them trying to push it. Because mind you, if you can get paid for 40 hours on a 32-hour work week, if that sets a precedent in that industry, I'm telling y'all now, it can pour over to other industries. And this is the thing about as we evolve, the demands change. And this is why old people think young people lazy. This is why old people think young people lazy, because they're going to get paid for 40 hours when they're only working 32. And y'all think that's working smarter, not harder. Okay. Shout out to J Hub. He said, move to Texas like Tesla. Pablo will work for the $25. Yeah, but union workers got a level of protection. That's why there's a battle at Amazon trying to get unionized. There's a level of protection that come with unionized members. The only thing I don't like is they put a limitation. They just don't know it. Either man says he's crazy. This is why I own my own business. Yeah, listen, bro, listen. All I'm saying is that president is fighting for the benefits of his workers and their union people. So I'm not mad. I'm just, y'all don't understand. When y'all try to push these corporations, these companies to give y'all more, y'all end up taking less and y'all don't know. So they might give y'all more money, but they might give more money to less employees. They might give more money, but you might have to do this, or that. They're going to change. You're never going to beat these companies, all right? Because let me ask y'all this. At what point, if y'all keep asking for so much, should the company just say, I'm going to go overseas for labor and stop? Mind you, these are GM, Ford, etc., Chrysler. These are the big three. They have workers in the United States, while other companies, a lot of their stuff is done abroad. What do you think is going to take for them to want to go abroad when y'all ask them to get paid 40 hours for 32-hour work weeks? You think that might push them a little bit? You think that may cause an issue with their ability to make sure that they're competitive in the last day, make sure that they have money to continue to progress in the future? They're already putting billions of dollars into y'all. At what point do you think it's okay for a company to say, you know what, I'm not going to employ y'all no more. I'm going to go overseas so I can look. Because look at Tesla. Tesla had the lowest cost per hour substantially. Substantially, they had the lowest cost, right? How do you compete with Tesla in a landscape that's going towards where they're the leader at? And y'all keep asking for money. You're not seeing the issue that's going to come around? Y'all not seeing it, but it's going to be a problem. So two things going to happen. One, maybe this 40-hour work week get paid for, 32-hour work week getting paid for that extra day is going to benefit other industries. I actually would like to see that. However, if it don't work, they're going to go overseas. So are you guys pushing these corporations to go overseas? Do you think it's beneficial to say they're greedy when if the company fails like the yellow corporation company, none of y'all taking your own money to reinvest into the company to keep it going? Because y'all going to say, y'all should have figured it out when y'all was taking all that money. Y'all got to pay attention to this stuff. Y'all have to pay attention to this stuff because at this point, if y'all not willing to go back in y'all pocket for a company that's employed y'all for 15 years to make sure they stay in business, then they have a right to focus on what's best for their business as well. And so you guys got to start paying attention to this stuff. Either man says the robots don't ask for more money. 100% agree. I 100% agree. And the robots are here because of our actions, us not going back to work because we thought that we could just stay at home while the government pay us. Business still going to go on, y'all. Business will still continue to go on. So if y'all don't start going to work, if y'all don't think y'all keep fighting these companies, they're going overseas. They're going to go overseas and y'all going to learn a hard lesson. I'm already knowing what's going on. So listen, I'm just trying to raise y'all awareness to it, to pay attention to what's going on in the industry, because what impacts something over here will trickle effect in other areas. So y'all better be smart. Y'all better be starting to stop playing with these corporations. Stop playing with these corporations. It's going to get y'all in trouble. All right. Take that money before, like they said, they go down to Jose and all that good stuff down in Texas, and y'all ain't got no jobs. Now, y'all get mad at me, but don't get mad at me because at the end of the day, y'all asking for a whole lot. Cost of living, wages. They're not about to pay y'all to live life. That's not their job to pay y'all to live your life. It's your job. The responsibility on your life is yours. It's not on no business. It's not on no CEO. The responsibility of the cost of your life is on you. Not on your boss, not on your CEO. The cost of your life is you to decide how you're going to pay for your life. Okay. Now, may not be one job, it may be 2 or 3, but you're going to have to figure it out. So get to these jobs, get to work, stop sleeping 9-10 hours a day. It is what it is. You may not like it, but the truth is the truth. Now, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this UAE and the strike negotiations and see how it continues to play out. And I'm gonna keep y'all updated on that. But I want to let y'all know it's been a crazy month. It's been a crazy month, a crazy 2 months, and just when y'all thought we was done with Carlee Russell, and y'all know we was having this whole debate, this whole argument about right, wrong, indifferent. Some of y'all was saying, "Oh, Carlee Russell, yeah, she did wrong, but she don't deserve no jail time." And someone was like, "She should probably go to jail." Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when y'all was advocating for her not to do no jail time, and y'all thought that they just picking on her because she's a woman, or y'all thought they just picking on her because she's a black woman. I had Tyranny come up here talking about aliens is involved, all kind of nonsense, right? Now, I never believed that. I thought she should pay a penalty for her actions. I thought she should pay a penalty for her actions because I thought that she was wrong, right? Now I will tell you this. There MS Best. There is Carlee Russell Jr. Yeah. And the law is the law. The law is the law. Okay, it don't matter if you think you can get away with it. The law is the law. Okay. Now, there's some places where you can break the law even more, but in other places, don't play with them. Right now, I ran into this report of a Carlee Russell Jr. Okay. Now, she happens to be an 11-year-old girl from Florida. She happens to be an 11-year-old girl from Florida who got arrested for reporting false things to the police. Don't think you can get away with this.
Stay calm. You can talk to your parents. We can open the window and let you talk to them.
It's not a talk any parent wants to have, especially when it's about your 11-year-old daughter in handcuffs for a prank gone wrong.
Now, y'all gonna stop playing with these pranks. Y'all gonna stop pranking everybody because the law not playing with y'all. Now, listen. Now, Carlee Russell Jr., because I don't know her name, I'm guessing her name is Carlee Russell Jr. She thought she could play with the law. She thought that she can do what her mama did. She thought that, hey, my mom did it, I can do it too. Y'all gonna learn a hard lesson about playing with these officers and playing with resources, okay? You're gonna learn a hard lesson. These games, it ain't funny, Gen Zers and Gen, all these gens, they don't like these games being played. They tired of all these pranks. You're starting to see, even with Lizzo, you're starting to see women attack women now. We starting to go back to how things was supposed to be. Y'all was going a little bit off y'all was going a little bit off the plantation. Now they're like, come on back. Y'all done spent too much time trying to Me Too people. Lizzo, you can get it too. You thought you was gonna weaponize being a big girl? Oh no, they will tell on you too. And women getting back to telling on you too. You thought they was only gonna tell on the man. Nah, Lizzo, you gotta get it too. We going back. And it starts here with Carlee Russell Jr. learning her lesson. Don't you dare think you can get away with something just because your mama got away with something for so long, okay? Now, they told this 11-year-old, this is an 11-year-old, by the way. They told this 11-year-old that you can talk to your parents through the window. Through the window. She might as well be locked up right now. And they said you can talk to your parents through the window as if she already locked up. No, happy intrinsic. Y'all was trying to tell us that Lizzo is beautiful and all that good stuff. The men heard what y'all said. Date big girls. Lizzo's beautiful. Stop hating. And she tried to get Captain America and was a big fail. All I'm saying is these big girls that she tried to weaponize and say, you lucky I even give you a chance. You big as hell. It's basically what they reported she was saying. And now they telling on her. Girl code only lasts so long when the men decided not to play the game with y'all no more. See, men, a lot of men ain't even playing with y'all. They like, I don't want to be on college campus with y'all no more. I don't want to go on dates with y'all no more. I just want to leave women alone. So I hate to tell you, when y'all can't listen, ladies, this is a good point to learn from other women. When y'all can't tell on men's no more, I like men's again. When y'all can't tell on men no more, y'all gonna go back to telling on women. See, the men have decided, we see your little game. See, men make adjustments, right? We gonna stop being in elevators with y'all. We gonna stop going on the golf courses with y'all. we gonna stop doing a lot of things with y'all. So now that y'all can't tell on us no more, what's next? Who y'all gonna use y'all privilege as being women against? Other women. Yeah, other women. So Lizzo getting told on because she thought she could violate women, and she learning her lesson. Better listen, when ladies ain't got nobody else to tell on, they'll tell on you. They'll tell on you. Now back to this young 11-year-old Carlee Russell Jr. who had to learn her lesson about playing with the law. Do not play with the law, okay? Y'all gonna learn about how much they got her in handcuffs. Y'all always talking about when y'all see these black kids be in handcuffs. Yeah, y'all see these black kids in handcuffs. Y'all like, what? They wouldn't do that to no white kid. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They will lock you up ASAP. ASAP. Play with the law if you want to.
I'm telling you this right now. You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
You going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old. If you do something stupid, you're going to enjoy those cuffs. Sound a little bit harsh to me, but the law is the law. All right? The law is the law. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault, okay? The law is the law, all right? Don't take this out on me. Dang, that's cold.
Her ruse was elaborate. It all started Wednesday morning when the girl, who we are not naming because she's a minor, texted 911 using the name Lily Lee Combs.
Lily Lee? P. Diddy Combs, is this your daughter? Come on now. You and Carlee Russell had a baby. Come on, Diddy. Come on, Diddy. Now, take that. Now, listen here, Diddy. You got to keep an eye on your kids. I know you got a lot of kids. Keep an eye on your children. Now, mind you, they said an elaborate scheme. An 11-year-old with an elaborate scheme. Okay. Listen, I like the name Lily Lee Combs. I like the name. I think it's creative. Okay, Lily Lee Combs. It's an elaborate scheme. Let's see how she played this off. All right, go ahead, Lily.
She reported her friend had just been kidnapped and that she was pulled over on a local highway in Oak Hill, Florida.
We scramble, our air unit gets up.
Okay, so listen. Sound a little familiar? Listen. Is this story starting to sound like mother like daughter right now? Didn't her mother, Carlee Russell, say, I'm on the freeway and there's a baby walking around with a diaper on, and all she did was slightly switch some of the variables in the story. All right, look, take the baby out. Just say somebody was kidnapped. Some random person was. Don't use a baby this time. That's how my mom got in trouble. So she said, I'm not gonna put a baby in this scenario. That's how my mom got the feds involved. So I'm not gonna even dare do that, Mom. I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you, Mama. Mama Bear. I'm smarter than you, Mama Bear. So she said, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So give her credit. It's an elaborate scheme. She not plagiarizing her mother, okay? Like mother, like daughter. She not plagiarizing, but she's trying to follow in her mother's footsteps because she's the role model. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Now, listen, my friend was kidnapped 20 minutes ago. I am pulled over on 234 S195 in Oak Hill. First of all, you got to give this girl credit. She studied the GPS. She knows how to give directions. Like, how many 11-year-olds you know that know how to give directions north, south, west, east, and actually know? This girl is very, very intelligent. Clearly, her mom, Carlee Russell Sr., was giving her game. All right, giving her all the game. Let's find out where this possibly could have went wrong, because at this point, it's an elaborate scheme right here. And so I want to know how she pulled this one off. Let's get back to it.
And that she was pulled over on a local highway in Oak Hill, Florida.
We scramble, our air unit gets up there, so we have air support.
Okay.
And the text messages keep coming in about directions, locations.
2 minutes later, Lily texted police that the suspect was in a white van and she was following it in a blue.
Man, no, listen, Lisa. This girl is so descriptive. It's like she didn't watch one of these shows before. She got her notepad out. She got the color, the motto. Like she on point. See, this is something that her mom couldn't do because Carlee Russell was like, I can't tell. I think it's a white baby. How you can't tell? Are you sure or not? Because your daughter knows exactly what's going on. A white van following in a blue Jeep. I think, listen, you should have probably had a conversation with your daughter, Carlee Russell, because this girl, she clearly must have been learning from her dad, Diddy, or something, because I don't know what to tell y'all. But she got she a little bit more on point. She a little bit more on point right now, okay? I don't know why Florida is always the place where this stuff happening. Something about the water in Florida. Something about the alligators in Florida should make you uncomfortable. I don't know what it is. But this girl is creative. Now, every few minutes, she's giving you more information. She's giving you more detailed information. She's making sure you can catch this culprit. At this point, I would say this 11-year-old's a hero at this point. Most of y'all had to give somebody some McDonald's just to tell on their homeboy in the hood that y'all already know is guilty. She over here giving y'all all the game for the free. All right, get to
Jeep. When police asked her what her friend's name was, she replied that it was a 14-year-old named Maddie Lawson. 9:54 a.m., she texted police, he's tying her up. And 15 minutes later, she added that the fake male suspect was armed with a gun.
Yo. Is she wearing binoculars on her eyes? Sorry, guys. Let me just go back and make sure that I'm getting the proper information because listen to this girl. Listen to this.
Year-old named Maddie Lawson.
They wanted to know what your friend's name is. Her name is Maddie Lawson, and she's 14 years old. Now, this where you're making a mistake again here, Lily Lee Combs. You don't understand. You playing with minors again. This is how your mama got in trouble. Talk about a minors involved and a baby's involved. You was doing so well in the beginning. Now you starting to show your mother's ways is rubbing off on you. Your mother's ways is rubbing off on you. Okay, I don't know why, but I don't know, man. You're setting yourself up now. You was doing so well.
9:54 a.m., she texted police, he's tying her up.
Now, how can you see them tying her up while they in the van? How can you see this? Like, are you following behind, looking at, like, you got the vantage point and you see them tying her up, man. This, listen, it's like she watched a movie. It's like she watched a movie, y'all. I don't know which movie she reenacting right now. But she should listen. Y'all know it's a strike going on in Hollywood, right? Y'all need somebody to write script for y'all. Y'all need somebody to write a drama scene for y'all. Who's more descriptive than her? Stop the strike in Hollywood now. You got 11-year-olds taking over y'all business. Look, don't waste y'all time talking about I write scripts and I'm important in Hollywood. No, you're not. We got the bots that can write scripts now. We got AI involved. We got 11-year-olds taking y'all jobs away. Listen, can you write a better drama right now? Think about this. They kidnapped her. Who kidnapped her? There's this 14-year-old girl. She's in a van. It's a blue van followed by a white Jeep. Yo, listen. Y'all gonna lose your jobs playing around with this girl. Y'all gonna lose your jobs.
And 15 minutes later, she added that the fake male suspect was armed with a gun. Police say within 45 minutes of that first text, officers pinpointed where the texts were coming from and arrived on the scene. And instead of a kidnapping, they find the 11-year-old texting.
She tells us, oh, yeah, I thought it would be funny to do that.
I thought it would be funny. How you going to be? Listen, Lisa. How you going to be mad that is kind of funny? It is kind of funny. Probably shouldn't do that, young lady. Your mom got in trouble, but it is kind of funny, y'all. You got listen. It's kind of funny.
Officer struck a pretty firm tone with the 11-year-old. Do you stand by the tone?
You know, you gotta have tough love here. You just can't rub her on the head and say you shouldn't do this.
She insisted it was a one-time thing.
I'm not gonna do this again.
See? I believe her. I believe she's not going to do this again. Just like that person was in church. I don't like men's no more. I don't like men's no more. Like, it was a one-time thing for him. I believe this was a one-time prank, a well-thought-out prank. She got influenced by her mom, Carlee Russell Sr., and she made an honest mistake. I don't believe she's going to do it again. Nothing about her says she's a habitual liar. She made an honest mistake. She thought it was funny. She learned her lesson. I don't think she should be in the handcuffs, y'all. This is kind of cruel. It's kind of cruel to put her in the handcuffs, y'all. Take her out the handcuffs.
Somebody could have been killed or injured. We get dozens and dozens and dozens of these calls, and we have to spend all of these money and resources.
There we go with that word resources again. Y'all think y'all slick. Look here. She said she was sorry. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I won't do it again. How many of y'all been talking to y'all children? They said, I'm sorry. I won't do it no more. You got to listen. Love the kids. Oh, yeah. Y'all was battling with us for the longest. Oh, Carlee Russell, y'all need to believe all black women and all this good stuff. We heard what you said. So listen, if we got to believe all black women, right, at the time of this going off, right, and this was nonsense, right? If we got to believe all black women, how we not going to believe 11-year-old white girl? How you not going to believe her? She white. If we got to believe black people by default, since we in the white supremacy, we got to believe all white women by default. I think by default we have to do it. So if you want us to believe her, you're going to have to believe this girl right here. She made a mistake. It was a one-time thing. Take out them handcuffs. Take out.
We have to take every one of them seriously.
Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood says the girl was charged with a felony, making a false report concerning the use of a firearm in a...
Whoa. No. You can't charge her with no felony. After y'all didn't let little Carlee, after you let her mom get out of prison for $2,000, you let moms escape for $2,000 and you want to charge her daughter for doing what her mama told her to do. How you want to charge her for her mom is the one that told her to call the cops and lie. Her mom is the one that told her text the hotline and lie. Her mom told her to do that. How you going to blame a kid for doing what they moms told them to do? How you going to blame a kid for this? See, y'all inconsistent. I see some of y'all in the chat talk about give her a whooping. She deserve a whooping. She deserve all this things. She know better. Come on, free Lily Lee. Free Lily Lee Combs. Free Lily Lee Combs. Free her ASAP. Y'all want to free everybody else? Free Man and them. Y'all want to free everybody else fast? Why y'all want to free Lily and them? Yeah, Bear, let them know. Because if it was anybody else lighting up the neighborhood, they would have said free them. So I don't want to hear this, all right? Take that 11-year-old out of cuffs. Her mom, y'all let her mom walk into the police station on her own volition. She didn't need to be in cuffs. Y'all let her walk in there on her own. You're gonna let her daughter get out free, and you ain't gonna charge her with no felony. This is ridiculous.
Violent manner and a misdemeanor of misuse of 911.
Even though she was a first-time offender, the fact that she had mentioned that this person was armed, that drove her up to spend the night in detention because of that.
What? Oh, no. You made her spend the night in detention? Oh, no. Oh, Lord. No. Carlee Russell gets a GoFundMe. Her mom gets a GoFundMe with like 40, 50, 60 bands. Paid $2,000 to get out of jail after she went in for 2 hours, and you make her daughter who learned from her mama. You make her daughters be overnight in the whole. That ain't right. It's inconsistent, and I don't appreciate it. I think it's wrong, and I think she should be able to sue the city and the state because I think this is some of the. I think this is a strong reach of justice here. And I think you guys misuse your power here. I think this is wrong. And We gonna get. We can't get the NAACP, so we're gonna have to get the NAAWCP or something. We got to get her some support because I think this is some foul, messed up stuff. This is some foul, messed up stuff.
Father did not return NBC's request for comment, but the sheriff does have a comment for all parents and would-be pranksters watching.
At what point does a seemingly funny prank become criminal?
This isn't ring the doorbell and run away. You're actually interfering with police communications. You are pulling resources. There's real serious repercussions here.
If it's so serious, how come y'all let her mom get out of jail for $2,000? If I did a GoFundMe, right? Let's play this out. I lie as an adult. I lied. I raised money, 50 bands, whatever it was. I paid $2,000. That's a net of $48,000 that I got that I don't have to pay taxes on because it was donated to me. And I went in for a couple hours. I wrote my statement. I had my lawyer do all these things. And now y'all telling me you're going to lock up an 11-year-old for doing almost the exact same thing. Some foul stuff, y'all. Some foul stuff. I don't respect this. This is wrong. This is a misuse of the law. I think this was poorly thought out. I really, really do. I'm very disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed. I don't understand. I don't understand how we got this wrong, y'all. I don't understand this. How we got this wrong. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed at best. I think we should go back and lock up Carlee Russell Sr. She should at least, if this girl got to do a night, a full-fledged adult should at least do a week. Don't y'all agree? Don't she should at least do a week? This is right. This is right. This is right. This is right. I think her mom should do at least a week. All right. Now, that's just my opinion, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think, but I think they did it wrong. I think they did it wrong. No, Chaser. No, I'm not going anywhere. We just having a conversation. We're just having a conversation on how they made an 11-year-old basically put her in handcuffs while they let a grown woman pay $2,000 for pretty much causing way more. Listen, y'all, this ain't even a national story, by the way. This is not even a national story. Nobody talking about this. And they let another woman escape for $2,000. But y'all don't see the hypocrisy in this, because what a 11-year-old white girl and what a black woman was able to escape with as an adult, and y'all don't see no hypocrisy in this. Blue Dream, why is you doing this to me? Blue Dream, you can't be doing this to me live on stream. I'm trying to run a show, and you over here trying to just make me say Blue Dream. It ain't right. You don't, Blue Dream, don't do this to me. Don't have me up on here fumbling the stream. Can't get my words out proper. We trying to make sure the law is held correctly for adults. We punishing children, and we letting adults get away with stealing money. And we making 11-year-olds being locked up. Man, I'm highly disappointed. I'm highly disappointed in our legal system right now, and I'm hurt for this 11-year-old that didn't get to use her privilege as a minority white girl and also being a minor. I'm very disappointed in the outcome. But I guess now y'all can't say that black people don't get away with more. Now we got a literal national story where somebody got away with way more than a minor as an adult, y'all. And I could tie this into many things, but I'm choosing not to. No Chaser right now. I'm choosing not to because we'll tie it in at a later point. All right. So now, this is what I want to get into. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to play this story, and I'm going to open the panel up for this particular story because I really, really want y'all thoughts on this one. I genuinely want you guys' thoughts on this particular story that I'm about to dive into. Because I think it's very interesting. When I listened to the story, I said, this is interesting. I want to know what people's true opinion of the story truly is. I really, really do. Now, it's going to cover financial abuse, all these different type of things. But I want y'all to listen to this story and tell me what y'all think. Do you agree, with Mr. Let Go, that they are children? I disagree with Mr. Let Go about women are children. Women are not children. They may be childish, but they are not children. I make a distinction as adults and actual children. I don't believe women are children. I believe they're adults, but I would agree that there's a lot of childish things. Okay, I believe there's some childish things you can attribute to them, but I wouldn't say the same thing as Mr. Lego. No. Now, I want you guys to listen to this story because I think it's a very interesting story, and I want y'all honest opinion about it. Who's right and who's wrong? Okay, this comes from a pretty interesting podcast called Two Hot Takes Podcast. Make sure you subscribe to them. I find some of their stories to be quite interesting, and this particular story caught my eye, and it caught my ear, and I said, "Oh, let me see what they got going on over here." I want you guys to listen to this story and tell me what you guys think about it. Let me move this over here and
work to prove a point. It's from Am I the Asshole? Oh, this first one. What the fuck? 5 days old. It's titled, Am I the Asshole, 38 male, for cutting back on work to prove a point to my wife, 30 female. My wife is usually an angel of a woman, but has recently gotten into a friendship with a woman whom I personally believe is a bad influence on her. Not in a patronizing way, more of a lay down with dogs, get up with fleas type of situation.
Yeah. So don't let your wife lay down with dogs and get up with fleas. Keep your wife away from these people, brother. They dangerous. They dangerous, okay? 38 male, 30 female, right? A husband is telling his story of something that happened. He wants your view on was he in the right or in the wrong. All right. His wife currently is befriending somebody that he does not necessarily like or think is a good influence for her for many reasons. And so that's what he's getting into right here.
I've never
heard that before, but continue.
I like it. I've never said anything about her childishness or her very radical misandry because frankly, it doesn't affect me.
See, this woman is a misandrist and she's hanging around his wife. I think a man has a right to tell you to get away from my wife. A man has a right to tell you to get away from my wife. I think it's fair, okay? I think it's 100% fair. Get away from my wife. But here's the other part. He said it don't necessarily affect him. So he can't really tell you not to be friends with somebody that don't necessarily affect him. So I understand why he did not engage. So I understand why he's not necessarily worried about it.
Or her very radical misandry, because frankly, it doesn't affect me. Until it did. A few months ago, my wife began pressuring me to do more around the house. Before I get an instant, you're the asshole, we already split chores and childcare. Admittedly, she had a bigger cut than I because she is a stay-at-home mom, but I do most of the cooking. Breakfast and dinners, lunch is her responsibility for her and the boys. I take out the garbage and I do laundry. And I deep clean the bathrooms once a week. I do also help with our boys' homework and such.
I'll marry this man right now.
Now, you see her on the couch said, I'd marry that man right now because he doing a lot of work. He's doing a lot of work. I'm like, dang, brother, you paying the majority because she's a stay-at-home mom, so you got to pay a little bit more and her cut is lower because, you working a lot, but you come home and you're doing a lot of work. Not none of this stuff these women complain about, the bare minimum. Men don't do nothing. They come home. They don't even say hi to their kids. You know the stuff that the women be complaining about, right? He actually put in some work. He actually grinding around. He doing this. He doing that. He's doing something. So I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting right now. She's been hanging out with a feminist that's been getting in her ear saying he not doing enough around the house. Now, from what I heard, he doing a whole lot. That's just my opinion. I'm not a woman. Y'all want men to do a whole bunch of stuff. That other lady said I'd marry him immediately. immediately she would take him as her husband, right? So what more do you want from me? I need to get that Tyrese insert.
Bathrooms once a week. I do also help with our boys' homework and such.
I'll marry this man right now.
See?
He's the bar is low, but like he's doing a lot.
The bar is 6 feet under, but
How is that a low bar? He's paying the majority of the bills. He's deep cleaning. He's helping kids with homework. Like, how is that a low bar? How is that low? Women want Superman. Women want Superman. Go out, save the world, pay a majority of the bill. But I don't understand. I don't understand how that is a low bar. I truly, truly don't understand that's a low bar. But I could be wrong.
The bar is low, but like he's doing a lot.
The bar is 6 feet under, but it's pretty good right now.
She insists that I am not doing enough and that I should be doing more around the house. I tried having discussions with her, asking what she expected from me, namely all chores and child rearing should be my duty, it seems. And for months, it seemed to be going nowhere. She used the D word more than once when speaking on this, which felt manipulative.
What's the D word?
Divorce. Yes. She said, I will divorce you unless you do more work around the house. I'm like, dang. So you can weaponize divorce, right? And mind you, pay attention to the story, y'all. She said he said she using a divorce word. She hanging out with misandrists and all these type of people. He doing work around the house. He doing stuff. He paying bills. He has the bigger cut. He has to pay more because he works more. She stay at home. He doing a lot of stuff. I'm a little confused why she gonna throw out the divorce word, but she been hanging out with that woman. So this part is really interesting to me. Let me see. It's a little bit more in the story. Hold on.
I was like, Dad? Oh my God.
That is manipulative. It boiled over when we were out with friends one night, and she began talking about how I never help out and how I use her as a house slave. Her words.
Now, I don't know why it's always this house slave. I'm not nobody's slave. And you listen, that man, if that's the stuff he doing, it ain't no way in the world you should tell a man he is not doing nothing. It is disrespectful at best to say he's doing nothing. And you said it in public. Why they had it? I don't know. Wherever they had dinner, I hope they was at home. But he said it boiled over. Let me go back. Let me just hope they wasn't in public.
She's a stay-at-home though, which is throwing me off.
Yeah, she'll stay at home. No, just listen to the story. Listen to the story.
Yeah, that is manipulative. It boiled over when we were out with friends one night. And
okay, I was right. They were out with friends. Okay, I did not mishear. I was listening. Good, lucky one for me. They out with friends, and she bringing this stuff up. So this is interesting.
Began talking about how I never help out and how I use her as a house slave. Her words. I will admit I saw red. The next part is where I may be the asshole. I didn't say anything that night, but the next day I asked my boss to be given reduced hours for the next little bit due to stress. And I took over everything in the house. I cooked breakfast and made lunch for the boys before I drove them to school. I cleaned the house top to bottom. I did every dish we had twice, and so on. My wife was blindingly happy and bragged to her friend that she had finally worn in.
Wow, I had like many different
and to school, everything hours for the next little bit due to stress.
So I'm just gonna repeat it so you guys can hear. He went to his boss and took off hours. And he took over everything, all the responsibilities in the house. He did everything. Okay, pay attention. Everything.
And I took over everything in the house. I cooked breakfast and made lunch for the boys before I drove them to school. I cleaned the house top to bottom. I did every dish we had twice, and so on. My wife was blindingly happy and bragged to her friend that she had finally worn in.
Wow, I had like many different feelings and emotions throughout this.
We're not even done.
Oh no.
She didn't lift a finger for around a month. Then she began asking why we never went on dates anymore and complaining that she wanted to get her nails done as they were growing in. I explained that I had to take that out of our budget so we could continue to afford everything else, but we could absolutely have a movie night in and I could paint her nails for her. She was unhappy with that solution, so I asked her if she would want to get a part-time job to pay for her luxuries. You would have thought I asked if she wanted to join a cult. She then asked if I could just go pick up more shifts at work to cover her other expenses and used the phrase, be a man, which I found more than a little insulting. I then asked if she would be willing to go back to splitting the chores and such, which is when she began to catch on that the two were related. She yelled at me that I was being a manipulative asshole for doing this and even claimed it was financial abuse. I stood strong for a while, but now I'm questioning my methods because even I feel what I did was a little bit underhanded.
As in, he stopped making as much money to do the chores.
Mm-hmm. Am I the asshole?
What?
What you think? What you think?
What? Bro. So the first point earlier you made correctly about them saying the bar is low. That was wild because her insinuation first is that I'd marry him right now. Don't know what it looks like. Don't know what kind of man he is outside of that. You know, the little bit of description that he provides, and he does half of the chores. So if you insinuate that you'll take him right now, that means that man in itself is far and few between. That bar is not necessarily set low. It's not an easy thing to accomplish. Most people don't do that. You ladies don't even want to do that. So, and then this story feels fake. I'm not going to lie to you. It feels fake. I don't know what kind of man this guy is. I know we like to jump to the man and like, you just grow a pair of nuts, run your household correctly. But this is wild. Why is he writing into a female podcast? That alone, I guess, somewhat shows a level of type of man he is. No,
it doesn't, because there are different type of men. So there are men that are more aggressive. There are men that are more straight. There are men that are more open minded. We give women. Listen, honest. We give women way so many outs when they can just say, "Just be a man," and the answer to everything. There are different type of men.
Okay, that woman's despicable and annoying, and he should cut her off.
But the question is, is he right?
Is he right in the sense of
the scenario? What about the scenario do you disagree with? Because I don't hear nothing wrong.
He's right that he's right in the logic that, hey, you want, I mean, god damn, I don't know, bro. He's right in his logic if that's what he's willing to do. That, hey, if you want certain accommodations such as nails and all these other things, then I'm going to have to work more. But then you're going to have to pick up the slack in the house. If you don't want those things, you're going to have to work more, and then I'll pick up your slack in the house. I guess the logic stands through and through, but that's like, bro, that's what you call compromising. I don't do that shit. I disagree that he even attempted that. I would have just told her to do her job or kick rocks.
So I understand you would do that, right? But pay attention to the importance of the breakdown, right? Let's listen to everything that happened, right? She said, I know what they're reading from, but I'm not familiar with the actual Reddit thing, but I know she's reading from the Reddit thing. I've never seen it, but I understand, right? Here's the point, Sway. You know what it actually talks about when you listen to the fact that she said, I need more help around the house, you need to do more, right? For a person to do something that you want them to do, that they have to take from another aspect. So when a woman's telling you, I can't lose weight, I'm not in the mood to have sex all day because I'm chasing the kids around. I need more time. I got a job. What he's showing you is that, so what you're saying is some of the things that you're supposed to be responsible for, you're not allotted enough time to do these things, is why you can stop and tell me I don't get no sex tonight. Why you can tell me why you're not in the gym because I don't make enough money for you to be a stay-at-home mom. He's showing, think about this. Now, if you want me to do more in the house, I have to make less money. So I'm taking from one aspect, right? So I can't fulfill other duties. All he's doing is correlating to what they would do in the same circumstances. And the way that women be talking about, I can't work out because I got a job, I got to work. He basically saying this is the male equivalent of that experience, is what he's saying. Do you see the correlation?
I see the correlation. Do you think he did that consciously?
Yes, I think he intentionally did it because when he was explaining the story to her, she said, I see. Because listen, she said she needs help. he took back, and then she said she wanted her nails. No, your nails and stuff can't get done because that I had to work the hours to do all that. Now we had to sacrifice something in order for me to do this stuff, and it turned out to be your nails and stuff, which should be fine with you, since one, I've taken over all your duties. I've taken over all the stuff that you got to do in the house, which has freed up your time. So now, since I've taken on these duties, you can either get a job or not take those luxuries anymore. And what she told him was, you need to be a man and go make more money. Do you understand the issues with how she's operating and what he did?
She said he works more hours.
But he can't work more hours and take home the duties of everything that she was doing. So he's holding up like literally a mirror to her face, like, see what you're asking for, see what has to. She's asking him to do more things than he's capable of doing while maintaining her lifestyle.
I understand the game that he's playing. I don't have the patience. You know what I mean? I guess if he wants to play that petty game, he can. But
why do you think it's petty? I don't even think it's petty. I think it's realistic.
I just don't. I mean, he's married to the chick, right? Or
they got kids and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's one way of handling it. I think that's a way of, I guess. I wouldn't. Would you call that manipulation? No, I wouldn't call that manipulation. I guess it was more so, like you said, putting a mirror in front of you and showing what it feels like to, get moved this way. To think that I have to sacrifice my time and energy to accommodate you, correct? But then that also comes with sacrifices that you think accommodate. Yeah, I get it. All right, but they deserve it all. You gotta work better. What is she doing all day? God damn! I don't know, man.
She's a stay-at-home mom and she deal with the kids.
What the fuck does she do all day? All right, we can't even get into that. I hate that I don't have all the information. Like, there's so much information I feel like there's left out. Like, what the fuck she actually does all day that she doesn't have time to do chores. Like, if she's a stay-at-home, that's the shit that's throwing me off. She's a stay-at-home. She doesn't have a job. How many kids do they have? How old are the children? What are you actually involved in terms of taking care of the children? What do you do all day?
That's the point. That's the point of the conversation. She's a stay-at-home mom, and they're saying he doesn't do enough. That's the whole point of the conversation. This is what actually happens in reality, actually. So if you're going out on dates, and your nails are getting done, and he's paying for that, and then you ask him to do more stuff in the home than he's currently doing, you either believe he has more capacity and you have less capacity. And so if he takes on more duties at home, doesn't he have to take from an area of another aspect of his life? There's no downtime for him.
You know what's crazy? A lot of times they'll try to take that downtime from us. Let's say, you come home, work from 6 to 6, come home, play video games or something. They think that 2 hours of you trying to play video games before you eat dinner at 8 or whatever, or even if, let's say you eat dinner and then, that 2 hours, shower, go to bed, that 2 hours of you decompressing should be spent either doing chores or giving them entertainment. I'd be damned. I don't know about older chicks. I don't date them that often, man. But from my experience of dealing with younger chicks, that downtime, they don't like it a lot. They think it's meant for them. And I say, fuck that. Y'all not that interesting. Am I wrong?
I don't know. It's just the fact.
Where do you find the time out of the day? If you are a provider, you work at least 12 hours, at least. Bare minimum. 5 days plus probably 6 days a week, and you make decent money. I don't see where you have the time.
But do you understand? The story is this. He took over all her duties and she was happy about it.
How does he have the time to do all that?
That's the point. He took time off of work. He reduced his hours.
So he just married him a dumb bitch. That's all. That's all. That's all I'm getting out of it. She can't. She don't have common sense or comprehension skills.
Okay, so do most women have common sense and comprehension skills?
Aaron. Why are you asking me these questions, man?
Because you're making it seem like most women do. Because if they did, less arguments and complications in relationships would exist.
But this is a different level though. I feel like there's levels to everything. Like this level of like not being able to. It's like empathize. She can't even put herself in another person's shoes. It's like she lives in a bubble of her own truth, quote unquote. I don't know. That shit is wild. This is different.
No,
This is
if a
what is it?
woman
Narcissistic behavioral
if a
disorder.
woman's a stay-at-home
That's
mom,
what they like to throw around, narcissist.
if a woman's a stay-at-home mom and she's there taking care of the kids, I keep telling you, they hate these. They hate doing it.
I think they're just bored.
No, they not bored. They don't like doing it. Listen to what women are saying these days. We can hire a maid. We can hire a nanny because they don't want to do it.
But they don't. I don't know. I feel like you really only rate, like, I would say not parent them for life, but like raising them, like, and like pampering them and feeding them, and like you're really only doing that until like 5. And like I said, depending on how many kids they got, pretty much after a while, them motherfuckers raise themselves. The 18-year-old will look out for the 5-year-old, and you don't gotta really do much.
See, the problem is when you have kids raising kids, these women tend to
not necessarily raising them, but like it's easier to push an ideology if the older ones also agree and move accordingly. Like they're like, you acting up, you know, so I don't have to necessarily look out and like tell the little one you acting up because the older one knows that he's acting up, and I don't have to like watch them every 24/7.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to tell you is people that had to grow up watching their siblings tend to have a bitter liking to becoming a parent. It's what's showing, especially amongst women.
You said they actually like to become parents?
No, they actually dislike it. They feel like you rushed their childhood. If you pay attention,
that's an extreme. Like they literally had to raise their siblings. Like quite literally, their parent was not involved. They didn't do anything, and they put all the burden of performance on raising the younger ones on them. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm just saying I said it's easier to instill certain disciplines if the other ones also align with that, because they kind of just see it. They look up to their older siblings, so they kind of mimic the same behavioral traits a lot of times until they become teenagers, and then you know they might shift here or there. But a lot of times little kids, they pretty much emulate their older siblings.
Yeah, they can, but the point of it is if you're having your kids helping and assisting with dealing with their siblings, a lot of the times if you listen to women, especially if it's too much or whatever the case is, they tend to not to want to have children. That's typically what you see happening now.
I don't know. My girl kind of raised her siblings. She keep fucking begging me for kids. I'm like, wait, I don't want no kids right now. So I get it. Maybe majority. I don't really talk to women about women who raise their siblings like that. Like that's not a topic of conversation I really have with them.
But you still don't have kids, Sway. So whether it's her or
you ain't got no kids either, nigga.
Christ. I'm gonna have to put a swear jar for you. I can already.
The N word is a swear.
Have you heard yourself this whole stream since you've been on? Every 5 words you cuss.
What'd I say? I didn't cuss.
Oh Lord.
The N word is if that's a cuss word, then I apologize.
Please. Just go back and listen to yourself when you came on stream. Just the first 10 minutes. Every 5 words. You'll hear it.
You're a liar.
No, sirree. No, sirree. You can see my facial expression every time. I'm like, yep. Eda Man Williams, what's going on, brother? Are you gonna tell Sway where did you hear the story? Was that a little insane?
I didn't hear the story. I had
Oh,
to take.
you
You didn't
didn't
even hear the
story.
story. What?
Oh my gosh.
I didn't
That
hear
shit
the
was
last
long,
verse.
man.
No, I heard the little 11-year-old story. I heard the General Motors story, but I didn't hear the last story. So catch me up, Aaron.
I'm
We
gonna
got time. Play it back.
Yeah, I'll bring you back to the beginning of the story. Let me see. Hold on. I have it here.
But has recently gotten into a friendship.
Okay, let's go back a little bit.
My wife is usually an angel of a woman.
Okay, yeah, there we go. We can start there. My wife is usually an angel of a woman. We'll start there. Listen to this scenario.
Has recently gotten into a friendship with a woman whom I personally believe is a bad influence on her. Not in a patronizing way, more of a lay down with dogs, get up with fleas type of situation.
I didn't even
I've
hear
never
heard that before.
So she
But
get,
continue.
I like it.
You telling me she's getting influenced by bruh? What? Bruh. How do you all right.
Listen, pay attention to the story because either man gonna break it down to you. Okay, just look, either man gonna listen and he gonna break it down to you. Just listen to the story.
I've never said anything about her childishness or her very radical misandry because frankly, it doesn't affect me until it did. A few months ago, my wife began pressuring me to do more around the house. Before I get an instant "you're the asshole," we already split chores and childcare. Admittedly, she had a bigger cut than I because she is a stay-at-home mom, but I do most of the cooking.
So mind you, she's a stay-at-home mom. That's key number one. He pays a higher threshold because he works. You know what I'm saying? He pays a way higher threshold because he's the worker, right? You have to look at it like that, right? But he still does most of the cooking. Listen to this type of stuff he's doing because this is insane.
Breakfast and dinners, lunch is her responsibility.
He does breakfast and dinners, lunch is her responsibility. Listen to this man. This guy sounds like Superman to me.
I think the one thing we got to say, first of all, if you are a stay-at-home mom, your responsibility are like I don't wash dishes, I don't clean. Like I couldn't even imagine.
Don't get into your breakdown just yet. Listen to the story, right? So you can truly get the impact of what this man actually been doing.
For her and the boys. I take out the garbage and I do laundry. And I deep clean the bathrooms once a week.
Deep clean the bathroom once a week. Listen to that. He does the majority of the cooking. He do the laundry. He taking trash out. He deep cleaning the bathroom. Look, she is stay-at-home mom. Listen to this stuff, yo. You can't make this stuff up.
I do also help with our boys' homework and such.
I'll marry this man right now.
The bar is low, but like he's doing a lot.
The bar is 6 feet under, but it's pretty good right now.
She insists that I am not doing enough and that I should be doing more around the house. I tried having discussions with her, asking what she expected from me, namely all chores and child rearing should be my duty, it seems. And for months, it seemed to be going nowhere. She used the D word more than once when speaking on this, which felt manipulative.
What's the D word?
Divorce.
I was like, Dad?
You can tell that white girl say daddy a lot. What's the D word? Yeah. I thought it was dad. Yeah, she got some issues going on with her. Especially if you're wearing a see-through shirt while you laying in your covers and you're supposed to be like, I don't know, having nighttime talk. I don't know. I'm a little confused by that. But to each their own.
Oh my God.
That is manipulative. It boiled over when we were out with friends one night, and she began talking about how I never help out and how I use her as a house slave.
Mind you, either man, they out with friends. And she said, you never help out. And I'm your house slave. This is what she said.
Her words.
How did she expect
I
you
will
to
admit,
soundboard
I
on
saw
her?
red. The next part is where I may be the asshole. I didn't say anything that night, but the next day I asked my boss to be given reduced hours for the next little bit due to stress. And I took over everything in the house. I cooked breakfast and made lunch for the boys before I drove them to school. I cleaned the house top to bottom. I did every dish we had twice, and so on. My wife was blindingly happy and bragged to her friend that she had finally worn in.
Wow, I had like many different feelings and emotions throughout this.
We're not even done.
Oh no.
She didn't.
They're not done. He took out, listen, he reduced his hours. He said, boss, I'm stressed. My wife want me to help around the house with the boys. I'm gonna need some time off. I need a little bit of time off, take less hours, please. I need it. And he went home and said, dun, 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 dun. He put his Superman on, did everything in that house. And she was blissfully happy.
Lift a finger for around a month. Then she began asking why we never went on dates anymore and complaining that she wanted to get her nails done as they were growing in. I explained that I had to take that out of our budget so we could continue to afford everything else. But we could absolutely have a movie night in, and I could paint her nails for her. She was unhappy with that solution. So I asked her if she would want to get a part-time job to pay for her luxuries. You would have thought I asked if she wanted to join a cult. She then asked if I could just go pick up more shifts at work to cover her other expenses and used the phrase, be a man, which I found more than a little insulting.
So she asked for him to do more work. He took time off away from work. He came in and took all the large majority of her responsibilities as she is already a stay-at-home mom. He did it for at least a month or so, even more. And they had a conversation. Why she not getting her nails and why they're not going out on dates. And then she said, you need to go and get more hours so you can afford this stuff and be a man is what she told him. This is what she said.
I then asked if she would be willing to go back to splitting the chores and such, which is when she began to catch on that the two were related. She yelled at me that I was being a manipulative asshole for doing this and even claimed it was financial abuse. I stood strong for a while, but now I'm questioning my methods because even I feel what I did was a little bit underhanded.
As in
So that is the story, Eda, man. Now, my problem with that is I don't think it's underhanded personally. I really, really, really don't. I'm very upset with the use of this word of financial abuse. I'm really getting sick of women trying to use this financial abuse claim a lot with men. It's very, very frustrating. I make the money, so I control the money. Go to any business, any corporation. They make the money, they control the money. I don't know what world these people live in. But to that video, what do you think, Eda, man?
I think I see a lot of men that I think what it comes down to is he should have said something. So if I see someone who's negatively influencing my wife, I'm gonna speak up then, and I'm going to pretty sure I'm gonna talk about cutting that relationship. A lot of influence. The problem with women that stay at home, they have a lot of time on their hands, and if you get the wrong person into their ears, speaking to them, they only can see the negative and not the positive. So what I would say is that he should have. The biggest thing is he's feeding into this BS. He been feeding into it. He been answering her requests. He been doing all these crazy stuff. Sometimes as a man, you got to just say it is what it is. If you don't like it and you think you can go find somewhere better, be my guest. So you got, because the D word is a cuss word in my house. If you start dropping what you gonna do and trying to threaten to manipulate me, I'm gonna say, have a good day. Obviously, you think, because what people don't realize is reality will bring her back to life really quickly. When she homeless and she can't accomplish those things, when he completely cut off all financial resources to her, she will see what it is. But we don't play that game. Me and my wife, we don't do that whatsoever. If we out with people, you don't talk about our personal business. That's our personal business. He need to put some boundaries in place. And I think that's why he's in that situation.
But don't you think what he did is rather genius? When I listened to
I think it was horrible. I think it was horrible.
He could have hired
I
people
disagree.
instead.
No.
He could have took those amenities from her, said, "No, okay, no nails, no brunches with your friends, no whatever, and I'll hire a maid."
See, this is the problem. I don't want y'all to use one track thinking of how to be a man. There's multiple ways. There's multiple different types of men. Everybody relationships is not the same. Every man is not overt. Every man is not aggressive. Every man is not overly controlling. People have different, unique dynamics. Understanding the context of this conversation, where we know this guy is not that type of guy. So there's no point for us to try to force him to be. That don't make you a bad person. That make you a different type of person.
So the question is, what he did was right or wrong? Is that the question?
No, Aaron's statement is that he's a genius. Hey, ain't this guy kind of genius because he's negotiating with a terrorist? No, no, he's not.
It's not that. It's the other aspect in which what I caught from it, right? When I hear y'all telling, look, your girl can't go to the gym because she got to work all day, right? That means she cannot do something that's whatever her responsibility, whatever the case is. I can't be cooking all day, chasing the kids because I got to work. Whenever there's an added load, right? She's saying the normal things that I should do, you have to understand I can't do them anymore. This is what women are saying. Things that women have to. My grandmother used to. Well, I ain't your grandmother. I ain't your slave no more. So it used to be able to be done. Now they're presented. Oh, I'm not doing this stuff no more. I don't have enough time. It's not fair. I need to be a stay-at-home mom because they can't work and do all these things, right? This is what they're saying, right? Even though we know that women been working since a long time, especially black women, and they did all those things. So what I'm saying is if you pay attention to what he did, he literally is doing what women are talking about now. If you want me to do these things, lady, then you have to take from another area of my life. She's saying, I can't have sex with you all the time. I'm not in the mood because I'm working. He's saying, I can't pay for your nails because I had to pull back time from work so I can do this jobs here than what you asked me to do. It's actually genius.
Well, the reason it's not genius is because as a man, it's still our responsibility to do what's best for the family. And I don't think him taking the financial cut actually was a genius idea.
Once again, what's best for the family is not only short term, right? So if you're dealing with a woman, right? And once again, everybody's not a dictator like you, Edie, man. So calm down, okay? If he's dealing with somebody like her who learns differently, they married, you don't believe in divorce, so he's not trying to divorce her. He's like, I've been having conversations with you. You don't hear me? Because I'm somebody that's like this, right? If I'm speaking to you, having a conversation when you still don't get it, then I'm going to do things to show you, to make you come into your own realization of it. And that's what he ended up doing. They had conversations. This is not like he just all of a sudden out of the blue. And what I'm saying is, if you telling me what's not best for the family is if your woman is asking you, she's stressed out, I can't do this, it's not working, I need you to do more. And the only thing she losing is going out on dates and getting her nails done. And he's taking on a larger burden of household chores. I think that's more than fair and more than reasonable. I would actually argue that's best for the family.
No, so what I'm saying is he should have had a conversation with her. And I'm like, hold on, let me explain. He should have said, hey, if I take less hours, see, he's doing things and sound like he's not communicating. Because remember, he's the one writing this letter. If he would have went to her and said, hey, check this out. I'm willing to do more things around the house, but if I do more things, these are some of the things that you're going to lose perks, and got her to agree with it. It would have been something totally different. Because if the man would have said, you're not going to be able to get your nails and this things if I cut these hours, but I will be able to do this. Is this something that you agree with? Then she can't come back 3 months later and say, oh, why can't I get this done? No. Remember October 14th, we had this conversation. You agreed to give up your nails. You agreed to give up this if I took a lesser shift to do X, Y, Z. I believe it's a communication issue and he just doing things. And I know you might not look at it that way, Aaron.
I don't look at it that way because I think a lot of people, when they're explaining things, they give one-track mind advice, right? They don't take into understanding of the individual, right? He's not that type of guy. And listen, just because the way you do things works perfectly and it does work for you, a lot of people don't respond to these things. See, when we do this type of stuff, we give women outs for their lack of intelligence, their lack of responsibility, their lack of being logical, all these things. She should already know that. She should already know for the stuff that she's asking him to do. See, that's the point.
That's the error in what you're saying.
It's not an error.
You are assuming. This is the number one problem. I think people are assuming.
No. There's a reason why I'm assuming. I understand the benefit of being a better communicator. I'm saying in this scenario, who he is, she should know who she's dealing with. But now, mind you, she's already married to this man. She's requesting him to do more.
And she actually agreed to this beforehand. If you remember at the
So
beginning, she
and
met a
they
person,
listen,
and then this idea came later
and
on.
they're already having conversations. They already had this. Now he did not explain to her exactly what his goal was, what he was going to do, because sometimes it's not all the way thought out. Sometimes a man like, let me just take some time off and figure this out and go through it, right? But we want to presume that everything that he does is so exact. You have to give leeway to both sides. We only want to put the leeway on the man's side, right? And when
No,
I'm telling you, okay,
I'm saying she's 100% wrong. But anytime something financially is about to change, what me and my wife do. So first of all, every month you should sit down and say, "Hey, by the way, if I work these less hours, these are some of the things that we're going to have to cut out. This, that, and the third." Like I just believe that he did some of the things, but he didn't communicate it, and that's why she was able to weaponize that later against him. But if they would have sat down and we both came to an agreement before I left my job that I'm going to part-time for XYZ, if we would have got on the same page and agreed upon those things, that would be a difference, because now she can't weaponize it. No, as a husband and a wife, we have came and agreed upon this. Now you can't try to weaponize and say you can't get your nails done because you knew a month ago you couldn't get your nails done because we talked about it.
She was already weaponizing the divorce word before anything. He didn't do nothing prior to that. She's already been weaponizing things. It has nothing to do with his actions, is what I'm trying to tell you. And
it does have to do with communication, because I can hold you accountable to your words. Like if me and you agree on a business relationship and you say, well, no, I don't want to agree with them. Say, well, based on this contract, based on what we talked about on April 1st, 2023, I can hold you accountable for your own word. That's why I am really big at getting confirmations that this is where you want to go with my wife. Because now she can't make it looks like, oh, she wasn't a part of this plan. No, your feet is muddy just like mine. This is why you don't get your nails done.
Here's the thing, though, E. Here's the part where I disagree with you at. Because if it was me or you having this conversation, I would hold us to that standard. Here's the part where I disagree with you. He made a decision, right? Whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, whatever. He then came back to her and she said something. He then said, okay, well, what do you think we should do? Do you want to get a do you want to get a part-time job so you can pay for these things? No.
That's the point that I'm telling you, Aaron. So when that monthly meeting that they had, he said, hey, check this out. Well, you can't get this, that, and the third. What is the solution? I would have said, I can't work more hours. It's impossible. So what is the solution? And instead of telling her what to do, he should have let her come up with a solution with her own problem. You want to get your nails done, it's no money there. But she's 100% wrong. Let me tell you, I'm not defending her actions whatsoever.
I know you're not defending her.
I'm just saying, from a communication point of view, get people to verbally, especially in the marriage, you need to get their verbal confirmation. Hey, this is what I'm agreeing upon. A lot of men move without actually communicating and getting agreements, and I think that's the problem that we're seeing.
I don't disagree with that. My thing is I'm correlating to other things. I don't even care so much for the community. I'm like, when you pay attention that when women say I can't do things because of this, he actually became the opposite of a man can't do things because of this. It is whether it wasn't necessarily communicated. You know what women don't tend to communicate? That they're not going to sleep with you as much as when the kids come. They're not going to go to the gym as much because of this, that. They don't communicate that prior to it. They don't do that. They actually say, well, we got these kids now that we here. So you only give one level of communication for the men to be. No level of communication on her end.
So this is what I believe. I believe that if a wife is having too much of a load, it's the kid's responsibility to take that burden off. It's not the dude that's out there working. You need somebody to help wash those dishes. You need somebody to clean those bathrooms. I don't do that because I live in a house with 3 women. All the women clean our house. They take care of everything. That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to make sure these lights stay on. My responsibility is to guide them. My responsibility is to counsel them, protect them. That is my responsibility. And I know people think that that's crazy. That's like, oh, you don't want to clean. It is crazy if a man worked 12 hours and he show up and the house is dirty when he get there, and you telling me it's 3 women been in his house for the last 12 hours, it shouldn't be no dishes. It shouldn't be nothing for him to do. So I think it's completely crazy that this man have to clean up after he worked all day. It's completely crazy.
But let's try this scenario. Let's say there are no kids, and she works too. But because she works too, she don't want to clean.
Well, I think it's a difference. If a woman is paying half of the bills,
you don't require to pay anything.
So what's she working for?
Because she wants to work.
See, I don't believe in that. I believe that I believe whoever is taking care of the financial, in my case, the man.
She wants to buy stuff, purses. She wants to. So she working for that. Let me ask you.
I get what you're saying, but I still feel like the money comes into the house. Say she get $1,000, he might give her $300 to $400 to go towards the stuff that she wants. She just don't get complete access to her paycheck. That's crazy.
This is the thing. She's working so she can be able to afford the nicer things. She want a Chanel bag that costs 5 to 10 bands that's on back order. She want that. That's why she's working, and she got to work a certain amount of hours, even though you paying the bills and stuff, so she can be able to buy that. So she ain't got time to think.
She can. I tell you straight up, she can get that Chanel bag, but it might take her working 3-4 months to get it. We're gonna give her $300 at a time, and she's making $1,000. Hey, it might take you a year to get it. Delayed gratification is what some people need to understand. Just because you made enough money this month, that might not be what's best for the actual family. Like, it got to be some point where people shouldn't, like, people trying to move like individuals in marriages. She can't just go and spend money. I don't care if she worked. She just can't do it. We're going to sit down and we're going to do the budget, and we're going to budget it in. You want that Chanel bag? You should get that Chanel bag because you work. But when is it the proper time to get it? You just don't get it when you think you get it. And that's just like me. I'm not just going out and just buying a car just because I feel like I want a car. A conversation, and we have to communicate to talk about it. A budget is what a family should live by, in my opinion.
I'm not mad at your breakdown. The way I'm just listening to this scenario, I'm like, man, to me, it's rather genius. I don't think it's perfect, by the way. Let me be clear. It's not a perfect situation. It's not like not taking away her outs to say, oh, you didn't inform me of this. It's literally, you said, hey, do this. I did this. Now, was it the most thought out plan? Probably not. But I do think it's actually something that women need to pay more attention to.
But I think what it need to come down to is that before he's doing things, he need to communicate to his wife, hey, I'm going to cut these hours. I'm going to cut these hours, but if I cut these hours, this is the effect of doing it. Is that something that you want to do? And if she say, yeah, I want to do it, or no, she said, no, I want to still get my nails done. Okay, shut up and go clean up the kitchen. I'm going to keep working these hours so you can get your nails done. We fix the problem.
But see, that if that's the argument in the first place, like, she should just shut up. Like, in the sense of, if that was the case, she would have been more willing to go to work. She didn't want to work. She's saying she was being a house slave. This is why I'm listening to the focal point. He says, okay, do you want to get a job? No, I don't want to get a job. So the work that she was doing is obviously either not more stressful than getting a job, but to me, it seemed like she wanted him to be the slave.
I get what you're saying. What she wanted to do. See, I learned this a long time ago about women, Aaron. They gonna try to get as much out of you as you allow them to get. If you give them an inch, they'll take them out. That's the truth. At some point, you have to find something you stand on. Hey, these are going to be the roles. It's your responsibility to clean the house. And I believe a lot of people don't have these type conversations before they get married. Like, when me and my wife started talking about this, I said, hey, if I'm going to be paying the bills, I'm going to be doing all these things. It is going to be your responsibility to do this. Is this something that you think you can handle? If she was like, no, I don't think I can do this, blah, 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 she's not suitable to be my wife. It's just that simple. You need to start vetting these people and seeing, like, you got a problem watching. The one thing that I love about my wife worked a full-time job and she did all the cleaning.
Yeah,
It
yo,
was
but see, that's the thing. There's certain women that can do all those things, not be a complainer, this, that. But most men are dealing with they not doing enough. But I'm not gonna harp on it no too much longer. Shout out to SB. Hey SB, how you doing? B Love says, I bet when they're intimate, the wife be like, "What's my name, B? Who's your daddy?" Why do y'all do that? Why do y'all do that? Lauren says women should be able to amend the duties as needed, but it has to be communicated effectively, which is part of where you have to know your spouse and their strengths and area of opportunity. Do you guys not understand this? Let me explain something to y'all. Y'all say the reason why I'm pushing this is because they say women are better communicators than men. I say that's BS because let me be honest. You're saying your wife is fully capable, and I'm not saying your wife does this either, man, but let's just say, don't you think your wife is capable of running the books for your accounting?
yes.
Yes, right. So, and I've talked to your wife, and I can tell she's pretty smart, right? So let me ask you this: isn't it possible that instead of putting so much of onus on a guy to be the best communicator in the world, because some people really just more focus on I'm a worker, I'm a regular guy, I'm not this huge phenomenal thinker like certain men are not that, right? They're just not, and we keep trying to push this. So I'm gonna just ask you this: if women are better communicators, isn't it possible that she could have actually approached him with an idea as opposed to him approaching her with the idea? Her idea simply was, you need to do more chores. She didn't say, look, maybe you take more time off of work. Maybe I cut back on some of my expenses so you can do more of the work. Why is it so important that he be a better communicator? Why is that so important? If communication goes both ways.
Well, communication goes both ways, and I think he didn't ask the right questions. She was given off information he wasn't feeding. Yes, she could have came up with the solutions, but I don't think women come up with solution unless a man is asking for a solution. My wife don't just come to me complaining. She tell me a problem, and she tells me, I say, okay, what's the solution? How can we
Use
do it?
this scenario. That's why I say get out of your blood
I
track.
got it. Okay,
He came to him.
If we get
I
out
know
of
what me and you would do. Get into the mind of him.
So what I'm saying is that he should have did. That's what I'm saying. In that situation, what he should have did is he should have came together with his wife, and they should have created solutions together instead of him trying to create solutions without her. That's what the error. He was creating. I'm just gonna go to my job and I'm gonna take less hours. He should have. I'm telling you, this was a communication issue based off my perception of what I'm seeing.
I don't disagree with communication, but I believe the man was stressed. He took off time of work. A man is stressed. He might can't communicate the best while he's a little stressed out. I know you, Superman, and I know that's not a problem for you, but I'm trying to get you to understand there are different types of men. Some overt men like myself, maybe a little like you're overt. Some men that are not. Some men are a little more passive. That don't make them any less of a man at all. They're just different type of men. And what I keep hearing is this: he need to be this type of man. I'm like, no, he's that type of man. And he's had communications with her. He's tried to do certain things. If you heard the things that he was doing, you wouldn't have done those things. Look, listen to the stuff he was telling you he was doing in the beginning. I'm cooking breakfast. I'm doing the majority of the cooking. Her responsibility is the lunch. And he working. And she's a stay-at-home mom. Most men are not doing these things. He's doing way more than I think most men are doing. Way more. And he still said, okay, all right, she's complaining like this. She's talking about divorcing me. I don't want no dang divorce. I don't even want to get in confrontation with her because he said it boiled over when we were in public. Should your wife talk about how you don't do nothing for her in public? Like, once again, she is a huge problem. When we talk about communication, it's a one-way communication thing, what is what I hear. And it's all on him. It's all I hear, because when it comes to level of communication from her, all she got to do is complain, because she was complaining. Your wife don't complain. She was complaining in public. And he said, yo, I was wild. He was mad. And so he said, you know what? I'm just going to take some time off work and do her job to show her I'm going to do your damn job. And somehow we still find a way to pick at him. Now, I understand he's not the greatest communicator, but I'm just telling you, within reason, he decided I'm just going to do this, and he did it. Was it perfect? No. but he showed the flaw in her operations. To me, that was the go. Security boss, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you all?
I know you just waiting to chime in, and I know either man is all this leadership stuff, and I would like to hear your thoughts.
I think the man could possibly be passive, like you said, and I don't think he should have changed a thing. I think if he was doing what he was supposed to do and he was in his role and his position, he should have let her figure it out. I wouldn't have done it. I would have thought that he would have done nothing as a leader and as a man that was taking care of his household. Her feeling all this anxiety or whatever she was from her girlfriends or whatever. I mean, they're intentional. They may have been a little off with having children or having too many or whatever, or maybe the house might have been too large or whatever. But I would say that he didn't need to do anything. But I'm going with Edelman a little bit too, because if he did get a little bit irritated because she was complaining, he could have came up with a plan that was like, okay, let's downsize and have a smaller house so you won't have to clean up so much. Do this, do that, all of that, take the nails away, all of that. I would have mentioned all of that if he wanted to be really, conniving and like, okay, so you taking me for granted, because that's what she's doing. She's taking him for granted. But I think he should have done nothing. That was just her complaining. I think she would have got over it. In a couple of months would have been something different. I just think that's kind of like what women do.
No.
You don't think so?
No, let me tell you what I'm disagreeing with, because I don't want you to think I'm disagreeing with everything you said. I think if she hanging out with a feminist, hanging out with a woman that have certain views upon men, like a lot of these women do now, about what a man's actual role is, and she threatening divorce and she ain't been doing this before, no, it's going to get worse. I don't think she's just going to be quiet, because they're not doing that these days. They're not just taking a ball and being quiet in the corner. They're being very much outspoken. I'm not going to stay in a relationship where this stuff is not happening.
And Aaron,
but you got to call out
the feminist didn't plant the seed, in my belief. I think she just reinforced her already ideas of what she wanted.
I'm 50-50 with that. I think people are more influential than we give them credit for. I think sometimes women listen to their friends more in certain scenarios, because one, we ain't listening to them because we busy doing other stuff, man stuff. We ain't trying to listen. So they'll go confide to somebody that they might find value in. They might say, oh, she's they might see her as a type of woman that they respect, but they might not be in the type of lifestyle that they're equally sharing. So the insight, because I know I've been dealing with people, and I've seen my influence over on people's relationship. I'm like, ooh, good thing I'm on the man's side and I'm saying things that's going to benefit him. Because if I was saying things like, that's what your man doing, ooh, they would go home and have those conversations with him. So women are easily influenceable, especially in these times now. So I don't really look at it like that she just had that dire need that she always felt this way. I think that these views are becoming more and more prevalent, because if you listen to women now, listen to what they say. I'm not a maid. I know you ain't no way.
Slave.
You see what I'm saying? Slave. We need to hire maids, all this stuff. And if you really pay attention, women, I only hear, listen, I'm fine with high level responsibility on men. I have no problem with it, right? But I think there has to be a little bit of flexibility with the different types of men. Because all I heard was this: we can't really go out as much and you can't get your nails done. That's all she lost in the process of him taking on all of the duties, basically, that she told him to do and more. Like, to me, there ain't nothing to argue about, no financial abuse, no nothing. If that's all she lost was going out and he said, yo, we can eat more at home, I'm cooking more, and I help do your nails for a more intimate situation. That's not enough for me to look at him.
Aaron, I do strongly believe that when a woman start telling you she's going to leave you, make her stand on it.
Yeah.
If she's going to tell you, I'm going to leave you, this, that, there, I say, okay, let me know when you file it. Like, go do it. Because I am not an advocate for divorce, but I refuse to make somebody stay married to me who don't want to be there. If you decide that you want to leave, I'm gonna say, hey, check this. I promise you, I'm not gonna fight it. I come with my pen. I'm gonna give you what you asked for. And what happened is she's trying to manipulate him with that word. And you cannot allow a woman to manipulate that she's going to leave you, because it makes her feel that she has the power. But when you leave correctly. Take all your shit and go. You know what I'm saying?
You
Because
know
I
what?
ain't leaving my house.
I agree with that. I think he should have let her do exactly what she said she wanted. I wouldn't have tried to. If she wanted to leave, let her go. In 3 months, she'd have been sick to death because she left. So, if it gets like that, marriage is not a game. And if women are trying to play games with it, you let them walk it out. But if he was doing everything he was supposed to, there's no way that, we're going to play that game.
And I'm willing to bet my money that feminist that was giving her all that bite would have been in his DMs. It happened on, hey, oh, you back on the market? Okay. And she would have unfriended her friend and got her man. Because you got to understand, a lot of these women are giving advice not because they're true feminists. They're jealous. They're jealous of these married women and the life that these women are living. And they be like, cool, if I can separate them, I done seen it plenty of times before. They'll separate them for their man. And you know what? She'll be showing up to the church at the picnic with that man, with her man. All the things that she said was bad about him. Oh, you know what? He changed. Nah, he the same person. She just wanted your position. Women don't get tricked out of your position.
I think he should have gave her an ultimatum though. If the girlfriend was a problem, he should have told her that she shouldn't be hanging out with the single woman.
He don't seem like that type of man to me. And I know a lot of time y'all think that's a weaker man. Just like I just look at men as been different. I think we give such a wide range to women to be different types of women and all these things. But when it comes to men, it's like one-way processing. These are men. And I'm like, I understand there are different types. Some men are softer, like just in the way that they approach things, approach people. They don't talk aggressively like I may talk to somebody. Like when I say, I'm not playing. When you hear that tone, like, I know he's not playing. Some men are not like that. So I take into understanding when I'm listening to these stories, what type of man this person is. Okay, why he just didn't say this? Okay, because he's not that type. So let me operate with who he is and stop trying to change and be somebody like me, because there are more than one type of relationship styles that do work. But a lot of times we fall into the bias or confirmation bias of what we know works. And so you do it because I know it works. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
Your way can be wrong though, Aaron. That's the point that I'm saying. His way, just because he's different doesn't mean that it's two ways to be right. I'm just saying he should stand on his purpose. His purpose is, you just said that you wanted to leave me, follow up, and I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire. Do it or shut up.
But he is actually looking more like what Aaron says, because he's done all this altering and changing to try to make her happy along the way. So he might be a very passive person. So if that's the case, then she would just have to, will he ever stop then? Will he ever stop changing or altering or trying to, make her happy? Who knows?
But the crazy part is security boss, he think he's wrong. Like if you listen to the story, he said, man, maybe it was me. Maybe I was like, nah, bro. Like that's crazy. But I think he might got to be just open to, like I said, I'm never an advocate of divorce, but if she leave, if he's willing to be that man that he is currently, I think he'll find another wife.
Oh, he absolutely will. Yeah, and she will be single. Yeah, trolling.
Yeah, I think he can find another wife, because listen, when I heard that man say, I deep clean once a week, I'm cooking and cleaning, I'm taking care of the kids with the homework, I'm working a lot of hours, she stay at home. I'm like, man, you sound like Superman. I'm putting my Superman shirt on. You sound like Superman to me. But that's just what I heard. Now, like I said, but I just look at it as men have this one-way style of being, and women have all these nuances to the type of people that they get to be. And I think we got to start pushing back just a little bit on it, because we're limiting the scope of conversations with the different type of men by saying men need to just be a man. What does that mean? And because if we say just be a woman, whoa, it's going to be a little offensive when we start doing things like that. So we got to slide and scale.
It would be different, Aaron, if what he did worked. Now, we would be having a totally different. He said, I changed everything. My wife changed. She came on board. And if this story had a happy ending, we could say that his way worked. But he's still in the same situation before he started doing all these changes.
I think it
thought it worked. How did it work?
Listen. She like, oh, it started to make sense. She correlated like, oh, so you asked me to do more work, and now it takes away from these other areas. That's why she said, I feel like it's financial abuse, because it worked. Like, okay, now you see this request leads to this outcome. But sometimes you don't know it's going to lead to the outcome. Sometimes you just want to make a quick change. Like you look at it like, man, if I take less hours and I can't pay for your nails and stuff, he probably didn't necessarily plan for that. He made an abrupt, immediate thing. He said it that night after she embarrassed him in front of their friends, talking about he don't do nothing and she a slave. He said he was hot. You hot, you probably don't think the most clearly, okay? I'm more of a calm person. I think a little bit more clearly. He went and said, let me get some hours off work. I'm stressed out, and let me go home so she can stop bothering me. And he did all her work, all of it. And then after a while, she said, oh, well, dang. Okay, I see what you're doing to me. Now she mad, but I think it worked because she actually understands now. Some people have to learn a different way.
But being a man in a marriage, I think that's kind of self-explanatory. They want him to be the head of household. The woman comes under him. The children come under her. That's what they say. That's what they mean by a man. That means he makes the final decision, no matter what, good or bad, or everybody going along with it. That's what.
I agree with what you're saying, but we'll be heard in the story because mind you.
No. I was just answering your question when you said, what's a man?
Okay, no. I know you know what a man is. I ain't challenging you on that. What I'm saying is that it sounds like to me, now mind you, we don't know. He's 38, she's 30, right? So these are some slightly nuances in the type of generation that they're in. It sounds like he's a millennial to me. And she's a millennial, right? Yeah. Top end, lower end, whatever the case is, right? We all know they're a little bit different, right? We know they're a little bit different. It sounds like to me that she does a lot of commands. She does a lot of telling what to do, correct?
Yeah, and that would be today's woman. So that's another point. A man shouldn't marry a woman that doesn't know what a man is in marriage. Not he will have these type of problems, because there are women out there now that are telling ladies or women that they should command their husbands. They should tell them what to do. So if that's not the woman that you want, yeah, there are. They're also telling them naturally they're the ones that are in charge.
No, I agree with that. What I'm thinking is a lot of the relationships, the man and female dynamic is very much, when they're brought up these days, they're brought up to see each other as equals.
That's a problem.
They're literally brought up this way.
That's a problem.
But I'm saying, how can I be mad at somebody that's been brought up his whole life to be heard? Y'all stop treating women like they less than you and they bad, and you treat them as equal. And we've been engineering society to adjust for that. How can I still be mad at a man that's probably grew up in an environment that I grew up in, that I understand this was pushed on us?
It's not less, it's just not the same. We have different roles. See, if that woman was brought up that she was equal, then she would feel the way she does, meaning that she does too much around the house. But if she was brought up to believe that she has a role as a wife, as a helpmate, then everything she did would be to help her husband in whatever that need was. It wouldn't be a chore. It wouldn't be I'm being a slave. It wouldn't be that I'm being a servant. How about I'm just being top notch because I got this big old house that my man brought me, and this is how I want to conduct myself in my home. This is my job.
But that's why I strongly dislike this equal, because if she wanted to truly be equal, he was already doing half of it. It wasn't like he wasn't doing half. He was doing half of her duties. Why can't they be equal on paying them bills? Why can't they be equal? Like, okay, we gonna be equal. Like everybody keeps saying equal. All right, you go. We gonna go get these bills and you pay half. It's only want to be equal on their share, not the man's share, and that's why it's a biased saying. We want equalness. It's only equalness when it benefits me.
But see, y'all have a deeper understanding. What I do best is I go into the minds of the people that I'm dissecting in the conversation. Right. What I'm hearing is this. Just because you're the man, you don't run this relationship. This is a partnership. This is 50-50. We figure this out together. And this is what these kids, now adults, these millennials, grew up learning. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is what they grew up learning. Now, you can obviously, some parents can say, no, we don't teach that in this house, right? Well, either man, you understand some people could do that. But in general, you understand the engineering in society, these kids were taught to embrace each other differently. You understand what I mean? The dynamics is not pushed there. You know what I'm talking about?
I got a question I want to ask you from your professional opinion at the AaronL.com consultation. What do you think would have happened if he would have just ignored it?
In my opinion, what I think would have happened in this scenario, she would have dealt with it for a little bit longer, but I do think if she's still friends with that lady, that level of influence was superseding his influence.
So you think she would have got divorced?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
And I'm going by. Okay, so what type of women do you think get divorces? This don't sound like the type of women that get divorces, because I understand that there are women that stay, but the type of woman that do get divorced, because they exist, you don't think she fit the mold of the type of woman that would get a divorce?
I think she was crying wolf.
The type of woman that gets divorced is a selfish woman. It's all about them, and she would have definitely gotten a divorce and regretted it.
I don't think she would have divorced. I think she was crying. I think she knew what man she had, and she was crying wolf, and she got him to react. I think if she would have said nothing, she would have just been like, all right, didn't work. Let me go try to find something else I can get him to do. Like, I just don't think she would have followed through. Like, the idea, it's different. It's a different when you talk about a woman who's working, she leaving a man. I think it's rare to see a stay-at-home mom leave their man. I know people, like, it's a reason that people stayed together in the past. Listen, it's a reason people stayed away because they didn't have the money to just up and leave.
But I agree with that. But I'm going to tell you, if she started to weaponize divorce, she's going to weaponize sex.
I get it. I get it. We can go what else.
All you said is making the environment conducive for him to be like, I don't want to be here no more, right? That's all, because that's what she's going to do.
That's what she's going to do. That's exactly what she's going to do. Make it hard for him to have a peaceful home.
Like, I mean, because honestly, if you hear some of the things men are talking about, they're weaponizing sleeping with her. Oh, I can't do it. I'm tired out there. So that's just what I see from that. But I'm willing to take your mind on that. I respect it. Me and security boss see eye to eye on this part.
Yeah, I think she's out. She's selfish.
I'm just saying, where would she go? Like, this idea. See, the thing with divorce, it doesn't happen overnight. It's not like a relationship. See, a relationship, you can just leave and you out. See, most divorces, it take time. And those 3 months, she would have had to sit on that. Now, I'm not saying that he would have took her back, but I just don't think so. I think she was crying wolf.
But Eda, man, she's playing games though. But listen, she's playing game. But understand though, everything you just said, she knows he's a hard worker, so she knows he's gonna go back to those 12 hours at work. So they got those systems out there, child support and alimony. She was an at-home mom. So guess what? She'd have went right down, right wherever she had to go through that court system and figured out how to get that money. And her and the feminists would have been figuring out the next step.
Listen, she would have went out and got the child support money and still couldn't get her nails done. Because she's because
she was a stay-at-home mom, I thought.
No, listen, she still wouldn't be able to get her nails done. See, people don't understand. If she was to leave, all the bills she had to pay, right? So when we talk about housing, see, I'm a big advocate here. If a woman puts you on child support and spousal support, you don't support her at all. No, you let her go get her own apartment, pay her own bills. You completely let go. Like, if you're going to bring the court into our business, cool.
He's not that type of guy.
Not only is he not that type of guy, she can get another man to do it. Look, think about it like this. Because listen, she going to get your money still. We're not playing this game.
That's a bad take. That's a bad take, Aaron. No, she can't. I think she's lucky. I think she's lucky and fortunate to get a man like this. She will never have a man like him again.
No. Before we even move on to this next section, let's play this out. So you telling me she married to you? They got at least 2 kids, because it sounds like they use plural. So at least 2 kids. You think she gonna ever be out on the streets when there's kids involved?
Say it again.
You said like she need to learn her lesson. You don't believe at paying or giving no money if the course is involved, brother. Let me just tell you, brother. If there's kids involved, she gonna have a place to stay regardless. You can't kick her out on the streets.
I don't know, Aaron.
No, I think it's a lot of homeless people.
You mean like another man coming to
y'all think y'all righteous old school traditional shit gonna stand 10 toes down? That shit ain't gonna stand, bro. She 30.
Wait, what are you talking about?
2 kids from a provider. She's straight. Honestly, she's fine.
What are you talking about?
She's gonna get paid from this nigga and eat a man tricking on her.
Oh, you saying so? You think another man will come and take her?
No. What I'm saying is, because she's willing to get a divorce. I know that.
I agree with that.
He gonna have to give her some money regardless of whether he wants to or not, unless he do what a lot of people did, is don't work at all, so they only get $1 for child support. Like,
he's gonna give her money based off that part-time, because he's working part-time now.
No, he's gonna go back and get a full-time job.
No. He's still making enough money. Hold on, he reduced his hours. We don't know how many he was working. He's probably working 13. And he probably reduced it to 6 or 7. He still was paying all the bills. He just couldn't take her out on dates and pay for her nails. That's the only thing that they had to lose.
But
So
she
he
don't
still
get access. That's what I'm telling you. She don't get access to all of his funds.
no.
That's
I agree with that.
let's put a dollar amount on it, right? Let's say that she was getting $2,000 a month. That might pay for rent. She still have to figure out all the other stuff.
– What?
But wait a minute.
No.
Go back to what you were saying, Aaron. Are you saying that another man will take on this woman? That's where we are right now.
So what I'm saying is she can find another guy. I don't know about the marrying part because she might not even want that. Because a lot of times women want to take the alimony that come with it or the splitting of the assets from the divorce. Because either man, you ain't gonna be living in that house no more. Like wherever you think is going on, you're not gonna be living there no more. We selling it or something because I'm getting half my proceeds in this. So, but my whole point is she's going to generate an income or revenue out of this in some way, shape, or form, and then she'll take that.
Why won't she just stay in the house? I think he will allow her to stay.
And I was saying that either that too. That's what I was saying.
We selling it.
He would no, but
did you make my point?
No, we selling it. Listen,
Thank you for giving her a bag, bro.
No, listen. For a time, she's gonna stay.
You have to give her a bag and give her a house, nigga.
He will find somewhere else for himself to go.
Crap.
He's not gonna let her and the kids suffer in any way. He's not.
Why not? You
Because
decide to leave.
because married men don't do that.
No,
that's typically what they don't do.
Like, see, no, and I think that's the BS. If you tell me you leaving me, I ain't going nowhere. Nope. You said you want a divorce.
But remember, like Aaron said, it may not come off that way. It may just be no peace for you.
I get what
but
you're
that
saying.
means if there's no peace for you, that man is going to go find a peaceful place to be. And that's even if he has to leave her in the house with the 2 kids.
Either man, you said you don't cook or clean or none of that, right?
Nope.
So what happens if your wife stops doing that?
Don't do it. Don't go down this path. It ain't even worth it. It ain't worth it. This energy. Let me read the super chats and we'll get to the reality TV. Okay. Lauren Mack says women should be able to amend the duties as needed, but it has to be communicated effectively, which is part where you need to know your spouse, their strengths and area of opportunity. Okay. Dark Relief says women telling men just be a man, but can't describe what a woman is. Laughable. Yeah, they don't know what women are in 2023.
I disagree.
Don't you dare describe what a woman is, E. We're not doing that. Question for the panel. If some men are not as logical as either man or in the position you described to take care of a woman fully, should he not get married or should he marry the woman that complements where he is? Either man, security boss, your question.
Let me hear that once more. I'm sorry.
Put it back up.
I'll put it back on screen and I'll reread it again. Of course.
You added my name, it kind of messed me up.
Look, see that's your ego talking. Question for the panel. If some men are not as logical as either man or in the position you described to take care of a woman fully, should he not get married or should he marry the woman that complements where he is?
I think first of all, this idea that the men have to pay all the bills is completely BS. Now I believe that you can work to that if y'all guys put a plan. But when me and my wife got together, she contributed to the household. She had a job. She wasn't just not sitting around. Now, as we start having kids and we start making more money, yes, it went to my income paid for the majority of it. But the idea in today's climate that you start that way, I think is completely crazy. But I always believe that men should find women that complement where he's at to be able to help him get to the next level. The women's supposed to be a helpmate. They don't supposed to be a burden. And so when me and my wife got married 5 years ago, I said, where do I want to be 5 years? And we completely blew that out because she was the woman I needed then to be able to get me to here. And she's going to be the woman to get me to where I need to go 20 years from now. So I think, yes, you find a woman that complements you to get to the places you're trying to get in your purpose, your goals, and to accomplish the things that you see.
Unless she stops cooking, right?
I agree totally with that.
Then you'll divorce her.
They should complement each other, but I think that and believe strongly in one pot. It builds trust and character amongst the nuclear family that you're intending to have. So I don't think it matters how much money. If he has a plan, like either man says, a man needs to have a plan. He may not be that millionaire yet, that 6-figure guy, but if he has a plan and he has that type of determination and you can see it, then I think he make a good husband. So
I like him. I don't think he's perfect like either man want him to be, but I like him. I like the man very much. Either man, what you think about reality TV? You like reality TV?
No, I can't stand it. So I'm not a big TV person. I think it's entertainment. I had a lady tell me the other thing is she's made a statement. She said modern women today have to find a way to separate reality from fantasy or reality from entertainment. So if a person is mature enough to watch reality TV without being influenced by it, I think it's a good idea. But if a person is not that mature and they let reality TV start messing into their life, I think that's when the problem come in. What do you think, security boss?
You're probably right, and I don't think that most women have the ability not to allow it to influence them. I think they very much allow it to influence them.
Yeah, and the only reason I say that is because the woman
But
that
it's
I was
not
talking,
even. What about you saying reality TV? I guess because we're talking about that. But what about just regular Instagram, OnlyFans? Just things that they, it
I,
used to be magazines, but it's gotten.
I believe social media is the new form of reality TV. Because what we're doing is we're taking a snippet of people's life and we're watching it over time. Social media, the thing about social media is some people just don't know that it's fairy tale. We was having this conversation. It's like, hey, will you let your kids go see Little Mermaid? I said, it's about me having a conversation with my kids and say, hey, humans don't have tails. We're not fishes. This is just a cartoon. And it's nothing wrong that my child go watch Little Mermaid now that I had a conversation to be able to bring her to reality. So social media can be a tool. I think that people should be able to do reality TV in social media, but so many people they just think it's real. Like people think
But
it's
either man,
real.
isn't your life real? Aren't you a man that was in the military? You mentioned having bad examples, but you came up out of that. You married a woman. She had kids. You got a business. You're growing. You help other people. That's real, isn't it?
Yes, but reality TV is not.
No, I thought you said social media wasn't also.
No, I said I believe that social media is a form of new reality TV. But if we go back to what Aaron asked since he came back, I don't think it's real. I think it's meant to entertain. I don't think those people naturally act that way. I think they're doing that to entertain people to be able to get clicks and views, and that also can carry over to the social media. So we do have the idea to choose what we watch. I get what you're saying. If you watch somebody who have a real story on social media, it's different from somebody who's faking the phone.
Well, let me tell you why we're talking about social media, right? Because I came across this story and I don't want to overly assume things. So I come to the people, right? Before I just have unfiltered, blurted out thoughts, I come to the people to make sure I'm centered and I'm not just, my mind's not going off a cliff. I want you guys to open your ears and listen to this. Okay.
To shun her. I feel like the Braxtons should be bigger. There are a lot of Black women in reality television that opened so many doors and had the same opportunities but didn't get the same push.
But wait up, Miss Jackson, girl. Now I understand all what you're saying. Now that's a little delusional, but
wow, what is?
Yeah. Okay, girl, Miss Nene Honey had a lot, and I love her dearly. I love Nene dearly. Nene had a lot of opportunities. She was on Glee. She was on all these different damn shows. No. She owned stores. She had everything.
Yeah, because she had to figure out how to make an income because the pay is not fair.
Hello.
The pay is not fair between Kim Kardashians, the Braxtons, or Atlanta Housewives.
Well, the pay
that's not fair.
The pay
I'm
not
sorry.
fair, but
we're doing the same thing. Why are we not getting the same price?
Well, okay.
But there's a gang of factors like the viewership between one show and another show. The fact that like on the Kardashians, you could mention all your businesses. The show was about the businesses.
And we couldn't. On WeTV, we could not. We had to pay for it.
So the smoke should be more so with the networks, which it sounds like it is. And you are a big star. People know who Nene Leakes is. People know who Kim Kardashian is.
What's not the same thing. No, what she's saying
not the same thing.
Without a doubt, these are all valid points, super valid complaints, and the disparity between race and reality TV and the results, they're 100% fact.
Yeah.
I don't think you can discount the biggest video in the world for a few years. I think that's hard to
y'all real
discount
funny.
that.
Y'all real freaking funny. Not when
I created Braxton Family Values, and Kim Kardashian got the $100 million check. Let's talk about that. So we're not even going to sit here and talk about sex and television, creating TV shows and who deserve what when. It is unfair, point blank.
And shun her.
Security boss.
Wow. Now, listen, I saw that interview with Nene, and she actually said the first season of The Atlanta Housewives was real. She said they all were actual housewives, everybody but Kim, but she was a side chick, you know. But it was actually real, and everybody played the part. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a joke. But could you have fed into her the way that they did Kim Kardashian? I don't know. I don't think that our culture supports us like that. I don't think they would have never been as large, or she will ever be, or any of us would ever be as large as Kim Kardashian. It even goes to, even in your own businesses, you know, Caucasians, white folks, or what have you, they're going to always be more of them, and they're going to always spend more money, and they always will support you more than a black person will support a black business, be it reality TV or even in your private business. It's always like that.
I think it's delusion. I think when we come down, I can say a Chrysler 300 and a Bentley is made the same way. Everything is the exact same. So I'm supposed to get a Bentley for the same price. They both got four wheels. They both did this. Matter of fact, I believe that Bentley stole some ideas from Chrysler. Some things look similar. They're not in the same ballpark. It's this delusion that I bet you if we look at the type of revenue that Kim Kardashian brings versus her, it's not even close. That's why she got $100 million.
But the sad part about it, though, is she became famous from a sex tape. That's what makes it really, really bad. Because I mean, it's like you support that. I think that's what makes it bad. That's the fact that people supported that more so than these young women trying to make a living out of being housewives, true housewives in the beginning. Now it's something different. So.
But I believe that Kim Kardashian got the $100 check because she was connected to Kanye. It's not just that it's not that you just got Kim, you got Kanye in this reality. You got so much more, and I just think that the package was better. Now I know people might say, hey, it was the same type of production. I just don't see it the same. Not even close. Especially from a revenue point of view. Revenue is not even close.
But you know, they did say Atlanta Housewives is like the #1 housewife franchise, though, out of all of them.
Mm-hmm. So
I think that's
Isha, who is one of my favorite chat people, right? She says, as a black woman who is in LA, that is exactly how it works. But black men are racist against their own women.
I don't know. I just think it comes down to, we saw what happened with the Kardashian with the younger sister. She dropped the what was it, a makeup line and became a billionaire. Like the idea that black people are going to support like white people, like Security Boss said, it's not even close. I'm saying it's not even close. And I think when you're making these decisions about how much money you're going to invest in this person, as a business person, you want to make sure you get your money back.
Yeah. And you know what? We would love to cross over. I would love for Aaron to cross over. Not saying that you don't have a white audience, but it would be what you do could be heard by everyone. Why does it all just have to be the majority of black people per se? It could be everywhere. I wish we all could do that, but it just doesn't happen.
I think white people have a bigger audience.
They definitely do.
It's easily noticeable on YouTube when you see somebody that's black that say similar things and they have way more subscribers. Like the Whatever podcast is really big. That guy's a little, he's not the most, but whatever, fine. I just think that one, let's be honest. Shout out to T. Marie. She says, let's be honest, looks and salacious played a difference. Having a large rear and poultry lips became the look everyone chased because of how Kim K looked. Nobody wants to be like Nene Leakes.
Uh-oh.
Nobody, no woman, no girls run around saying, "Mommy, I want to be Nene." But they say they want to be Kim K. And look, it's not my fault. I'm just acknowledging it, okay?
But listen, I want to add to that. You're right about that, but I think Nene has a large gay or LGBTQ transgender following. She has a very large transgender.
Yeah, they cancel me all the time. But the point of it is, if you look at it happens all the time. If you look at what was that Tamar Braxton? I don't know her name.
Mhm.
All right. She's emotional and angry about this, right? Because I created the Braxton family. You created what? A concept, a thought? You were on someone else's network, right?
Yeah, but you still got to understand, like the elephant in the room. Kim Kardashian have about 350 million followers. It just translates to money better. Like I get, it's not about who has the best ideas. Who is going to be able to put more money into our pockets? And from a business aspect, I understand why she get paid more. It's not about race.
But Aaron, I mean, excuse me. But Edaman, but how did she get all those? I think they're talking about the fact that she got those millions of followers. How did she do that? Like Tamar is saying, if you would have put that many people in my face, I would have had them too. But it's not true, because they also gave her a talk show and they voted her off the talk show. So they don't play very well. Obviously, they don't play nice.
Regardless of what you say about the Kardashians, there are millions of little girls running around wanting to be like them.
Millions.
I don't know many little girls who be like her. I think the level of influence and the desire for people to want to be like you, because it's very big, right? Women see other women go, oh, I wish I had her nose. Oh, she's just perfect and things like that. Men don't do that.
No.
We see Diddy like, man, if I had that money, we don't ask for nothing else about it. We ask for the money, right? So it's different audience. And remember, this is a female audience. Predominantly female audience, and obviously the other communities that get involved with that. You're right, security boss. But most men in general is not watching this unless they grow around or something like that around. They like, oh, all right, this is kind of interesting. But on their own, that's not what they're looking for. So the audience is vastly different. And let's be honest, they have a white audience that Black people cannot get for whatever reason. But the inverse is not the same. Black people will go and navigate towards a white audience. Y'all call that whatever y'all want. I don't care. But it's not going to garner the same amount of money because, one, people have to want to be like you to sell. Like that's the aspect I don't think has been covered. I'm trying to understand what Tamar is trying to be expressive about when she says it's the same job. We should get paid the same. It's starting to be in arrogance because it's like these WNBA players that want to get paid the same amount as an NBA player, because they bounce a basketball and do the same job.
I think what she's saying is the look. I mean, we both are women. We look good per se. So why couldn't we make the same amount of money? It goes back to what Edaman is saying. If you're not producing that revenue to make it, we're not going to put it in front of you. It's just that she's saying we're the same things, but it's coming off way different. It won't happen. It's everywhere though. Even selling houses. No matter where you live, there's going to be more Caucasians or other people, Asians or what have you, and they're going to typically go towards another race other than Blacks. So
yeah, so Keisha is going to be going off because she's a blackity black and she's a woman code everything. She says the Kardashians was literally on E every time you turn on the TV. That's the difference. Well, how do they get on E? Do they have the relationships? Did they pay for it?
There you go. It could have been that they paid for it. That's exactly right. A lot of times
people don't want to believe that they've done some of the stuff that they've done.
That's true.
But I mean, listen, you should have picked somebody else. You shouldn't have said the Kardashians. You should have said somebody else.
Well, Nene compared herself to the Kardashians.
Yeah, that was a horrible idea.
That was what she did. It was like, huh?
Horrible idea. Horrible idea. No. People literally want to be the Kardashians. I don't know why, but they do.
But I'm still hung up on the black group. The black men are racist. I'm trying to figure that part out.
Yeah, that part is about us not liking our own kind and all this type of stuff, and we're the only ones that do this. And I've been trying to avoid this dang colorism conversation because they keep trying to push us back to that conversation.
It is a real thing though, Aaron. It's a real thing. There's a video out now where the kids have to be around 5 years old. There has been some conditioning going on where even the black kids think that the white baby is the best looking baby, the nicest baby, the prettiest baby. And when they say, well, who's the bad one? Which child is bad? Even baby dolls, they point to the black.
But it's not something that just black people have to deal with. It's every group of people.
They did this study with a group of black kids, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm saying to the way we think about ourselves or the way kids think about ourselves. So if that's what she's saying, then there has been some conditioning. And when did it start? These kids were about 5 years old and they were already finding that dark skin, even like I love my chocolatey golden skin, but those don't for whatever reason. Sometimes you may ask somebody younger, which one do you prefer? And they'll automatically go to the lighter skinned person, but why? So I don't know about
I think it's even our language, like the language that we say, white is clean and black is dirty. Like what made that? Like what happened to these just being colors? Like we was having this conversation is why is black dirty? Why is black considered unclean? And why is it not just another color? So Security Boss is right, but on the grand scheme of things, I don't think situations like this is part of colorism. It's more of like revenue. So I get we are conditioned, but I don't think it's to the magnitude of the media as they're trying to paint that she should be getting paid the same amount of money as Kim Kardashian. I think
if she's saying that Kim Kardashian is the most, she's a beautiful woman, and this is what black men like more so than black women, then that would be why she's making that point, because people like, they love and pay for what they want to see. And that would contribute to
But it's
Kim
not black men though. We ain't watching either one of them.
No, I didn't say it. This is what she said. She said black men are racist. I didn't know where it was coming from. I'm asking. I'm trying to figure it out. That's all.
But I'm just saying, I think it would have been a better statement if she said black women was racist, because that's her follower. Like, why is she attacking? What I didn't understand about that statement, why are you attacking the men and not your followers? Because it had nothing to do with us. Oh, we ain't over there watching neither one of them. So the type of money that you making ain't got nothing to do with us.
Nothing.
I don't know. Keisha? I don't know. It was just there. I'm not sure.
So I just think that she was trying to have a pity party. She's like, if I come up here and I complain about it, maybe they'll give me a pity check. Nah, Hollywood don't typically give out a pity check.
I don't think black men are racist. So I know that for a fact. I don't think so. So that's my opinion of it, though. But she feels different.
I think
that's what she says.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead and read it, either, man.
Oh
no, I'm stay away from that. No, I'm good.
Black men have a hard time empathizing with black women. Why was their initial reaction to argue back?
Because they was on the top show host, and that's what they do. Argue.
Oh, she's talking about the video. Okay.
Yeah, like the idea that they're not gonna argue back. That's what they do. They debate on those type shows. That's why they get clicks and views. But I guess since they're a black man, they don't have the right to argue like you do. Interesting.
Well, Keisha, that's a strong statement to say that black men are racist. I think if someone heard that, it may be considered offensive. So they may want to state their case, but that's not what was said in the video. So, I don't know.
Because this is what I ultimately take from what she's saying. You hear what they're trying to say, that there's clearly a racial reason why these women are getting more money, more popular, more famous, etc. And because you guys don't either properly understand or support black women, that you're not going to understand and support their cause or what they're trying to highlight. I think that's what she's trying to say.
But the crazy part about it is she's not going to black men to get these contracts. She didn't go to Tyler Perry to get these. See, how can we be racist when we're not writing the check?
But Kim was in a Tyler Perry movie. She was in Temptation.
But the black men are not writing those checks for those reality shows. That's the point I'm saying. She's going to the white man, asking him to write the check, but attacking black men, saying that like we have the power to write the check. We don't write the check.
This is the point she's trying to get across to you, either, man, right here.
I think we all prejudge. Black women prejudge too, right?
Absolutely.
So this idea that people will stop prejudging something by how they look or how they're dressed is completely crazy. It's just not. We all prejudge.
Yeah, you got, I think you actually absolutely have to. You don't want to end up in the wrong car going down the street with the wrong people. You have to judge the situation. You absolutely do. Now, you're not supposed to condemn people. So maybe that kind of is what she's leading to. You can't say this is a bad thing just because they're dressed a certain way, but you definitely have to judge whether you want to be a part of it or not. I think you should.
I prejudge all the time. I think that actually make it a wise person to prejudge the situation that they're gonna put themselves in, especially if a man have a family. You just show up. You can't just show up places like it's places that me and my wife we done pulled up to. I said, "Oh no, we ain't going in there." And we got in the car and we turned around. It was a prejudgment, and whether I was right or wrong, I stood on that. And you know what my wife did? She said, "Okay, babe, you want to go out to eat? We could go." So like it was no fight. I prejudged that. That's one thing the military told me. Well, you prejudge the situation and you keep moving. It's not your fight.
The spider senses have to come out. That is so true. You have to discern the situation. That happened to me and my husband one time. We were trying to take my daughter to a concert, and right as we was walking up, it was a rap concert, y'all. We was trying it. But as we was walking up, my shoe buckle broke. First sign. Still put it back together. Okay, keep going, keep going. Something else happened. There's 3 things happened on the way up. And I was like, no, my husband was like, no, we shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here. And we did. We went in. And then as we went in, that was the final straw. And we was asking the police, can you please escort us out? And they just took us out because it was like, no, we weren't supposed to be there. But you definitely have to discern the situation. You do. But we was trying to do it for the child, trying to please someone else. But you have to be careful with that.
But I definitely, especially when we seen people like Kanye get the type of contracts he got, I think a lot of people from a business aspect is like, how much money I can make in this situation. It's not really about let me make somebody feel less than. Because the one thing that you would hate from a business point of view, you put a whole bunch of money in something that you don't get your money back out of.
You know what? I don't know if it's a game or if it's real, but both those women that we're talking about, Tamar and Nene, neither one of them come off very cooperative. I don't know if it's just for clicks and views or what, but neither one come off very cooperative. So it would be hard probably to propel them to a very high level because they probably would be very hard to work with.
Lauren says, if we're being honest, people watch what they want to watch, and the companies are going to advertise where there's more opportunity to exposure. I mean, they have a bigger audience. I don't know why it's so complicated. There are more white people than black people.
Yep.
That's just.
I just believe, Eric, you should take up her argument. You'd be like, hey, I do YouTube just like everybody else. Why I'm not getting paid like the people who's getting 100 million views? I think they need to cut you the check, Aaron, because you work hard. No, Aaron be doing 15-hour shifts, and they only do 2-hour shifts. There's no reason that they should be getting paid more than you, Aaron. We're going to take her approach. Let's see if it works.
That's exactly right, Aaron. They know when you're working too. So
see, they think it's all this racial components involved, right? And when you have to remove the racial component and then make decisions based upon that, what then do people say? That's what I want to get past. I'm not going to even argue that it's not racial. Fine. But let's take that out of the equation. What other elements can you argue besides that? And then what I notice is that it tends to only want to stay up on race. And that's what I have the biggest argument, because when we having these conversations, this is what happened. Black men are the only ones that talk about their women these ways and all these things when it comes to racial things, right? Here, you know what? I wasn't going to even do this because I was trying to avoid it, but I'm gonna just play for some of the things that I listen to that I could use for these conversations that we're having. And so I'm going to give you one of them. I'm just going to give you one of them, right? I want you guys to listen to this young lady, right? I just want you guys, and let me tell you, if the language sounds similar, that it's not just what black people go through, right? Let me know if it sounds a little similar, okay?
I think Asian boys get a lot more applause for dating outside of their culture, but Asian girls are not. There's this whole narrative that, oh, Asian girls are always with like white boys and they're getting colonized and it's because of their internalized racism, and there's this whole narrative that just goes down a really deep hole, and I think it's super damaging. I don't love that very much. I think
More, you say? More? I have more.
I think this idea that we try to shame people for the decision they make is completely crazy. Like she was saying, like it's almost like we're trying to pull somebody back. Like if I make it shameful, they won't do it. People are gonna do what they want to do, so let them do it. It do sound the same.
The language sounds quite similar, don't you see? Just a tad bit similar, lad. Don't you see? Just a tad bit. Arnold, hey, shout out to Arnold. Sorry that they came at you like that on the Fight Club, brother. Black women act like they don't know and understand economics and demographics. Our influence on the U.S. culture is outsized compared to our population. We are only 13% of the population, but influence most of the pop culture. That's actually very well stated. They don't understand that. And then also, we navigate other spaces more than they navigate ours, in the sense of we're more willing to patronize their business than they're actually willing to come to ours. And we can't uphold that other end of the bargain for whatever reason. Shout out to Lauren. She says, if they don't want to pay you your worth, move around, but don't talk down on other women who are getting what they negotiated. We are not the same, just like the men and the women are not the same. And that was the key I was looking for. A shout out to them. Negotiated. They signed the contracts, didn't they? You signed the contract for what is it called? Braxton Family Views, right? You signed the contract for that, didn't you?
Yeah, values. Yes, she did.
You actually determine your value. See, this is the part that especially women that want to go off on. This is the part that they don't want to accept and understand. When you sign that contract, like we tell the black players in the NFL that won't just stop playing so that they can make these white people give them a football team, right? Like we tell them, y'all sign these contracts. You determine your value when they say, hey, do you want to do this or not? So I hate to tell you this, it's just not a racial thing. This is a business thing, and they're better at business than you. And I think that's hurting people's hearts.
Yeah. Because then they get cut, and then what? Then nothing. And Kim has just switched to another network and still doing the same thing over and over again. So, there it goes. maybe black women don't understand.
I think when we're talking about, they like to attack black men because we rationalize things, right? Because I don't make the first leap to be about a racial component, right? I look at the business aspect of it. Okay, we understand there's metrics that have to come into play. We understand audience, we understand advertising, we understand relationships as well. But we also understand creation, creativity, all these things. If you created Braxton Family Views, right? Then how come you don't have $100 million if that's what it was worth? Why if it's so good, and I'm not saying it's not, right? Why if it's so good that you couldn't advertise without paying for it? Why didn't you say, yo, if you take our idea, we should be able to advertise while we're on TV? Why weren't you able to do that? These are the arguments we get in when women say men are making 89 cents. We're making 89 cents on the dollar that men are making. I'm like, well, you negotiate the contract. You decide what you want. No, it's the lack of not knowing is where the argument. Well, we didn't know we could get more money. So it gets extremely frustrating. And then when the racial part gets involved, I think everybody deals with this so-called white supremacy. I just played you a nice little that looked like a Chinese girl to me, right? Maybe she was Korean. I don't really look too deep, but she kind of expressed this colonization, this internalized race. It seems like they deal with it too. Interesting. And it seemed like we the only ones that blast they be blasting their women. Are we, huh? Are we?
Let's get another video. I want to see, because I believe that anytime you asking somebody to cut the check, you have the right to say how much the check is, or you do not offer your service. This idea that you was forced. See, the problem when she was negotiating, the problem is when she found out what Kim got. She's like, what, they got that? Oh man, I could have got more. Nah, maybe you should have got Kim Lawyer. Kim Lawyer might could have got you some more.
So did they ever work for the same people? I didn't know that. So how can we compare it though? I mean, how can you compare what Kim got over at entertainment, wherever she was, compared to what the Atlanta Housewives were doing? Because I heard that franchise, they said they weren't even making any money that first year. I think they said it took them 3 years for they even made money.
Yeah, because they was loyal. They didn't try to go for the person who can offer them the most. They try to stay loyal to the culture, to the people who's good.
I think they were waiting to see if it was going to be something that people wanted. See if people would pay for. I mean, if they could get the advertisement or, all the people involved that could make the money. I think that's what the Housewives was doing. The Kardashians, I'm not sure what they were doing, but they were totally separate. It's a totally separate group. Now, if the Kardashians or if the Atlanta Housewives would have went over there to where the Kardashians are, then they could have maybe compared it. But isn't it something we always do is kind of complain? Because isn't it the same thing with the Netflix specials? What was the young lady? Was it Monique or one of them? Was it Netflix that she complained about? Some were making 500,000 and others were making millions or something like that.
Hold on. Let's put the whole story out there. She complained about it and then did a special. She told all us not to work with Netflix. And guess what? The producer called and she came and said, I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have said, I don't know if you ever seen some highlights from it.
Mm-mm.
He said, the reason that I was this way is because I was in special ed. And I didn't know no better, master.
Now, they talk about these beauty standards, right? And they say it affects men too. You know what I don't notice? Men speaking about how it affects the men. Right, like this whole colorism and things like that, which is part of the beauty standard. They say it has an impact. Dark-skinned men, light-skinned men, but the men don't ever discuss it, right? We don't ever sit there and discuss how this puts us at a disadvantage. I don't have you get a few guys that might say, well, this is how you. I don't see it as prevalent as you hear women discussing this stuff. They look at it more of an impediment than we do.
But I think what people don't realize, they was actors on a TV show, The Real House. You can't take the Kardashians out of the Kardashians and put somebody else. What we see in The Real Housewives, they removed them out and they put other people in. So it tells them that they was just actors. They wasn't ownership. You can't remove the Kardashians and put the Williams. It's not going to make sense. So that they actually branded themselves versus one actually was actors. And I think that's what we're not really talking about.
Yeah. I just think that it's a common thing. Like, I'm going to show you this one video where she talked about the beauty standards just for dealing with what they deal with in their culture. And then I'm going to play this other video for you just because they asked for it. They want to have these.
How to deal with body and face image, especially if I don't seem to fit Korean beauty standards. I feel like I don't even look Korean. Like, I watch a lot of Korean TV and like a lot of beauty standards are just so unrealistic. I highly suggest that if you have any like Korean celebrities that you look up to, idolize, or like want to look like, look for their high school graduation pictures. Look at them before surgery. Plastic surgery is normalized. Like, I have cousins that for their 16th birthday get nose jobs, get eyelid surgery. A lot of it is just unattainable. Even my fucking mom, like at home, like she'll look at me and tell me like I'm fat. My grandparents do that all the time. Even when I lose weight, they say the same exact thing every single time when I meet them. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and my grandma's overweight too. So I'm like, bro. Yeah.
Throwing shots at Granny?
I love you, grandma. I'm sorry.
You just fat.
I'm kidding. I don't think she's overweight, but she is a little bit on the bigger side.
She's trying to save herself. She ain't overweight. She's kind of big.
She is on the bigger side.
Did you say they hate brown people out there?
They do hate brown people.
It's
Weird if you're Asian like me. I get dirty looks when I go because I'm Korean and I'm dark.
Is that still like kind of taught?
It's not taught, but it's like more like traditional value of like in East Asian cultures. A lot of times, like having white skin is considered the paler you are, the more beautiful, the more rich you are, because that meant that you're not working out in the fields, so you're not getting dark.
I'd be worshipped out there then.
How to deal?
Language sounds quite similar, huh, Eda Man?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think colorism is something that I have always been, and I think that it's never going away. Like this idea that light-skinned people look different from dark-skinned people. Rednecks are look different from blue collars. Blue collars look different from white collars. It is classes. What we have to do is just learn how to adapt. But in the Asian culture, that is a big thing. Like if you're darker skinned, you consider less of an Asian than if you're whiter skin. That's a big thing.
What? You mean they deal with colorism and lighter and darker skin tones, and they already light is light? You mean if you don't look like snow dropping from the sky, You mean people don't rock with you? No, no
They talk
way.
about you.
Yeah. So
So now we dealing with the colorism, the colonization, all this type of stuff. Now let's deal with we the only people that talk about our own people in public, right? Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that as well. Because Either man, I bring the receipts. Either man, it's me, baby. It's me. I bring the receipts because I be tired of y'all. And I got these stuff in the cuts because I be prepared. Ladies, when y'all say these things, just know I don't respond to everything because I'm running the show here. But if y'all want the smoke, if y'all want these problems, y'all can get them. If y'all want the smoke, y'all can get them. And I'll show you how. Listen to this here.
Yo, who dresses better? Brown guys, white guys, yellow guys, or black guys?
Black guys.
Wait, why?
Because they have melanin. Someone has a fetish. Brown guys are ugly. So.
Brown guys are ugly.
Yeah, no hate. So you can clear the example.
Huh. Now, I could be wrong, but it sounds like that microphone said TV, and she said her own people, brown guys are ugly. Now, that seems like it's in public, known thing. Other groups of people are doing these things. So let me explain to y'all when y'all make these complaints that we the only ones doing this, you're not looking. Because I do research and I'm not so fixated on only dealing with black people problems and issues. I deal with male problems, female problems, human problem issues. I'm able to find this stuff all the time. It's not a problem for me. They are looking to ways to weaponize black men and say, we y'all the only ones that do these things. No, just go looking. And I'm doing even more extensive research for more of these conversations to let y'all know it ain't going to work. It's not going to work. I hate to tell y'all, but this is not a black people problem. This is all over the world, and black men are not the ones that are doing this. We're some isolated type of people that do this stuff. I hate to tell you, it's not true. But like Lee said, we up. Yeah, they love us all over the globe. We win everywhere, and I think that's what hurts. Maybe not hurt you, security boss, but it hurt.
Oh, no, I don't know.
So I do want to ask you a question before you go to your next video, right? Because I didn't get a chance to ask you earlier. So do you believe that General Motors should play this game and give the raise? Aaron?
Yeah, I think they already have a raise. Kira says that's a lie. Kira, come on the show and tell me what we lying about, Kira. Go ahead and hit the link. The link is pinned. Go ahead and tell me why we a lie. Go ahead, Kira, because I'm not about to keep going back and forth with the comment section. You don't have to hit the link. I'm just going to ignore you. Do I think General Motors should cave? Yes. They should give in to certain demands because, one, we all know how this economic cycle works. We run up the inflation, and then we give y'all a fake raise. So, yeah, we going to give y'all the raise to make y'all think y'all doing something. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to acquiesce to the 32-hour work week. That's out. I think that's kind of big. But I hope that it actually does work because then it would start a precedent in a lot of places and could affect other industries. I'm just watching how it play out. But I don't think they should cave in and give them the money because I think long-term it'll hurt them because we don't know how good their business will be competing against Tesla and the top other car companies in the future if they don't conserve as much as money and control as possible to defend in the future. And I think a lot of people don't understand that's what business have to do. We have to defend in the future. So
what we're saying is, 32-hour work week, we saying that we should only be working about 6.5 hours. So 6 hours a day.
Or just 4 days, 8 hours, and then get paid for that 5th day.
And I don't know if it's nationwide, but you may be cutting into at that point benefits. Because I don't know what the requirement is. I think the requirement is right at 32.
Considered full time. I think
right at 32. So if they can figure out a way, they could save a lot of money. If they put them right below that.
I think it's not wise because I think it comes down to at what point do we feel that people should? Because what I'm learning is when people not work, that's when more problems come. Working is actually good. During the pandemic, we saw a whole bunch of foolishness because people had a whole bunch of time. I'm just thinking for society, working 5 days a week, giving you 2 days and a half a day, half on Friday might be better than just letting people do whatever they want. And then why I feel like we should take it away from the government. If I want to work, 60 hours, 100 hours a week, why can't I? I should be able to choose that myself.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm all about people being in control of their own destiny. They think that they're helping themselves by, and see, I don't know what they think is going to worse. If you think men ain't going to make less money by telling them, hey, I want you at home more, you only have to work 4 hours a week, and now they're going to be at home more and you have less money. They keep finding ways to separate families, right? Because they keep incentivizing less work, less money, and people don't recognize it. They don't recognize it. I look at it as an opportunity to work even more, but
I just look at it the way that I think it's healthy. I know some people don't believe this, but I believe it's healthy for men to separate from their wives and come back at the end of the day. I know that sounds crazy, but it was times when I wasn't working and me and my wife was in the same house. It was just I felt like I was at a point where I was micromanaging how she was washing dishes, and I didn't know how to do it because I was at a point that I was so used to leading and directing people in the sales world, because that's what I did throughout the day. Was I was telling people how to be effectively at their job. So what I have learned, even when I became my own business, me leaving the house, creating that I miss you feeling is something that's healthy for relationships. And some people ain't got that. Now, it's some people different. Some people, they can stay up under each other all day and they just lovey-dovey, and that's what it is. But I just think it's healthy for us to miss each other a little bit. Like it's purposely like we will leave the house and we won't text each other for 45 hours. And it's a different, when we get home, we got conversations. It's like, let me tell you about my day. And it's something that's fulfilling in my relationship, and that might not be for everybody. But separating and coming back does give us it's just different in my house.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. E. I think their separation is cool. I think there are some people that work together, like their wife and husband, they work in the same business. And if it makes sense, it makes sense. But I do think still in that time that they're separated. The guys still have to go out to this, that. Yeah. And so there's still a separation that exists. So I'm with you, E, on that. I'm with you on that.
Well, we work, my husband and I work together, but it's when we're working, we're not together, but we're still together, meaning we could be in our office and he could be in his office and I can be in mine, and we're working all day and we only address each other when necessary. So it's like we're together, but we're not together. So that was funny when you said that you micromanaging how she's washing dishes. That means you're really not working. You're just at home.
Well, so what I was saying is that, so say for example, I don't know about other husbands, but I got this honey-do list, right? And it's about 38 pages long, right? And it adds there, right? So the reason I've been MIA because my wife had me out there building the shed. So we built the new shed, right? So I got this long list. And if I'm home, even though I'm in my office, it'd be like, hey, hey, this sink's supposed to got fixed like 2 weeks ago. I just think it's better to leave.
In that case, I see what you're saying, but I got you now. Yeah, that's not right.
So no, but it's to each his own. Because like I said, me and my wife, we don't be in the same house and not talk to each other. Like I'm usually and I'm extra. I'm be honest. Like I be wanting to rub on her booty. I'll be wanting to do all that stuff because I am really attracted to my wife. Now I get some people might not be attracted to their spouse, but I'm really attracted to her. So what I do is I'm doing extra stuff while she trying to do stuff.
Man.
So to me, it's just better for me to go out, and I accomplish more outside the house. Like even though I run my own business, I go like in 4 hours of me outside the house, I do like 10 hours worth of work versus me being at home. It's just like I just don't do it. Like even my kids, like when I'm home, my kids like this is my time to get your undivided attention. And so it's just better for me to leave. And I like, when I come home, my kids be cheering. They be like, oh, daddy's home. We get to do this, that, and the third. So I like that feeling. And maybe it's just my ego. Because Aaron said I got a crazy ego. It might just be like I want my ego stroked on a daily basis.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I think separation is better. I just think I just think this is my personal opinion because I'm with you on E. You could get distracted. I think when women look at a man that's not giving them no attention, they just look at him like, and if you constantly in their face for them to visually see you, they just. And so I just think get out of their face. You get away from them. You go be productive outside of their vision. And I think it's beneficial. And if you get, I don't know, maybe you get older and older, you stop that as much, but I get out of their face because what I've noticed is that if a woman can see you visually and if she don't see you typing hell fast and doing a million things, she like, why you ain't doing something I want you to do? She in her head thinking about stuff like that. So get up out of there. Get out the house. Stop playing PS5 all day unless you're making a lot of money playing PS5. In that case, keep playing PS5. But I just think visually, just stay out of people's vision. We're visual people. Women don't get docked at a lot. They see you. They be watching you. And women pay way more attention to you than you do to them. So they be watching every little thing you do. So get up out that vision. Get up out that vision. But they said they want another video of other people and their experiences that don't necessarily look like us. We got
segregation.
What does that mean?
I feel
What do
like
you mean by that?
Latinos are very picky about who they embrace or how they embrace. Puerto Ricans, and I'm sure other cultures experience the same thing. If you're too light, you're not Puerto Rican enough.
I hear that all the time.
I
literally hear that all the time.
I remember meeting my cousins in Puerto Rico. Obviously, they speak heavy Spanish, and I'm white as milk. And y esa gringa, who's this? I don't know who you are. Oh, you're my cousin? Huh? You know, it's a real thing. And that's rooted in like history. You know what I'm saying? Like this is nothing new. And I'm sure that's in a lot of cultures.
Aaron, you are making your point. You are making your point.
It's in a lot of cultures.
Sounds like all of them.
I don't think it's nowhere in the world you can't go and find that.
They not looking for it. E. This is what I'm trying to tell you. A little bit of research. Well, you will. Because I'm not just fixated. I got a ton of people that I follow and I look and I go, that sound like something I hear all the time. And it's just people not looking for the issues that other people are having because we think our issues are more prevalent and more important than theirs. That most of us are experiencing the same exact things, but they've turned everybody against each other and people keep falling for it. That's all it is. People keep falling for it. And ultimately what they want, let me tell you what, when I hear this is where it's getting to, because I know y'all been paying attention to what the Queen Maker. Her popularity is on the uptick and it's only going to increase. Let me be very, very clear. She's going to blow up, okay? Unless she makes a fatal mistake, right? The fatal mistake would be that she keeps debating people. That she keeps trying to have conversations with people. She's going to make a fatal mistake, because I went back and watched some videos that she was in and where she totally contradicts herself multiple times. And I'm not going to clip it, or I might review it just to show people that it's very easy to diffuse what she's doing. However, there is a space for her, and because they're looking for whatever men do, they're looking for the equivalent of a woman to do it. She's decided to take on that role. And people have to decide whether or not they understand it or agree to what she's doing, but she's going to rise in popularity. It's just something that I'm noticing, but she's making a huge strategic mistake if she thinks keep having conversations that will undermine her message. But man, I'm telling you, if you watch her audience, she has got them on point. She got them on point. I'll tell you all that now.
The problem with her audience is they're repeating her, but they don't understand. They don't understand what they're saying. I was looking at you, and what was that chick name who came up here?
Talk about Ty. Shout out to Ty.
Yeah. See, Ty's biggest problem is that she wasn't willing to stand on her points against Rob B. She was only willing to debate the men. When Rob B said the exact same thing, she was willing to accept it. So it showed the Queen Maker followers they have a problem with men. They don't actually have a problem with issues, because she said she want to have a whole bunch of women. She wanted to be a man. She wanted to have a whole bunch of women living communally in her house, and she wanted to use them. But it's a problem when men want to use women, but it's okay for women to use women. And so
it's okay for a female pimp, but bad for a male pimp?
That's exactly what she said. She said that the difference is the female pimp is being honest, and the male pimp have to manipulate them and lie. And then we asked the question. Well, I wasn't there. Aaron asked the question. Well, what if he's truthful? And she said men are incapable of telling the truth because it's just their nature to lie. And I said, what we realize is that she got a problem with men, have nothing to do with the actual issues that the Queen Maker was actually stating.
But isn't a pimp degrading to women, period? Whether it's a woman or a man? I mean, wouldn't they call it a madam? Same difference?
Kind of depends.
No, they said depends because the woman understands the struggle. She might have been a hoe one day. Like she might have had the struggle of understanding the pain of being a woman. So she feel her difference. Like it's BS. She just like she said, I was already having these feelings. I just needed a person to come over and justify how I was feeling. And that's exactly what happened.
So she's actually playing to the negative experiences that women have.
Yep.
Or have had.
Well, she said based on her experience, she ain't had no daddy. Her daddy wasn't nothing. And all the men that she done chose was all bad. So just by the 5 people she dated, that means all of us in the United States is bad. Because she chose bad, that means there's no good ones left. Because it's our nature.
Who said that?
Ty.
Ty said that. Okay.
So Ty said when she went to go see the Queen Maker, the reason she want women and she want to be with women is because women are capable of doing more than men because they use both sides of their brains, and men only use one side of their brains.
That was crazy to me.
And then we asked a simple question. I put a question in the chat. I said, hey, so if you've been with all these women, why is your relationships ain't working? Because she having the same problem with women that she was having with men. So I'll try to figure out if both of y'all, and the best thing that Aaron asked her was she said, hey, both of y'all are divine. Y'all are the chosen few for God. Why when y'all two get together, it doesn't work? And what we realize is she have a people problem because she's the common denomination in all of these situations.
Thank you.
So she needs to go get some therapy, some real help.
She said she got therapy because see, Aaron was giving her all the solution. I watched the show. It's not too many shows that I watch from beginning to end, and this is one that I watch, and I recall information really
Well,
good.
you know, women often talk about the different traumas that they have, and I think a lot of them do need therapy, but they also need to come to reality and know that there are some good men in the world, especially when you have women that will tell you that there are good women in the world. Good men in the world. I mean, that's just how it is.
She said she don't know. She don't know no woman would know. She said she believe all y'all women are liars. Y'all lying. Because then she turned on y'all women. She said, yeah, the married women lied to her. They ain't really happy. They ain't happy.
Well, I've heard that from men. I've heard that from other people. I've heard that from men too, that married
people
people
like
are not
y'all
really.
married women just gotta try to impress them for no reason.
Yeah,
because y'all want to convince them to get into a miserable situation. And she was engaged. No, we can't miss the point. She was engaged. She had a man. She had everything, this, that, and third, and she secretly just wanted women. She wanted women.
Okay,
it was sad. It was really sad.
But the counter to it, unfortunately, is going to be down a path where we have to display women being just as evil. And that's the problem, where it's not going to be fun because, you know, I got tons of video. Apparently, mothers leaving their children in washing machines.
And freezers, taking the head off, deleting them and putting them in freezers and all that.
Preschool, like all this stuff. I would have to bring all this to the light and pound it over their head like, do you understand it? But the problem is I don't want to have to do that because I don't want to show that it's the equivalency of both just having opportunity to do evil things. Doesn't matter the sex of it. Her argument is going to be very, very strong because she keeps telling her audience, or her audience keeps saying she uses science, right? I don't know who was in the chat talking about she uses science to prove everything. Okay, what is the science on women? It does the science say that women are not predators? Does the science say that women are not manipulative? And I don't think the science will tell you that. So the science that she says it could be true, but why is she not examining the women? You see what I'm saying? Like all she's doing that. When I got her to the point, shout out to Ty. I'm a nice guy. When I got to the point of talking about lions, because she wanted to discuss the lion being a predator, she put her own foot in her mouth because there's a female lion that goes out and preys on people, preys on other animals, destroys them. So now look, Keisha says she actually does. You know what, Keisha? Then send me the video. Send me the video you want me to review, right? That where she actually talks about how women are not predators, women are not manipulative, because the information that we got from Ty is that the men are these ways, the women are communal.
And what about the part about that men don't have the ability to love?
Yeah, I haven't read.
What about the part where she says that women are naturally leaders and should be giving the men commands? What about that part? Naturally. What? Oh God. And that's science driven also. Come on. Anyway.
But when you was reviewing the Queen Maker video, you know what she said? That tells me that she was great at sales. Go buy my book. Oh, go buy my course. See, what it is you just don't know until you read this book on the real nature of men. But you know something?
She's filling a lane. Like she fills a lane, and that's what I've been watching, right? Because she fills a lane that exists because of other things that exist. I'm like, okay, so I see why she has a value there to people, right? Because if you say you 35 and over and you would hit the wall, and she finds somebody that's 35 and hit the wall, and she says the things that counter what men say, that's their leader. Like that's all I've been noticing. It's just strategy.
But that's monetizing pain. I mean, women have gone through some traumatic things, obviously. Yeah. So
but the thing is, if I go to a therapist, right, we want solutions, and maybe a therapist might give you solutions, right? But they still charge you. So I can't argue with her for charging for her doing extensive research, going to college, studying things, identifying male's nature that y'all can't do. Apparently, what women say we don't understand, and she's done it for y'all. I can't be mad at her for monetizing it if she's done the work. I can't be mad at her for doing that, because if a therapist goes to school to study behavior, and they realize you're normally in pain when you come to see them, right? They charge you for it. You're not normally coming to see them when you're not hurt or you're not going through something. So, I mean, just objectively, if I have to think about it fairly, I can't be mad at that. But two things can be true. She could be monetizing pain.
But is she giving them solutions, or is she blaming someone for the pain?
So partly true. So she is giving a solution. It just may not. So like I said, the straight woman was like, I like men's. And she was like, no, baby, you can't have men's. They're not capable of doing what you need.
Oh, wow.
So she does give some solutions. And I find her to be a little interesting. I don't know if that makes her right or not, but I find her to be interesting. And so I'm listening to little things here and there, right? And that's why I end up catching some of the interviews where I'm like, oh, sure, she does basically say things and actually do the opposite, or say she doesn't do something and contradict herself a lot.
Oh, let's go into detail. I got you, Aaron. Listen, she give a solution. Leave men alone, and women need to get with women, right? And then at the end of her show, for the last 20 minutes, she flirted with a man. She still wanted the man attention. But she tell them, your problem is that you need to leave men alone. You need to just get with the women, and us women can do whatever. We can raise the kids. We can do all the things we need to do. But she said, in the grand scheme of things, men are the problem. Men are the only thing that's bad in this world. And if we stop dealing with men, everything good will happen.
But the key thing to her, though, is that she's found an audience that's bigger than just black people, right? Because when you find an audience of women, they say things like this.
World without men. How will you feel? How will you deal with it?
It'll be peaceful.
Peaceful.
Very peaceful. I just feel like when it's only women, there won't be any issues. We are very independent. We don't really fight amongst each other unless it's because of a man. And yeah, I just feel like it'll be very nice.
अच्छा, I'll feel fantastic.
तो मजे
मजा ही मजा बस हमें किसी चीज की शर्म नहीं लगेगी बस there is no boy
नहीं चलेगा
नहीं चलेगा नहीं चलेगा मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड भी गायब हो जाएगा
लोनली
yeah same
मेंस होने चाहिए
होने चाहिए
Now, did you notice that slight difference there? Let me show you. The older women, oh, life will be peaceful. It will be so much better. Go to the younger girls that ain't had no heartbreak or nothing. We be lonely. Did you notice that?
Lonely, yeah.
That's why I let it play out. Notice those two distinctive. So it made me like, look, I'm tired of you women that y'all done been ran through and y'all coming to the no. Give me the one that ain't got all these scars. Because look how I let that play out. Woo, I told you I'm a magician with this, but listen, she has a wide audience, because in life you're going to experience the opportunity to win or lose because life is a game. She does describe that part right. Men know life is a game somewhat. She says women don't have no clue. So she tells a lot of truth in some of the things she says. It's just the added things that she has is the angle that she utilizes. And she's in a position where women want to look up to a woman instead of a man. And if she takes the mantle, they will follow that. And so she has an audience and she's going to grow it. And she's relatively smart. She's finding ways to do things. And I'm just sitting back watching because I'm going to find a way to make this interesting the whole way through.
This is a married woman, or formerly, no, she's still married, right?
Which gives her more, listen, and because I've experienced what these men can do firsthand, I'm the one that can tell you why it's a problem. See, if I never had no experience, y'all wouldn't listen to me. I had to go through these.
Still married though.
Listen, I can be her for her.
She's not a divorce. She's not divorced. She's married to a man currently.
Well, here's what I need to see from her. And I'm going to just tell you the truth. And it's going to be a little explicit. And I don't normally do this. I need to see her tonguing down a woman on cam like this, my girl. I know. I'm sorry, SB. I normally don't do it. But I need to actually believe she really with a woman. I don't believe it right now. And I'm not.
But I got a question. Why do they believe her, being that she is a married woman? Why do they believe her, period? Because she's married.
Because she's basically in the middle of a divorce. And
for 4 years. She's been in the middle of a divorce for a long time.
And I heard she said her baby's father, her husband, is a good man, a very good man. He was older, but he's a very good man too. So that's a conflicting message, right? Or no?
She's making a lot of mistakes. And if you're listening, the Queen Maker, let me give you some level of advice from somebody you don't care because you don't listen to men, right? Which I'd argue with that again. Don't let this newfound clout and leadership that you have go to your head because you're getting a little cocky with your strategy.
You mean power?
Yeah. She's getting a little cocky with her strategy. She's like, dang, like these women almost believe anything I say. I can cough and they be like, woo, the guy has coughed. So sometimes people have to understand that be careful that you get a little too full of yourself and that your audience will get turned off. And so what you're doing right now is really well. You got Keisha saying, don't worry about my personal life. This ain't personal, baby. This ain't personal. I'm here to talk about the science of males and females. And like, listen, let her sell whatever to y'all. I have no problem with it.
I do believe if a world without men, though, we will see the women that are true predators their nature will come out.
Why are you not seeing it right now?
I think we do see it. I think we do see it, but it's compared to men.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So since it's compared to us, it's like, she's a predator, but it's not as bad as that man that's a predator. But compared to if it wasn't, we was nothing to compare to, that'd be the worst.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be just watching from the clouds. I think. Look. I think she's interesting. I think she knows. Like, if I wanted to play a counter role to something, like let's just be honest. I mean, because Taz was talking about how like she's part of this. She kind of copying what Sin G's strategy was in a lot of ways, and I see a lot of it there, based on what I was heard what Sin G does. Because I never watched any of what Sin G did except for that one debate she had. But at what they say, she kind of talks about the negativity about the boys and sons and stuff like that, and you know, this male nature. And she's probably studied her, and then she's reformatting to go, let me see how I can make this work for me. It's literally an already strategy that exists. So
But I think the difference is Shin-Ji was still saying that it was good men out there because she had a husband, right? Like she was still saying that it's somebody's there. She's saying that it's not nobody. Let's completely abandon them. And I think that's why her followers.
Now, is this all men or just black men?
No. She doesn't talk about race. Like she don't deal with race is what she said. Those are her own words, right?
So
She look at male and female. Yes.
So all men are no good, and all women
They're
are
incapable of love. 99% of them.
And all women are having the same issues that she has been presented with.
Because they grew up in a patriarchy without the right understanding of what women are supposed to be and who they truly are. And she's going to help you find the light of your true divine feminine.
And Aaron, you're proving today that all women are complaining in all races.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she hasn't got to them yet. Her message got to get around to them to wake them up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her message is gonna get around to wake them up. I got people in the chat. They part of her club or whatever the case is. They part of that. Yeah. So interesting enough. Interesting. Look, I might need to get some consultation about how she uses these strategies to get all these people to support. Now, she's convinced them so much that the stuff that she's saying is science. But she's like, I back it up with science. Okay.
And she quote men most of the time. Let me quote what this man said.
But she strategized for that. It's a perfect strategy because y'all only listen to other men. So she uses men to make her point. That's actually a good point. It's actually a good way to if you can't find women who do it because they live in a patriarchy, y'all won't let them. Y'all just take a woman's idea anyway and say it's yours because you're men. Right, that's a perfect way because women have been marginalized, so that's a prey on that thought. And y'all only listen to men, so why would I dare get a woman that's in that field for what? And I only get a woman when it's time to show how much women are smarter than men and say this woman did this, bro. Just listen, she gonna make a lot of money, a whole lot of money. That's all I'm gonna say. She gonna be rich.
And then women are gonna be going with each other. They're all gonna be lesbians. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not gonna happen. Now, Omega Dress says, in my personal opinion, all humans are good pending before evil is an option. I think you're saying people are born neutral. I think genetics, quick temperaments, things like that play a level of influence there. Tia Marie says, how much does it cost to make a queen? $45 to buy the book. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. Lauren says both things can be true to a degree. You can acknowledge the signs and still be straight. She loses me there. No, because men are not capable of giving you love. Are women's prisons peaceful? That is a phenomenal question. The only reason it's not peaceful, O'Shea, is that women don't know their true purpose yet. And so once she wakes them up, she will turn it into a peaceful prison. Y'all got to pay attention. She is going to wake the women up.
Hey, CBN, how are you?
I'm trying to figure out this whole conversation. Forgive me here, no back of my blanket over here, but after hearing Aaron, I kind of lose my mind in the sense of what they're saying. But you sound like a lunatic on the docs.
No, not to me.
I'm saying that I don't go based on emotion, based on logic, and hearing their argument. It's not like someone that came up from the psych ward with some stupid logic behind it and say it's backed by science. What science is she referring to?
She has scientists on the show.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's a difference between believing crazy stuff and selling crazy stuff. I think she's selling. I don't think she believes half of the stuff she said. I think she's just selling it to her audience.
I believe she does believe some of it to a certain degree. Like I said, are men predators? Can we determine yes or no if there are or not? Can we determine that?
Are they?
I think some men would be considered predators. She's what she's doing is taking things that are real, There are some things that are very, very real and have happened. And she's making that fit every man there is. And if you've experienced that, or if that's fresh and new in your life, or you know someone, like a woman experienced that, then she's going to be able to, pull from that experience and say, you know what, that happened. That's true. Oh, they don't know how. And that's what she's going to.
Well, Keisha says we haven't attacked any of her talking points. Well, Keisha, once you come up, I try to talk to Ty to find out some of her points. You saw how that show went. I'm pretty sure you thought she did a phenomenal job at the last minute, right? Keisha, you can come up here and tell us some of the points that you want us to deal with, and we'll deal with it for you live right now for you, Keisha. Tell us the point in which you agree with her that we're not choosing to attack or separate. And like I said, a lot of the stuff she says, I think are true. Now, Keisha, are you going to stop dealing with men?
So let me make this one point, Keisha. This is one point that we all should remember, and this depends on your belief system. It's not about science. God created man first. He gave him dominion over all things. He made women afterwards. Men lived alone here without women for a time. He created woman from man. Just that simple, as a helpmate. That is not science. That's real. So from there, so to tell a woman that she's here to command a man, tell him what to do, then she's supposed to be the leader. She's made to be the leader. That is incorrect information. Now, if you don't believe that, then I can understand where you are. But if you believe the Bible and your creation, then you know that men were created to lead. Men were created to have dominion over all things.
He made woman first, is what she said.
Okay, so then she don't believe.
Like I said, it's interesting.
Listen, let me say this to you, Keisha. You may think that she's smarter than me, but guess what? Me, her, and whoever else, Cynthia G included, we can lay everything on the table, and neither one of those women can compare to me. And I bet you that. Dollar for dollar, time for time, whatever you got, we can lay it all out, and neither one of them. Don't compare.
Can you repeat that last statement again? That went over my head.
Don't compare.
Came first.
Listen, I don't argue with certain points that are not beneficial, right? You guys are very, very strategic in the way you engage in certain conversations. If she believes that's not true, then that's not something you want to engage in. You have to pick and choose which angle
you want to believe.
Yeah. So I don't know what's interesting. I'm trying to get her and Trigger Mike to do a one-on-one.
So going back to Keisha, so guess what? That's what you need to determine. Both those women, we can lay our lives out completely, however you want to do it. And neither one of those women their lives cannot compare to mine. Cannot. So if you really want to watch who you following, which is okay with me, you can do whatever you like. You need to check out the receipts, like Aaron said, and the results. And it all depends, I guess, on what you want to be. If you want to be a lesbian or a stud, okay. But, other than that, we can lay it out. I can prove to you.
We know Cynthia G broke.
Hey, chill. I don't know if Cynthia G is broke. I don't know that.
That lawsuit said otherwise.
You ain't no good. You ain't no good. Don't do Cynthia G like that.
I'm giving y'all, I'm telling you the truth. You can do what you want. I'm telling you how easy it can be.
Yeah. Go. Yeah,
I
go
would
ahead.
have stayed longer, but my grandkid to get my attention. But I would like to enjoy the conversation a little later another time. But what you just told me a while ago, I got to go back and analyze that statement because my brain is like, what the hell? Other than that, SBU, Either Man, good to see you again. Aaron O.
Pleasure, brother.
PhD, but that must have been what you used to do. Well, probably not. I don't know how many people would actually go for that.
Y'all like fighting with the chat. I keep trying to tell y'all that
but y'all look, on the other hand, y'all saying how cooperative women are, and you see these sisterhoods. See, when you don't want to be a part of it because you see that they're not winning, this is what they do. So this is obvious that what Queen Maker is doing is not working, and it won't work because women are going to stay underneath men. They're going to stay underneath men, and they're not going to ever know their value because they are just hard-headed It's from the beginning. It happened in the garden. They're not going to get it until they do get it. And it may be too late for some of them. Because see, that's why they don't like the women that are not a part of the sisterhood. So the sisterhood can continue to follow Cynthia G, and they can continue to follow Queenmaker, and they're going to be ruined. And if you haven't seen it yet, keep trolling in the comment section, hiding your face, being single, and laying up under men that don't want you. And guess what? Guess what? Oh, mammy, I was told the other day by somebody else, a mammy is something else. So I'm quite confused. But guess what? I know I'm winning. That's the thing, Sugar Bomb. I'm winning, and you're still hiding behind an avatar with a woman with pink hair, yellow hair, green hair, and blue hair.
Y'all guys, y'all gotta stop arguing with Sugar Bomb. Sir James Brown said, funny thing about YouTube is anyone can be a fake expert. Well, it is YouTube, and this is why you guys gotta be careful. But listen, this is my point, y'all. She has a major audience, and
that
it's
don't
only
mean nothing. Aaron, look who's following her.
I don't disagree with that.
Guess what else I realized?
Married women
don't support her. They just sit there and listen. They don't support her. They sit up there and they give her. Listen, I'm gonna get real petty right now. They sit up there and they give her $1.99 super chat, stuff like that. These women don't support none. Sisterhood ain't hitting on nothing. If we ain't figured that out yet, they're not. They'll dump their sister quick, just like Eda Man said in the very beginning. I think it was you, Eda Man. As soon as the feminists find out that the woman has left her husband, she'll be trying to go for him. That is sisterhood, and that's what they will do. So you got to be better than that. And men, if y'all want somebody that's claiming they're part of the sisterhood, I ain't gonna even tell you what y'all need to do.
And if the sisterhood was so strong, this reality TV show would be getting paid, man.
I just told you they don't support. She
hasn't reached that big of an audience yet.
No, I'm going back to Nene. I'm going back to the Atlanta Housewives and all.
Oh no. The only thing that confuses me about the women is that you're a straight woman. She has no solutions for straight women. That's the only part. If you're a straight woman, are you just trying to learn the so-called male nature? How does that benefit you if she's the one that's teaching you and she can't give you a solution for the straight relationship, right? You see what I'm saying? Like if you're saying you go to her to learn because she had to gain the insight, she back everything up with science. So even though you don't want to be with women, you still want to understand male nature. If that's the case, if you think you can develop a formula that works to be with a man and she's the leader, she's the one y'all going to, how come she can't develop the formula? That's the only part that I don't understand about straight women learning from her. That's the only part.
It's not real. The whole object of the thing is to be against men as though they're winning. Men are winning because even though y'all don't like them, you all will still sleep with them. How retarded is that? Queenmaker ain't told y'all yet not to do that.
Listen, security boss, they all got babies. All of them, Ty got babies.
Guess what, though? If you say something about the babies, they didn't make them by themselves. Obviously not. So you need the man. So stop playing the game, get in line, and get where you're supposed to be and stop playing the game. Don't hate a man because he's a man. Be a better woman. Be a better woman. Follow somebody that's a lesbian. Where you gonna follow? Then she goes on and tells them, we'll be receiving what? Checks? Receiving what? Who's gonna take care of you? These men, these good men that we see today are going to be over in China, Japan, Colombia, wherever else, finding a woman that is willing to work and adapt to them. And these women here that want to be a part of this sisterhood will not have that opportunity to be covered by a man. They will be on their own and they're going to be struggling because just like y'all said earlier coming in, the cost of living is crazy and it's going up.
So Keisha, you could come on a panel. I won't let nobody double team you, attack you. We can have a one-on-one if you want. She says, so it's okay for F and F to learn the true nature of women, but Princella can't do it without men feeling threatened. Men are not feeling threatened is the point that you're missing. If you realize I'm not threatened at all, I'm literally asking a legitimate question, and this is a fair question. If she's telling y'all the true nature of men, she's giving y'all the game, the insight, she's backing it with science, all the good stuff. Y'all going to her because y'all don't know it on your own, and y'all can't figure this out without going to her. For whatever reason, fine. If she doesn't have a solution with all the games she's learned, all the stuff she knows to deal with a man, how can you still be a straight woman and get a solution by learning about male nature? Shouldn't she have been able to develop a strategy to deal with men with all the games she got? Or why are you guys dealing with her? That's the only part I don't understand. If you just want to learn male nature and still deal with men, that's quite confusing. Like, to what capacity? Because she's saying it's not going to work. So that's the part I'm asking about, Keisha.
And when did she realize it? Before or after? Before she got married and had the child, or after when she decided to become a lesbian, or was it all in between?
I would say she needs to pay me. All right, she need to pay me,
Aaron,
because listen, I like what she's doing. She got good business going on. She need to pay me so I can help her strategize better, because she's making a lot of mistakes that if the right person gets a hold of that, they can stop her right in her path. So
Aaron, listen, Aaron, I see what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying, but I'm not mad at women. I'm not saying that you are, but I don't want to see the total destruction of young Black women. They need to understand what she's saying is not the way that they should live their lives. They need to understand that. And if they got this woman influencing them otherwise, it is not good. I don't want that to happen. I want them to see that they need to get some help for their negative experiences, or they need to change themselves and be responsible as an adult and account for what they did so they won't make the same mistakes. But if they keep on giving an excuse as the man's fault, they're going to fall prey to this woman, and she's going to be turning them out. Well, she already turned them out. How about that?
So Keisha wants to argue about who's going to stop F&F then. Keisha, is F&F telling men to not deal with women? Is F&F saying, hey, look here, guys, women are incapable of loving you. They're incapable of this, that. Do not deal with them. Are they telling the same advice? And this is the problem. You're not being honest. If you're a straight woman, all I'm asking you, I'm not saying don't listen to her. I'm asking you, when you go to her and have these conversations, what benefit does it do for you if she's not giving solutions to be with a man? That's the only thing I'm asking you. What are you gaining from that?
Listen, PhD security boss Chris Rock looking ass. PhD, I challenge you to come up right now.
That ain't the real PhD, but don't respond to that. I don't even know.
Whoever it is, whoever. I challenge you to come up right now. Let's see what you got. Come on. It's time for y'all to start putting y'all cards out on the table. Y'all be talking all this junk. And guess what I do? Me being the nice woman, the caring elderly woman that I am, probably the only one that care about y'all. I try to work with you, but it's time out for that. I'm gonna start cutting your heads off just like everybody else does. Bring your mess to the platform. Aaron, is it okay if they cam up?
They can they can cam up, they can hide behind the camera and argue. I make lanes for
no. Listen, no, you need to look. I'm coming over here making some new rules. If you hide, you need to not talk. If you hiding, you can't talk ish. If you're gonna talk your ish, come up to the platform and let it be known. Do what you gotta do.
Listen, security boss, I just want them to answer one question. Okay. Sir James Brown says, how can you take advice from people who haven't been on Earth long enough? Whoopi Rock, shout out to Whoopi Rock. Is she in Denmark? I forgot where she's in. I think she's in Denmark. Real women know their place, and a real man loves and guides his woman as God commanded. And so not men will lose his vision. Yeah, well, and Arnold says, let me know when Keisha sends a super chat. Shout out to Arnold.
It's already been stated. They don't. They just sit up here and troll because they single and miserable, lonely, and they may have experienced a man one time, and it wasn't a good experience. So there you go. How about that? I'm trolling from the platform. How about that? Face here, everything. I'm trolling from the platform. What y'all got? It's Saturday. Come on, bring it.
They got a lot of questions. Misty says, Aaron, do all men cheat? No. Most men
absolutely don't.
Most men do not cheat.
Absolutely don't. Find you a good man, a God-fearing man, a man with some morals, a man that has virtue. Not all men cheat. It's not even about that. Some people are mature enough to know what they got. Some people have values. Some people run from women that throw ish on them or throw their butts at them. Some women hate to see women with those big old non-traditional booties. It's not everybody don't go for that crap.
I love it. Non-traditional booties. I'm gonna start saying
I'm
that.
just listen. My only answer that I want, the only one that I want, is simple. What do you learn from her that benefits you being in a straight relationship? That's the only answer I want to know. Because if she can't tell y'all, hey, if y'all's trying to have a relationship with men, this is how it's gonna work, and this is what works. What the heck you dealing with her for? That's the only question I have, and it seems like that question is being refused to be answered. Okay, Angry Man's in the building says LMFAO security boss got the smoke for these strags.
Yeah, Angry Man. Angry Man, they ain't doing nothing but talking junk from behind an avatar that's probably not theirs. I'm telling them this is Saturday. I done listened to them long enough. They still single. I'm telling them what the best thing is for them. They're gonna say it's not. But guess what? You can stay single and stay. But this today, you're gonna stay quiet. Aaron, can we make up some new rules? You can't talk ish if you can't come and stand behind it. How about that? If you and CC, you know what? Like I told Aaron a long time ago, because he's a younger man too. I lived you all's life, and I know exactly what it's like. We sit here and let y'all pretend that all things are different. Women with 304s and hoes and all that back then too. Men did what they did back then too. Guess what? They were gold diggers and all of that. We didn't have the Instagram, of course, but it was some other stuff that came about. I don't know what y'all thinking. Y'all ain't made nothing. A hoe ain't new. A single mom ain't new. Guess what? What we say? Child welfare started in what? 1964? Stop playing. Y'all ain't doing nothing new. I'm trying to tell y'all how to get what you need, but guess what? You don't even want to become those type of women, because that's what's new. That's what's new and different. They're not making them like me no more. So men, understand that. They're not making them like me no more.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch more of these videos from her so I can understand, because I don't want my audience being mad at me for asking a fair, legitimate question. Okay,
Aaron, they're gonna get mad at you today because I'm here. Cece said, "Why is she here anyway? I can go anywhere you can go."
Yeah,
That's what I support Aaron. Well, when the last time CC sent you a super chat, Aaron?
Oh, there y'all go, starting trouble.
I am going to start trouble today because I'm going to troll from the platform. I'm gonna troll from the platform because that's
I'm
all
just
they
here
do.
to drink water and not cause no trouble.
Well, at least I'll give you something so you can buy you some more water. All they do is want to take and have no example or results for what they're talking about. None.
I just want one of these ladies, Ty's probably watching, to explain to me. Well, Ty's no longer trying to be straight no more, but just whatever straight woman, married woman that support her show. And I'm not saying don't do whatever y'all want. Explain to how it benefits your relationship. That's the only question that I'm asking. How does the information that she tells y'all benefit your straight relationship if she's the leader, the champion, and she don't have a strategy for straight relationships to work? That's the only thing that is so mind-blowing to me, that there are straight women there, married women, etc., that still want to mess with men, but don't understand that what they're doing does not make any sense. Sir James Brown says, some influencers are BS. Looks like anyone can be one these days, and losers believe in it. Security boss is the real deal. Well, man, you already know that, Sir James Brown, but these other people, they ain't figured it out.
Guess what? Being a wife or even being a good woman these days is very exclusive job. It's very exclusive. Not all women will actually accomplish it. And I understand that. So we try to talk to women to give them a little bit so they can become better women. It has nothing to do with nothing else. And I understand that that's what Queen Maker is trying to do. She feeds you this bull by saying, we're trying to want you all to be the best women you can be. But then she sneaks in that part about it depends on the man, or the men ain't got nothing to do with it. The reality of it is a man doesn't have anything to do with you being the best woman you can be. But understand, you can't hold that man accountable for where you at. You fell off the cliff when you gave him your cookies. You did it. All you got to do is say, I enjoyed the sex. He used me, but I'm not going to do it anymore. But guess what you're doing? You won't even say, I'm not doing it anymore. You'll go do it again, and you'll fall off the cliff again. And then you'll blame the next man. So it's on you. It's time to be accountable. I'm with the man now. How about that, ladies? I'm going to draw the line in the sand. I'm with the men. And guess what? I got results.
But watch how amazing this is. A shout out to Time Out says, SB, you got to ignore some of these people. They go from channel to channel trolling, or maybe they're serious. I hope they not serious. Some of them are serious, but check this. This is why it's so important, right? the guys hang out with the guys. Are you like men? Y'all like men now? That's what y'all into? Oh, y'all must be that way. The women say, I want to be around this woman. Do we get to call y'all that? Do we get to say that about y'all? I'm just wondering, like, if when the men are chilling, they like being around guys, you say, do you want to sleep with your homeboy? Da, da, da. Now, y'all rocking over here with her. I mean, what y'all own? Is it reasonable to ask that question? What y'all own over there? I don't know. I don't know.
Why would you ask that question? Why can't it just be the influence? It doesn't have to be necessarily dirty or whatever you're trying to say, Aaron. Why can't it just be the influence?
Because if it was men doing this, right? If we go listen to Angry Man, right? Shout out to my brother Angry Man, right? What they gonna say? Oh, you should just be with a man then. They gonna scream that out. He's like, no, I'm giving game, I'm putting it on, but they gonna still scream out, you should just be with a man then. They go over there and do that with her. We can't just scream out, oh, you should go be with a woman then?
Well, you can, because that's what she says.
But this is the thing. They're claiming they don't want to be with women. They want to be with men. And these are married women in relationships. I'm only talking to the married women and women in relationship.
Let me tell you something. If a married woman is listening to Queen, then her husband is halfway or 3/4 way out the door. And she better hurry up and get her mind together and hurry up and get him back in the house. Because if she's quoting or acting or imitating anything that she's been taught by that woman, her husband is going to leave her. Guaranteed. Keep playing that game. Play the game.
Unless her husband is literally in on it, and he in the business of making money with her, right? If you think about it, he might be in on making money with her, so he's like, oh, say whatever you want so that you can get the money, right?
What you mean, Aaron?
He pimping. He pimping from behind the scenes.
Hey, so shout out to Spence. Shout out to my brother Spence. He says, Aaron SB, if they want to smoke, I got you. Shout out to Spence. You have to understand. There are men that are behind the scenes that control their girl OnlyFans, that interact and be the manager. Why would it shock me if these women understand how to manipulate other women and their husband's like, oh, go do that thing. How that check looking? Yeah, like, hey, tell them this. Be in the chat as a bot or as somebody talking. These men is evil as hell, huh?
Mr. Boss does it all the time, but he protects me, so it works both ways. Mr. Boss is behind the scene. He got a voice, though. He can speak when he need to. He can actually show his face if he want to. So I see what you're saying with that. But if they're, like I said, if they're being influenced by such thing and their behavior is changing towards men, their husbands are halfway out the door. That's what I mean. I mean, it ain't about the game they playing behind the scene. I'm saying if this is indeed something that's influencing them, that would be the reaction.
I'm with you on that. I just think that I wouldn't be shocked if it was a guy behind the scenes doing this stuff, because she getting her game. She said her mentor that gave her some game that she no longer speaks to because he's a man, right? I don't talk to him no more. He's a man. She pretty much eliminated all relationships with men. I'm telling you, man, this stuff is going to be amazing to watch play out.
Well, guess what? She'll be there a long time because women don't like to contribute anything for the betterment. They'll sit there and listen and suck up all her game, but they're not going to contribute or support her channel. That's something you should pay attention to. They don't. The men are the ones that support channels and don't mind putting the word out there about something that they believe in. But women, they'll just sit there and suck it up. That's what they do. There's some, understand that is not all. There are some women that will contribute and support. We support Aaron all the time. And I say we because me and my husband move as one. We support Aaron all the time. I don't know anything about Either Man's channel, but we would support him too because he's a married man. He's doing the right thing. But I'm telling you what I've seen and noticed. Women just suck it up. I'm not saying that they put it out. And that's just some. There are some women who are good women, who are willing to be wives. And they are women that want to learn. Don't know everything, but they want to be wives. And they understand how important it is for them to be covered and for them to be in their femininity. They understand that. But then you got these other ones. Like you said, I don't know if it's a game or if they're just trolling, who knows what, but still.
I think it might just be a little therapy to feel better. Like I'm just gonna chalk it up. This a little therapy. They see the men talking crazy about women. They like, and it hurt their feelings, so they go watch a woman do the exact same thing. I'm assuming that's what it really is, because I don't think these women done messing with men. Like Fantasy Island girl, little Fan. Fan love her. She's super supportive of her. Okay. but she got a man. She getting married. You see how they play these both sides of the fence, and that's why.
Absolutely. And I guess what she supports, like you said, she's one that support and is one getting a husband. That ain't see that? There you go. So guess what she's doing? I'm keeping y'all single. I got a man. I'm gonna keep y'all single. Yeah, girl, you're right. But I'm laying up under my man right now. I'll talk to you later.
So that's why I'm just waiting for one woman to come on here and tell me, hey, I'm a straight woman, I'm a married woman, but I watch her content because it helps in my relationship. Like so, that's all I'm waiting for. Because all they're gonna say is we understand male nature, or something like this. I'm like, come on now. But if she understands male nature, she giving y'all the game. How come she can't figure out how to make it? That's the only question I have. When I get that one answered, I will understand. Oh, look, Keisha says if you drop SB, I'll come up. So why are you mad at SB? She ain't never done nothing to you.
I don't even know.
I don't know why she mad at you. I mean, you ain't never done nothing to her. You just
I thought I answered her question. The one that
having a conversation with her through the chat because she chooses to speak to you through the chat. All right. Sir James Brown says security boss, this generation didn't invent anything, just a bunch of Google searches and barbershop talk, and they so weak they need a personal day. Now, come on now, James Brown. They invented some things now. Come on now. Stop that now. Don't do that to the people. Okay. Uber wasn't around. All right. They invented Uber now. Stop that. Okay. You gonna get
drivers.
Look, you're gonna get some respect. Facebook wasn't around here. You're gonna get some respect now. Timeout says Queen Maker is like Derek Jackson with her husband. Listen, Derek Jackson back in business, okay? Angry Man says Queen is the name of Poodle and Queens is in borough of New York. Okay. All right. Well, you know me, I'm scared of New York women. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying that, but I'm scared of them. Dark's 80s man says they can't open their third eye. I see it every day. I listen. All I want to know, this all look, security boss, maybe you can answer this. What can if a tiger wants to have a better relationship with a tiger, do you think a tiger should then go to a bear and get the information? I'm just wondering.
Absolutely not. But do I really want the information, or do I just want to control the situation? Remember,
my eyes. Hold on, security boss. Either man, can you read that for me? My eyes is deceiving. I don't think I understand what's been said here. Can you read that for me?
Aaron, we know you scared of women. No need to say it.
I'm scared of New York women. That's it. I didn't say all women, just the ones in New York City. I'm scared of. Okay, like come on now, and it's within reason. All right. Now, Dark 80s man says they put all elders down, and that's the best place to get it from. I listen to the OGs. Y'all. I know better. So I'm not in that same boat.
Hey, I'm telling y'all, it'll save you a lot of time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. Listen to the OGs. They got a lot of game. And the things that don't make sense, you ain't got to necessarily listen to. I mean, that's life. But I'm sorry to say, she got a lot of supporters up in here. Look at they ready to jump SB live. Like, where you at? Come on outside, SB. Come on.
I done already told them what to do. Come up. That comment section stuff.
You got Keisha ready to box you in the chat.
Keisha, come on and box me up here, girl.
Island girl in there want to smoke.
Come on, just make sure your breasts are covered. I ain't into
Kira clearly want to smoke. Like it's a lot of girls in the chat. I don't understand.
I'm not into that. Want to have a conversation with me? Come as a lady.
But they got an avatar, SB Live. So like,
no. If you having a conversation, we can do the avatar. I don't debate. There's some things I'm not debating. I don't have to. But we can have a conversation with an avatar. But if you up here talking ish, I need to see your face. So you make a decision how you want to do it.
I don't think these women are as brave as they say they are. I think they like this Queen Maker and Sinji is because those women are willing to put their face on the things that they say about people, while other people hide behind the avatar and just cheer them on. Because I think the people just like them because they're not willing to actually put their face behind the things that they feel.
No, they like them because they don't hold them accountable for nothing that they do. Everything belongs to someone else. It always is an excuse. I had a 50-year-old woman giving me an excuse about her husband divorcing her or something like that. Oh, but I didn't have a choice. Oh, yeah, absolutely, you did have a choice. They don't say it. They see it. They don't see it. So I'm telling you, there are no excuses, especially when it comes to you giving yourself to a man consensually. You did it. If you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. If it wasn't good for you, don't do it again. It's just that simple. If a man don't want you, don't pretend that he does. I mean, you know, I get that we're emotional, but it's time to grow up, especially if you're having sex.
Easy for you to say, SB, but
why is it easy? I had to go through the same thing. I have not always been the woman that I am now. I went through trials. I tell everybody I was a single mother one time for a short period of time. That happened to me also. I didn't blame the guy, but I damn sure learned from it. It wasn't gonna happen too. We all get one. Come on. I'm not trying to say they got to be perfect women. I'm saying, but you got to learn from your mistakes. You can't continue to blame someone. How you gonna be a leader or something, then blame somebody for everything you do? Just think about that. I'm gonna lead something, but everything happens that's bad. I'm blaming somebody else for it. What is that about?
I think the fear comes from they say that men are scared that she's going to take women off the table. Women going to close their legs all of a sudden. So remember, I've been screaming, "Scaredy boss, tell these women close their legs."
What I've been saying, women, close your legs, preserve yourself till a man gives you that ring, ask you for your hand. That's the same message.
So now the argument is she's going to get women off the table and men ain't going to be able to get access to the box, the special box. So the stuff that we've been screaming for the longest, she magically gonna make it happen. That's why they
But wait a minute. I thought she said that they didn't meet men at all.
Yeah, I mean, well,
okay, I'm confused now. Either you preserving yourself to get the better man, or are you preserving yourself to have no man?
No. Women
they said they go into the sperm bank. They go into the sperm bank to get the sperm.
So they're getting no man. They having no man. Right.
No man.
Okay, so that'll never happen. Women love men and men love women. That will never happen. Women will always be up underneath and get up underneath the man because that's how it's supposed to be.
See, what they said is 5 women need to move into the same house and they share the duties of washing the clothes, washing the kids, working, and 5 women together be better than a man and a woman together. That's the message.
Like I said, I got results. Lay your stuff out on the table.
Yeah, that is their biggest claim. The biggest
lay your
claim.
stuff out there on the table. Give me the 5 women that live together, or even whoever. Lay it out. Let's see it. I got results. I bet you.
Yeah,
I'll show you how it worked for a dark-skinned black woman. How about that?
No. Don't do the colorism. No.
They do it, don't they? What is all this mammy stuff? They do it, right?
I don't know what a mammy is.
I don't either, Aaron. Not today. Yesterday, I thought I knew. It changed. But, what about the pygmy? Lay it all out there.
If you say anything about their beloved leaders, they will attack you.
What did I say about her?
I don't know. All I know is that if you say anything about the queen maker, they coming for you.
Hey, I done already said what I had to say.
All right, let me write it on the mirror. Queen maker, cream maker, cream maker. You said, I don't know. She ain't Bloody Mary.
I already said what I had to say. Lay it out. Lay it out. Now, see, you know what? This is a thing, though. Do women actually believe what is real? Because if I did have an opportunity to lay it out, apples to apples, and they see the results, and they see who's winning and who's not, what would be the excuse then?
They'd be like, she's one of a million. She got lucky. Like I told you, the more and more me and my wife create, the lucky. They said, you lucky that you just got your other Airbnb. You lucky that you just paid cash for that car. You lucky that you gonna retire your mother from her career. That's just luck. I'm just so lucky. Thank God for all this luck that's coming to our life.
Right. Has nothing with your virtue and the way you choose to live your life. Nothing. Yeah. How about that?
They said, Emmanuel, you lucky. What? You saying that y'all gonna give out 2,000 backpacks for back to school to make sure kids got school supplies? That's lucky, Emmanuel. You just must have lucked up and went to the right event. Come on. It's sad.
I don't know. You know what, though, either man, there are some that hate on you too, though, because you did marry a woman with 2 kids. So it's kind of like all that luck you got, buddy. All that luck. Continue to work it out. It's been 5 years. Continue.
Yeah, I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky that I went to Australia with my baby mom. Me and my baby mom went to Australia. And we so lucky that we seen the Great Reef. And we so lucky we went to Jamaica.
You messed up, bro. Every woman travels. I ain't met a woman yet. What you like to do? I like to travel. Look, telling you, try it. Every single woman you ever go meet gonna tell you they love to travel. I like to travel.
It's not
I
wrong
can't
with
stand these
traveling.
lies.
I just said we lucky, man.
Aaron, don't look like nobody answering your question. Don't let nobody hitting that
They
link.
can't answer the question. They're scared to hit the link, even though I won't even make them show their face to lie up here. They scared still.
And they know I don't bother people, so they know that too. I don't have smoke for people, but I'm gonna come back
Because
right.
they can't answer the question. You know why? Because she can't answer the question. So if they go to her for the answers and she hasn't supplied them how to think, supplied them with what to say, then they can't answer our questions. We have to go to her to get the questions answered. And the answer is she's already answered the question. Can't no men are incapable of love. So if you want love, if you want an actual connection, it won't be with no man. I played the video. It won't be with no man.
So is she leading? Is there a higher power in this at all? Is anybody got any? No, nothing?
Well, it's about to get a little demonic here, right? I'm gonna tell you.
Oh, okay. I don't even want to hear it.
This is why it's about to get a little demonic.
Hey, angry man.
What up, Am? She believes. This is what I understand. She believes that the patriarchy created this religious stuff, and that's why you hear them pushing back. I'm just telling you. I went back and watched some videos, guys, because I had to make sure I get a better understanding. Because I don't just like to come to wrong outcomes, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I've seen she's been in some places. I've seen she's pulled up on people's shows, and I've watched it. So
so she's stopping at the Christian faith, the Christianity. That's what she's talking about. What about before then? What about the creation of all this thing? What about that? Are we just like, I got it. Big Bang Theory. Big Bang.
No, she's saying that it's supposed to be a matriarchy. That her whole
we're
argument
supposed
is
to be in a
that
matriarchy.
not
So,
a patriarchy.
Yeah. So therefore, women was first,
and
she backs everything up with science. I don't want to fight her about
she actually hasn't backed anything up with science. She's talking out of her ass. There's actually
got that little graph with nothing.
There's actually a book called Sex and Culture that's about this fucking thick. That's from a fucking PhD that studied 186 fucking cultures. And what he found is that there is not a single culture on earth in history that has ever had a matriarchy, much less a successful one. So no, she's not talking from science. She's talking out of the side of her fucking neck. And that's why she runs like the road runner when I fucking show up. She's goofy. She don't know
Aaron, sometimes I might be in the background. Okay, go ahead, angry man. Go ahead. I just letting you guys know that sometimes I might have to turn off my camera. Okay,
that's fine.
Kid is crazy.
That's for your own safety, because if you see what happened to American Rifleman last night on Fight Club, it might be
for
best to turn off the camera.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah, you don't got the worst hairline anymore. That nigga hairline, boy.
But what he also found in his research, what he also found is that every civilization thrives the moment it gets some sort of system of monogamy.
Yes.
And once that system starts to fail, once the monogamous system starts to fail, that's when that particular civilization starts to decline. It happens every time. So this whole thing that she's promoting, like, she's not even, in my personal opinion, I don't even think she totally believes it. I think it's partially a clout thing, a cash grab. I don't think she totally believes it, because like I said, when I first encountered her, she didn't believe none of that shit. She was still dating dudes.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah. I went back and watched some of the videos that she did in conversation. I'm like, she says she don't say that. She says she don't do this. And I'm like, oh, the foundation is shaky. So the question is, angry man, the thing that conflicts me is that, are women not predators? Because the claim is males are predators. Are females not predators? Because I don't have the science to determine, but apparently her signs say males are predators and females are not.
Humans are predators.
Oh, No. We in a patriarchy though, angry man. So we've been engineered to have to be these type of predators. But by nature, it's only the male that's the predator, and the female, she is the protector and provider.
No. What it is with the way we've developed as humankind, men have been physical predators, but women have been mental predators. So we use what tools are available to us. So if you have a man that's being, extremely predatory and doing those type of things, that's when you get your Ted Bundys. That's when you get your, these guys that prey on women, and they use physical strength and things of that nature in order to, destroy a woman or whatever. But then on the flip side, when you look at shows like what's that show that always shows the wives that took out their husbands? Snapped. When you look at Snapped, what you notice is most of the women there, they start out from a psychological standpoint. They use their mental to do whatever they're gonna do to men. That's why back in the day they always viewed poison as a woman's weapon. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's much more sneaky and subtle. And of course a woman would have to operate that way, because if she's dealing with a dude, he can physically overpower her. So she has to, use her mental. And that's all that freaking queef maker is doing. She's just using her mental to trick women into some goofy shit. You feel me? When at the end of the day, chicks that operate like she do, I'm not going to say what she is, because that's sensitive, but chicks that operate the way she do, they tend to be the most abusive people I've ever seen in my life. In relationships, I'm just saying.
Well, let me ask you this, AM, because this is my opinion. I think men, because they're the dominance of the hierarchy when it comes to like predator aggression and things like that. This is my personal opinion. I can't back it up. Maybe you can. I think women prey on children because they can't prey like in the predator aspect, especially physically in any way. They can't subdue the man in that context. But I absolutely see video after video, news clip after news clip about women preying in particular on children because they're the easier target. They're a lot of the times physically more empowered than children are, and they happen to work in all of the industries that is the most close to children.
Yeah, that's true, but you got to think also, little boys grow up to be men. So the one part you got to think about is men, that are raised, every man, for the most part, most men are raised by women. They have a certain affinity. Like men tend to drop their guard around women. So this makes it a lot easier for women who have bad intentions to psychologically do damage to men. You know what I'm saying? So especially if you're dealing with a more traditional guy that, is more prone to saying, I ain't gonna pay no attention to what she doing. She just doing what she doing. I ain't gonna trip about it. You feel me?
Yeah, most men drop their guards around women, no doubt. And that's why they utilize women to get into certain doors. And so yeah, I'm with you on it. That makes total sense.
But I get what you're saying about the children, and that's something that we need to, like, as a society, needs to be addressed. Like, the damage that's being done to children is just being ignored. Like that movie that came out that was about the trafficking of the children or whatever. Like they've been trying their best, like, to shut that movie down. Touchy subject, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
it's a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's like we're concentrating on so many other things. Even these books and things that they're putting inside their classroom or in their libraries that they're reading over the summer. Come on, whatever. But if you don't have any fathers, if the fathers can't be a part of their lives, then we going to the sperm bank and things like that. That's definitely what's going to happen. But if we continue on with these alternative lifestyles and stuff like that, eventually we won't have any more children, I suppose.
It's very, very bad. Hi, panel. How you guys doing today?
Hey,
Hungry man, Eater man, boss lady. Hey, Aaron, you owe me. So, hungry man, I'm angry at you. Well, man, we got something to talk about, okay? But guess what? Why would a woman that is straight take advice from a lesbian on relationship? I just can't wrap my head around that. It just doesn't make any single sense. Straight men don't take advice from gay men. We never do that. You see, that is why nature said she has to be under the cover of her father. And as soon as she leaves the cover of her father, she has to be under the cover of another man. There's not supposed to be a second when she is under nobody's cover. She has to be under the cover of somebody for the entirety of her life. That's how nature planned it, because left at her own device, she will do a lot of destruction. And that's what is happening. A woman is not supposed to be by herself, not be under any man's cover. It's very risky. This is appalling.
That's a brother from the motherland talking. Y'all better listen to him.
Stop acting like you know what he said, angry man. Stop playing.
He said that women should always be covered at all times. Women should be covered.
You grasping on the last 5 words he said.
No, he said that in the beginning. He said that in the beginning. I was trying to figure out what is it, male identified. Listen, Aaron, can you drop the link for these young ladies that are feeling like they need to come and whatever? Sure, I guess you're trying to roast me or something. I'm not about that life. I'm about living and having results. And if you don't have that, you need to understand what you're walking into.
Aaron knows what I'm talking. Aaron knows what I'm talking about.
I'm talking to women about being wives, good wives. I'm talking about, listen.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, security boss? What's funny is when you're speaking about things that women should do, the women will say to you, oh, she's male identified. Look at how she's talking about women, even though she's a woman herself. But those same women will sit back and clap Hercules, Hercules when they hear other men going in on other men. They're hypocrites. They're hypocrites.
Let me put it this way. Guys, somebody just said that Ekene is misogynistic. Yes, I am. And I don't apologize about it. I am misogynistic. If you want to call me anything that you have to call me, that's okay. Because you know what? When we get shamed by people that are doing wrong, people that are destroying themselves, when we get shamed and we own that shame, right? We dismantle them. Because I got to tell you one thing. I will never apologize for being a man. So if you sound misogynistic, yes, that's fine. But I won't shut up. I will tell you that you're destroying yourself, period. I don't never apologize for that. What should I apologize for? Because I'm telling you that you're doing something wrong. Please, if you see me doing something wrong and it can be justified by 2 or more people that I'm doing something wrong, please tell me. But you can't tell me that I'm doing something wrong just to shame me. No. Going against nature is very bad because nature will always fight and nature will always win. We all know that. You can never beat nature. You can never do that. So if I'm misogynistic, yes, I love that. Because guess what? The same way I'm going to talk to my sister is the same way I'm going to talk to you. I'm an African man. I never apologize for being masculine. It's in my nature. And I got to always keep a woman beyond that line. You know why? Because when she crosses it, she's going to destroy a lot. I'm sorry. Aaron, you might not understand.
I got a question for you. since you African and we was talking about African fathers last night, if you had an 18-year-old daughter, would you hand your daughter over to a 40-year-old man?
Okay, before we jump into that, hold on, Eda man. Sugar Bump says, Mr. Boss, you tricking off on a PYT or nah?
Sugar Bump, don't ask about my husband. I done told you, if you can't put your face on this camera, don't be asking about my husband. He's been nice to you for too long now. Time out for that. It's time to give back to you what you've been given. So leave my husband alone. Now I'm asking you nicely. I'm not a part of your sisterhood. You ain't gonna take all that.
King Sonny says, so y'all saying she's going to surpass F&F? No. And I think the only reason she's not going to is because the way that their show is designed, with the people in person, the different personalities, unless she does like an in-live studio and she starts doing something like that, yes. If she can get men to come in mass like they can get women to come in mass, that'd probably be the only way that she probably can do it. But her audience is going to definitely grow. And if she has a strategy, she probably can do it.
Well, I think the problem is that a lot of her followers are short-term followers. They only been following her for a month, and they trying this women thing out. Women thing ain't working for them because they said it. I'm dating these women, and these women ain't coming around just like these men ain't coming around. So they gonna realize the women ain't working.
She's gonna grow because she's popular right now, but she got to get some wins under her belt.
Yeah,
she can't keep taking L's. You feel what I'm saying? The reason why Fresh and Fit is still popular is because they be getting wins. When them chicks come through there, they be saying stuff that the chicks be like, huh? You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Kevin. Kevin was blowing up because the women that came up there, they ain't had nothing for him. You feel what I'm saying? She can't sit up there day in and day out and not get no wins. She got to get some L's, and not fake L's either, just because y'all like her.
Sorry, Aaron.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just the StreamYard stuff. No, but yeah, she's going to grow. She is going to grow. Man, oh man.
Listen, y'all keep Sugar Bomb. Ask about my husband again. I already told y'all I fight about my man. Now I'm not playing.
She's gonna grow. She's gonna grow for the same reason that Glorilla is popular.
I don't know who that is. What is she talking about?
And I don't know why she's popular.
Say what?
And I'm gonna read the super chat before you tell us why she's even popular, because I don't even want to. Arnold says, "You mean chauvinist, non-misogynist?"
Wait a minute, who is Gorilla? Who is Gorilla?
You don't want to know who that is. Trigger Mike said, SB, trust me, these women in the chat envy you. They have to pretend to hate anyone with results that they don't have. It's a twisted method of admiration.
That's terrible, because what women need to do is drop their egos.
First of all, you got it wrong, Trigger Mike, and let me tell you exactly where you got it wrong. The internet is the internet. The chat room is the chat room. That's what you got wrong, Trigger Mike. Okay, you got it wrong.
But listen, that's one of our problems. Women should humble themselves, drop the ego and the pride, and respect men, and absolutely marry them if they have an opportunity, so they can be covered. And I don't know what they're talking about, this bashing thing. I don't bash people. I just use what they got. I think they're bashing me. Wouldn't you say that? What is this mammy thing and male identified and all that? Why you can't accept me who I am?
Hey, Black Hawk, if you really think that she destroyed me in that debate me and her had in 2015, you got to be the dumbest son of a bitch alive. And that's just facts, bro. And if she really destroyed me, then why the hell did she take off running when I came on the Aaron show?
She did do that.
I don't run from people that I'm not worried about. Like, I get it. Y'all want me, y'all hate me so bad that y'all are willing to just flat out lie about shit. Just stop lying, bruh. And then you talking about Destiny. Destiny don't even know what the fuck goes on in the black community. I spent most of that damn discussion schooling him on what actually goes on. Fuck is you talking about? Y'all niggas is goofy, but I get it. White man's ice is always colder.
Nah, no, listen. We gotta see it. She went back to the drawing board. She said she wants to smoke with the angry man now. So she has some time to get it together. She probably just needs some practice. So listen, they want me to argue with. I'm like, why me? Angry man is there. You don't need me. You need somebody that this is his world. Now, don't try to make me try to be. Nah. Don't let her run from the angry man because y'all want her to talk to me because y'all like how I talk to people. No. That's not the proper thing to do.
No, if she wanna debate me, she need to come to my show.
Well, I don't know. Was you live at the time? I don't know if you was live at the time. I don't know. But yeah, she knows how to find your show. Probably. That's probably
Yeah,
true.
she knows. She knows.
Yeah. Listen. I mean, the more content she does, the more at risk she puts herself, and she doesn't even understand that. That's what I really think. The more content she does, the more she puts herself at risk.
You're right, Aaron, because like you just said, the messages are getting twisted. You know, she's not saying the same thing. She's not consistent in what she says.
Yeah, because
I don't think it really matters though, because I think women tend to they want something to follow. So
yeah, because the videos that I saw was a straight contradictory of a lot of things that she said. So those just in the vault for right now. But they can come to the light. They can come to the light. Arnold says not. He meant to say you mean chauvinist, not misogynist. Okay. Yeah, she's chauvinistic, whatever the case. AM, play that DC drop for them, please.
I don't think it'll come through on the mic. I wish I could play it.
Yeah,
Whenever you deal with niggas, what you need to understand is when it comes to this nigga, the white man's ice is always cold.
Yeah, I think they just trolling, bro. Because
yeah, they trolling.
They trolling because they can't answer my one question. I think it's the simplest, most fair question.
they ain't trying to answer your question, Aaron. I got
They just want to yell at you.
They're trying to yell at me, but no, it changes nothing about me. Them yelling and all this silly stuff, it changes nothing about me. I'm still winning.
Oh, I'm sorry. He says chauvinist is pronounced chauvinist. There you go, chauvinistic.
I'm still winning, and they still typing behind the avatars. And Mr. Boss is still here. I can't help it, girls. It's okay. Good living. That's all. That's all it is. Good living.
Oh, Sugar Bump says no free content. So Sugar Bump. Well, what does that mean? Are you like you mean watching my content for free should not be allowed? What you mean by that? People have one-way views.
She mean that 99 cents she be giving you for a super chat so you can say what she's saying. That's what she mean. That 99 cent. That's what she mean.
Here we go.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Is that bashing? I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I told them I was gonna learn how to troll like months ago. I haven't forgotten. I just don't bother. But I'm here now. Why not? It's Saturday. If they troll me, why can't I give it back to them?
Listen, I think Sugar Bum is hilarious. But I know personally, I think she's hilarious.
She is. I tell her that all the time. She's actually needed in the space. If we want to just be honest, keep it real. She is.
Oh, Sugar Bum. I don't know. Have you been on a panel, Sugar Bum? I don't know if Sugar Bum ever been on a panel before.
She ain't gonna come. She's best in the comment section.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Usually people be prepared for the smoke, but I think today you kind of scared them off because fan was like she said something, but she don't come up here and say it to your face.
Yeah, I'm just giving y'all what y'all give me. Please understand. I'm good. Everybody's good, but you're not getting ready to come out the side of your neck with all this craziness. And I'm just gonna sit here and look at y'all all the time. That can't be who I am all the time. Sometime I gotta be, troll like also. It wouldn't be fair.
But the thing is this: if you say the things that they like, they're all gonna show up. They're gonna show up. They're gonna come up. They're gonna want to participate. But as soon as you tell them the truth, everybody runs away.
For Ekene, I don't care about that because I'm gonna continue to tell the truth. I'm gonna continue to tell them what it's like to be a wife and how they can be one if that's dearly, if that's what they desire to do. But otherwise, that's just it. That's how it's gonna be.
It's all right. It's all right. We'll leave their beloved queen alone for now. I want to talk about this right here. Okay. See, it says here, an Indian couple sold their 8-month-old for an iPhone and wanted to create content for Instagram.
আস্তে কত টাকা দিয়েছেন দিদি কত টাকা দিলেন সত্তর দিয়েছেন না পুরো টাকা পেয়েছেন
Now that's a police vehicle. So that's a police vehicle, y'all. That's crazy. Oh, Fantasy. What's going on, Fantasy? Can I get a smile from you? You normally come up here with a smile on your face.
Hi, Aaron.
All right, cool. We good now. I thought it was going to be a problem, but I see the smile.
No, I don't have a problem.
Oh, God.
Hey, angry man.
What's up?
Nothing.
What's good with you? How you been? How your mama been?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
That's what's up.
I need more water. Water stat. Send the water in stat.
I think it's very important to support people like Queen Maker, even when we are engaged or marrying men, because there are 2,000 more Black women than Black men, right? Who will not have that option, or 2 million, I'm sorry, that will not have that option. And they should have an option to be with somebody that's going to love them and care for them in their matriarchy. That sounds like the best option for the left behinds to me. So for you to advocate against them, you can do that, but I'm not going to. And I'm not a hypocrite for that, just like I'm not advocating against the gays. They can live their life. Those are people that are no longer available either for the women. We have to let the women that cannot have men be happy. We can't shame them because they can't have a man. Not everyone's going to get a man. There's not enough, especially if you blackity black.
But Fantasy, I did the show. You were there. I'm pretty sure you heard. And the lady told her, I like men though. And she tried to redirect her from liking them. This is totally different than what you just stated. Am I right? Did she concede?
Did she succeed?
Oh, did she succeed? So that's not what we're speaking to. See, what you said was there has to be a place for people that are going to be leftovers. That wasn't the scenario for that particular situation, is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
You may think that she's not going to be a leftover, but you guys also highlight that the likelihood of her being a leftover is high. Wasn't she a baby mama? Don't y'all hate those? Don't they say they hate those, Miss Bloss?
Oh, absolutely not. Because like I said from the very beginning, and have been saying from the beginning, I was a single mother, but I'm winning. See, that's the point.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I said. You being the exception has nothing to do with the rule, right?
It does. Because you saying these men hate something when they really don't. It actually depends on the woman.
That goes against every talking point they have every day, ma'am.
Guess what? I'm in the real world.
Actually, it doesn't, because the men don't hate the women. They don't hate the women. That's not what that is. Just because you critique something doesn't mean.
So
just because you critique something.
You discarding them is just as evil. So we can just not play the semantic game if you don't want to.
Wait a minute. Okay? First of all, wait. Hold on. Wait. Before you even start, before you start talking about discarding. Before you start talking about discarding, okay? Last time I checked, most of the men are telling the women how to operate so they can get a fucking man. In fact, if I remember correctly, one of Kevin's main purpose was to get people married. And when he passed away, the women celebrated. Now that's hate.
That was hate.
That's hate. If a guy gets up here and he says, look, Y'all got to stop operating this way. Y'all got to stop doing this. If a guy knows what he wants and knows what other men are looking for, and he's telling the women, look, you got to chill with what you're doing. That's trying to help you. That's not hating you.
No, that's not hating you. But there's plenty more messages that are very hateful. So we're not going to go down this road.
Oh, listen to those messages.
Especially not with you, because you see the shit. So I'm not
I
gonna
see the shit, but I don't watch this shit.
Okay, but don't gaslight me is all I'm saying.
Look, I'm not gaslighting you. What I'm saying to you, I'm not gaslighting you. What I'm saying to you is this: there are just as many women as men that have hate messages. I don't watch those messages, and you shouldn't watch those messages.
More women. Who cares if they can't get a man?
Okay,
who cares?
And guess what?
Followers,
guess what? And guess what?
This is not enough.
Hold on, Kene. And guess what? Guess what? Most businesses fail in the first 2 years. That's not going to stop me from trying to start a business.
No.
Okay, just because everybody can't win doesn't mean you can't win.
She's not gonna. You think she's gonna convert every woman to lesbianism? Is that your fear?
No. Are you trying to be one of the people that's losing or one of the people that's winning?
They're not losers because they don't have a man. That's a message that we have to stop pushing. But
okay, if you say so.
So can I go back to the original point? Well, what I was getting ready to say, Fantasy, is that it's not a man's first preference to have a woman that is a single mom, but there are good women out there who are single women and they will end up with husbands because they understand and took account for their life. So I don't think men hate women when they want that woman to not have children. It's just their preference. And that's why I myself have them too, or had them also. I didn't want a man with a whole bunch of kids either. So that was the point I was getting ready to make.
I got to say this real quick to you guys, okay? I don't get. I got a question for you. Is she still there?
She had to get up and go somewhere for a second, I think.
Okay. Okay, you guys continue because I have a question when she comes back. You guys continue.
Do you have a translator, Akine? All right.
But how are we gonna look? Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult to believe that a woman is winning if she gets a man?
Say it again.
Why is that such a horrible thing?
What are you talking about? I know I'm winning because I got my man. He's fabulous. He's wonderful. He's amazing. Not everyone is going to have an option for a man that matches perfectly with you. So why can't we celebrate the women that find the woman?
Because look, here's the thing. Let's cut through the crap, okay? The number one imperative of life is to create more life and to make sure that that life is able to surpass the life that came before it. The only way to do that is in the confines of a man-woman relationship that is intact, well-rounded, where they can raise young adults to be as good as or better than them. Okay, now, alternative. Wait. They can't create life. Listen.
There's already a bunch of babies that don't have nobody that is taking care of them right now. What are you talking about, sir?
And that's fine, but here's the problem. The problem is we do not have enough case study to know what that is causing in those children. We don't know. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening.
So then advocate for them having families too and adopting these children from these orphanages. Advocate for that.
What I know works is what has worked for an extremely long time.
We gotta try something new. And
listen. No, we don't. No, we don't. That's the problem. The problem is the problem is listen. Fantasy. It was working until the bullshit. It was working until the bullshit got put in the mix.
It's not,
okay,
and it's never gonna go away. You think the drug addiction issue is gonna go away? Do you think they're gonna stop making new drugs? Do you think the poverty issue is going to go away? Do you think the healthcare issue is going to go? Nothing is going away. So
But here's the
instead
thing:
of doing all that, advocate for these people that can't find a match that is of the opposite sex to get together.
Fantasy. Prior to 1965, there was poverty, there was drugs, there were all of the things that you're talking about. Yet and still, amongst Black people, we had the highest marriage rate, and we raised decent people. So that's not a good argument.
It is a good
Drugs, poverty, all of those things have been around for a very long time. The reason why things are the way they are right now is because we've stepped away from the social contract that actually worked. We've stepped away from the nuclear family that actually worked. Okay?
I'm not
now it's fine for some people. Listen, it's fine for some people to have an alternative lifestyle. It's even fine for some people to never have children because there's billions of people on the earth. But the problem is when you force the alternative lifestyle on everyone.
We're not.
That's the problem. It
I'm
is.
not then. Listen, I'm not.
Yo, I can't look at a TV show. The majority of the TV shows I watch have damn near no straight men in them.
Oh my God. How do they have no straight men when there's usually a couple in there? They're usually kissing and it's a man and a wife. Usually. In most TV shows,
and a lot of times
heterosexual. In most TV shows from the beginning of television, there's been heterosexual sexuality and kissing and physical touch in TV and movies from children to adulthood.
So what you're saying? Is that
it's okay to tell them about sex there. You can't show them anything else.
Okay, so what? First of all, I never said it was okay for that. I never said that was okay. I never said that was okay. Okay, here's the thing. I never said that was okay. All right.
But
so here's the thing.
Against it until we started doing it. What's the issue now?
Here's the thing. What you're talking about, you're acting as if there isn't an agenda. If there wasn't an agenda, they would not be trying to teach children certain things in school.
The agenda
is real.
Sexuality of our nation, which we have already succeeded at, I would say. What would
you said? What?
I said the agenda is the hypersexuality of our nation, which we have already succeeded at, I would say. What would you say?
No, the agenda at first, and it's starting to shift again. The agenda was to keep the man and the woman separate so that there are more people paying into the system in separate households. That was the agenda.
The agenda now? What are they pushing now? What's the message now? What's the agenda?
The agenda now is starting to shift back towards them wanting families again. And the reason why is because if the men have all of a sudden decided not to have children, that's a cut in money. That's a cut in child support. That's a cut in money when it comes to no fault divorce, because how they going to get divorced if they never get married in the first place? We're getting to a space where you cannot extract the same amount of money that you used to extract out of men through the women. So now it's going to get back to the point where it's like, okay, if we want people to pay back into this system, we're going to have to start promoting families again. This is the reason why they did what they did with Roe v. Wade. This is the reason why they went after affirmative action. This is the reason why they're going after permanent alimony. This is the reason why they're also trying to go at no fault divorce. They're trying to re-encourage families again because they're losing money again.
But look, the families that they're encouraging are not heterosexual ones.
Yeah, if you say so.
I do.
If you
so
say
they're
so.
not pushing an agenda to get heterosexual families back together. I don't care how you get together. That's the agenda. As long as you're happy, if it's a trans woman and a man,
I got a question. I got a question for you, Alan girl. I got a question for you.
That on TV.
None of that.
That on TV.
None of that.
Family by any means. So they kind of said what I said.
Alan girl, I got a question for you.
Hold on, Kene. What you're talking about, you're speaking from a position of privilege. and you're not thinking
So
about
are you.
you're not thinking
you.
about can I please finish? Can I talk without you interrupting me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, look. You're talking from a privileged position. You're talking inside of a bubble. And what you're not realizing and what you're not thinking about is the ramifications to our society. When you don't have boys growing up in households with their fathers, they don't grow up to do certain types of jobs, the jobs that actually maintain the infrastructure of our society. Right now, as we speak, for every 5 tradesmen that retire, they're only being replaced by 2. This is why most of these cities are starting to look like crap, and we're starting to look like a third world fucking country. You're not realizing the effects. You're not realizing the effects that it's having on our society as a whole.
They're not putting the money there because they care more about technological advances than they do about infrastructure and doing the little things that matter, like fixing the piping system that they know is messed up everywhere. Instead of them focusing on that, they're gonna focus.
Alan, Angry Man, let me ask. I got a question for Alan.
They're gonna focus on taking a rocket to the moon. They're gonna focus on if we can live somewhere else, because they're done with this planet. They don't give a fuck.
You can't have technological advancement. You can't have technological advancement without maintaining the infrastructure. You can't do
I know this. You know this. They know this, but they don't care about this infrastructure. Now, does that infuriate you? Because obviously they have the funds to fix it, and
that's 1%. That's 1% of the population. We need to care about it.
What are you talking about? It doesn't matter that it's 1% of the population because it's 90% of the fucking wealth. They need to care about it.
Okay, but guess what? The only way,
you're not gonna make them.
If you have the wealthy 1% that doesn't care about that, that means that the people, the 99% are supposed to raise their fucking voices and raise hell if necessary to change the shit.
I agree with you.
But you can't do that if you're preoccupied.
All they want to do is bow down because they have money.
But you can't do that if you're preoccupied with fighting about lifestyle choices.
We don't need to fight about that. That's what I'm saying, Angry Man. We don't need to be advocating against that shit. We got bigger fish to fry, right?
No, but it has to make sense.
No. Okay, guys. I got a question. Alan Girl, I got a question for you.
Get a man. Do you?
Okay, Alan Girl, I got a question for you.
No, every woman is not.
Angry Man, let me ask you a question, bro.
Every woman is not going to get a man, but part of the reason that the percentage of men are so freaking low is because of how worthless life has been treated. Because of numerous issues. One reason you got less men is because a lot of these single mother raised boys is out here gunning each other down. Another reason you got less men is because of the freaking prison, the privatized prison bullshit. Another reason you got less men is because of Roe v. Wade. 1,000 per day, 365,000 child deletions a year. This is the reason why you have less men.
Listen, not every child not every child that you create is going to be born. That's a fact of life. So instead of us crying for the babies that are not here, that did not make it.
Okay, I disagree on that.
Why don't we focus on all the stuff that you
No.
Instead of us trying to pick apart the family.
No. Alan Girl, I disagree on that. This is the premise.
Okay,
this is the premise. Alan Girl, I disagree on that. The premise of what you just said is not every child that is born might live, or not every child that is conceived, right, might be born, right? But that is due to natural means, not human manipulation. Exactly. Natural means that the mom life is in danger, right? The mom loses the child, not based on human decision to make a decision that a child is not coming, because she thinks that she made a mistake. She slept with a man. You see, that is the one that I totally disagree with. But if it's a natural cause, yes, not every child that is conceived should be born. But that aside, that is total murder. I'm sorry. It's a
But
total murder.
Some
but that
babies
has
are
become
not
that
gonna
has
live.
become that
But
has become
yeah,
no
yeah,
listen,
yeah, but but I gotta ask. I gotta also ask Alan a question. I gotta ask him. Alan,
Some of these
hold
babies
on a Kenne.
test
Hold on a
severe
Kenne. Look,
diseases
look,
and
look, look,
ailments,
look.
and their
Here's
parents
the
decide
thing.
not to
Here's the
keep
thing.
them. And I think
That
that is an admirable decision. I
we're
don't
not
care
we're
what
not
you
talking
Christians
about
think.
we're not talking
I just
about that.
I'm naming all the
We're
things
not
that
talking about
are
that. Wait,
deletions.
wait. We're not talking about that. Okay, we're talking about this lifestyle choice. You got chicks out here that got 10 child deletions because it's going to interfere with their lifestyle. Okay, that is not a contraceptive. There's 20 some different contraceptives for women, and that is not one of them. And you have women treating it.
Women
You
are
have women
lining up to do
treating it.
that.
What?
Don't you understand that that is the last choice? We literally have so many options before we get to that. How many abortions do you honestly think the average woman has had?
Wow. I just gave you the number.
If
I
she,
just gave you the
the average
number.
woman does not have no.
I just gave you the number.
I know that you're identified as a male identified woman, but can you please tell these men you ain't have no 10 abortions or deletions?
Listen, we need to move the
Please.
conversation forward. I mean, because what you're saying, I hate to say it, but what you're saying, Fantasy Girl, is, excuse me, Fantasy Island, is just destruction. What you're saying is total destruction to our community.
it's total destruction.
Listen, it's not your fault.
Absolutely.
Listen, women, we don't have good foresight. We only see a little bit down the street. Men have the ability to see much farther than we do. So the things you're saying is only to suffice you for today or maybe tomorrow. It's not making any sense to the United States or to this world in general. You're just speaking of what's going to make you feel good today or what's going to make women happy tomorrow. It gets bigger than that. It's much bigger than that. And then everything that you're saying, and I don't want to, everything you're saying, where is your relationship with God, your creator, Jesus, your morals, your virtue? Where is all that at? I mean, are we operating without it? Have we gotten that far away that we can't figure out what is right and what is wrong? I mean, the argument you're having is almost leaning to what is right and what is wrong. The man is simply telling you all those things that he mentioned, and he did not mention self-deletion. He didn't mention black on black crime. That is also lending to the fact that we don't have enough men, and it's going to only get worse. So there are not enough black men, and then there's
But
others
the
that are
people in
born.
prison, I
I
mean, they're
didn't
there
say
for a
there
reason.
were,
You know?
and I said we
Those
should be
men are
advocating
worthless.
for those causes.
Listen,
so what
and-
are you talking about?
And then
You're
because
not schooling me on anything,
because
Miss Boss.
I'm not trying to school you on
So
anything.
why are you
I'm
trying
just
to
giving
pretend
you.
that you're teaching me something
I'm
new? You're
telling
trying to act
you.
like I was so off, but you're saying the same
No,
things. It sounds
no.
like
What
a
I'm
synonym.
saying is you're off because you are
We're
dealing
saying
with
the same
what you're
things.
dealing with is
It's
just
like a
pleasing to
synonym.
yourself. What you're saying is pleasing to yourself, and it cares
pleasing
about
to
nothing
myself. It's
and nobody
reality,
else. And I don't know. I don't know it myself. I
It's
didn't do the
reality, ma'am.
stat of it, but I don't know any. And I'm sure there are some. But I don't know any lesbian couples that done went out and adopted any babies. Now they might have, but most of them will get somebody to try to have one for them instead of them adopting one. But that was what you said. Where are the morals here? Do we don't have any? Where's your virtue? If your husband to be is
What
listening to
is
this,
wrong with the lesbian
if your
couple
husband
adopting
to
a baby
be
that's
is listening to
obviously
this, we better run.
Yeah, Alangel, I have an answer. Alangel, you said something right now. You said something right now.
I've been trying to be very respectful of you, ma'am. I don't care
No,
that
okay, Alangel, let me interject.
no,
Let me
why?
interject,
Because you're
Alangel.
already married. Who cares?
Alangel. No, ladies, wait,
I'm
Let
already
me ask.
engaged. Who cares? Nobody
Let him
cares.
go.
Alangel,
Let him go. Let
you
him go.
just said right now
There
that
are options out there if you can't find a man that is compatible with you. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I don't feel bad. I don't feel like I'm pushing a bad message. I feel like you're pushing a toxic ass message, pretending everybody has to believe what you believe. And if they don't, they're going to die in the pits of hell and all this other bullshit that we don't have to believe in. They'll be fine. Society will be better when there are more couples, especially what you need to focus on are the heterosexual people and don't focus on the women that want to be with Queen Maker. How about that? So focus on the heterosexual people and how they're failing at marriage rates right now, how they're failing at getting together at all, and have them come together and figure out how they're going to start getting married. Because I'm bisexual and I found me a heterosexual man.
What I focus on are women that want to be married and women that want to be the best versions of themselves and live a good life.
Can that not be a lesbian woman?
What you're going through
Can
is
that not be a
what
lesbian
you're
woman?
going through is the
Did you
product
not
of what's
describe a
not
lesbian
working.
woman just now?
What you're going through is the product of what's not working. That's why you're fussing. That's why you're arguing. That's why you're not accepted. That's why it's not easy.
There's
It's
nothing
not
that I'm
natural.
going through
That's
that's not
why it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. That's the issue. But listen, I focus on what I focus
Get
on.
her.
But this is what's ridiculous about the whole thing, right? So I mentioned intact family units, right? What she doesn't realize is that the vast majority of boys that go to prison come from single mother households. The vast majority of boys that delete other boys come from single mother households. The vast majority of boys who sexually assault women come from single mother households. There is a trend and a pattern. And until
What is a true definition of a single mother household? What about they had stepdads? Is that considered one?
no,
or
I'm talking.
what-
I'm not
or
talking
they
about. I'm
specific
talking about.
just on their own?
Okay. Look, here's the thing. We're not gonna play semantics. Single means one. I'm talking about households that just have a mother there. There's no father. There's no stepfather. None of that. That's what I'm talking about. These are children that do not have any fatherly influence that make up these statistics. And the craziest thing to me is you can see all of this evidence that this new age thought process does not work. See all of this evidence right in front of your face. And we still want to argue about how the past didn't work and how everything now is the way we should be doing things. If the way we're supposed to be doing things is what's going on right now, why is everything in such disarray?
Absolutely.
Disarray, you mean chaos?
Absolutely. Absolute
Yeah,
Chaos.
The reason why that things are the way that they are, to expound on what AM is saying, is that these young men that are subject to a single mother household find themselves in a situation in which they are being told and conditioned to follow women. And when they get out into the world, the expectation from their counterparts is that they lead. But the entire time that they've been growing up, or a majority of the time that they've been growing up, depending on when it happens, they only know and have been told to follow women. So they are ill-equipped to lead in a proper fashion. And so they do things like resort to drugs for the quick money. They rob houses, they steal, just so that they can impress the people that don't really have their best interests at heart, and as Security Boss said earlier, are incapable of seeing, more than 5 minutes in front of their face. They only see 1 or 2 days in front of their face. They don't see things long term. Any OG that has done any sort of crime or any sort of time will tell you the streets ain't it at all. The streets ain't it at all. You know what I'm saying? You definitely don't need to be out here impressing girls. Wash your hand. Like, these motherfuckers in the chat, man. Like,
y'all gotta stay out the chat unless they scream at you like Quentin says. Y'all done brought Keisha out of SB.
Quentin.
Wow. Listen, Quentin is a fire starter. Shout out to Chef Shapino says, I'm here so I don't get fined. Shout out to Chef. The fine, we will definitely rescind your fine, fam. Arnold says, ever heard of a woman say, how you gonna abandon your kids and take care of someone else's? That's weird. The other single mom got a different result with the same man. Cooperation is what we asking for. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, oh yeah, that's crazy. I don't want to touch on that, but I understand what you're saying. Brittany B says, we need God. Build the foundation with the Father. That's the most important influence I can offer. All this conversation is over when God is talking.
Facts.
Now you're trying to pull the Trump card right there. Trigger Mike says, fantasy. The more things change, the more they stay the same. This world was ruined when we allowed the fluidity of the female mind to run wild. The alternative lifestyle should be underground only. Whoa. Ingrid says, live look at women rebelling towards mentorship. People just say
the fact that a black man would say that the world is being ruined when back then they used to enslave men that look like him. This is like just the dumbest shit ever. Like like this is so stupid. Like life is way better than it was before.
Okay, but context, you got to contextualize that. You can't take the entire sum of history and sum it up into people were enslaved. There were things that didn't work and there were things that did work. And if you take the whole thing and throw it away because slavery exists back then, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's not how you improve things. You improve things by getting rid of what didn't work and keeping what did work. What didn't work was slavery, prejudice, bigotry, all of that shit. But what did work was the intact family unit.
True, because we were married in slavery.
But there still is an intact. There still is an intact family union.
No, there isn't.
Like today, I mean, most of you are in an intact family union. I guess because now the bullshit is being pushed to the forefront because they can make money off it. I mean, they profit off it. People like to watch the drama, but in reality, America's still being run by families. Like I don't think the families have gone anywhere. I think they just don't be out there in the open to be seen and looked at as like you're not gonna see the family dynamic out there arguing with the flight attendant. You know, you're gonna see the single woman who got 3 kids doing it. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I see what you're saying, but the problem is the rates are lower, and so when the rates are lower, you're producing more dysfunctional people and less functional people. And that doesn't have an immediate effect on the society. It takes a while for you to start seeing it. That's why the stuff that was going on in the 70s, you're not really seeing the real damage until right now. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you're looking at, yeah, they push it to the forefront, but at the same time, the birth rate is, look, we were 13% of the population a long time ago.
70s,
We're still 13% of the population. You feel what I'm saying? That's an issue.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's because a lot of black people, Americans, they're having babies with different people that are also not black. So once they have that baby, those mixed mulattoes, whatever they want to call them, they're not putting African American on their job application or their college application. They're putting Pacificer, like they're putting all the other shit. Like even me, I used to do that as a kid. I was like, damn, I don't want to just represent as black. So I'm one of the numbers of those people that was putting other, just because I was like, I didn't want to be in this African American category that they try to put you in. So those numbers are extremely skewed, man. Extremely skewed.
But that's not how they quantify black.
It's the father at birth.
Yeah, they do that at birth, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like even right now as we speak, right? Out of everybody's birth rates, the only birth rate that isn't at rock bottom is the Latin community.
That don't even make sense for them to say they do it at birth. You can't like a light-skinned baby come out, y'all gonna just be like he's black.
What
Come on.
are you talking? You got a mother and a father.
Okay, but if they automatically just say if the father's black, the kid's black. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's
Any of y'all gave birth? Has any of y'all gave birth?
That's how race is determined.
It's not a.
No. I mean, like, actually, like, y'all be just making shit up, bro. Go ahead.
No, it's not making.
Yeah, you obviously weren't there to sign your child's birth certificate. We can tell.
The concept, Lee, is that the spark of life is carried by the man. If he
Yeah,
does
but I
not
don't care what
transfer
that
his
concept
seed to,
say. I'm telling you
but
that at the
that's
end of
what
the
it
day,
is.
there are a bunch of confused people that be having a white mom and a black dad, and she not just gonna just erase her whiteness because y'all want her to be black. That's not how the shit works.
Yeah, but
She's
you're
gonna,
talking about
and then
you're,
and
you're
then when you
but
talk
you're
about the
talking about
see,
That's what
because now that
happened.
I
you're
made this
talking about
good point, now they want to say since birth they've been naming them black and white all of a sudden.
you're
Oh my
Bruh.
you're
goodness.
wait,
Oh
wait,
my
wait,
God.
wait, wait, wait,
Angry
bro,
man,
bro, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
please hold,
wait,
Angry man, hold.
wait. Hold on, hold on, hold
It's
on, hold
crazy.
on, hold on. See, this is where the problem comes in, where we start dealing with human beings with this identifying concept, right? So you're talking about two different things, unlikely. You're talking about what that child identifies as far as her identity. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how they categorize and number the population. So whenever someone is born, they're looking at the father. That's what they're counting the race as.
Yep.
That's two different things, bro.
Yep.
I gotta say this real quick. I just saw an
Okay.
argument that just happened right now, and it kind of baffled me. The reason why it baffled me is this: when you have a child, a group of people that were never born into culture, or don't understand culture, or understand how culture is perceived. You see what I'm saying? It's catastrophic. Culture is not based on your feelings. Culture is based on something that has been said by people greater than you for hundreds of years. And those principles are principles that guide you because of your race, your creed, or your clan. You see what I'm saying? So for me to hear a man on this show saying something and going against culture, that tells you there are a lot of men out there and women that think like that. They just don't respect culture. They don't care about culture. They don't even believe in culture. They don't want to have anything to do with culture. And it's very bad.
So
Well, not
It's
entirely
very
true.
bad.
They
they're
believe in
called
whole
simps.
culture,
It's very
woke
bad.
culture. They
Let me
believe
have a
in all
moment because I
types of
gotta take my
culture.
kids to the pool.
They
All right,
believe
let me
in
Yeah,
talk about
constructive
sister.
culture.
Let me talk to my sister Fantasy Island girl for a second. You was up here disappointing me, man. Just disappointing me, man. Listen, the fluidity of the female mind, like I said in my super chat, is what has this world in disarray today. I understand that homosexuality has literally they've had it documented since the beginning of time. But the one thing that we cannot allow to do, and let me tell you why I'm taking a full-on assault against allowing this culture to be alongside heterosexual family culture as normal. Have you noticed that they try to understand the root of homosexuality is perversion, but yet homosexual people talk about the perversion of heterosexual people while trying to establish the normalcy of their own homosexual behavior? How the hell? The reason why we don't really talk about sex in school or want to talk to our children is because outside of the scientific nature of heterosexual man and woman birth child, it's all perversion. So don't teach that in school. But yet homosexual people, the second they got a little bit of political rights, you start trying to teach your ways to young children. Okay, so I understand that heterosexual people, family culture, we never want that taught. And the one reason I'm giving a full-on assault is because I'm trying to negotiate with you. Because once the dad starts standing up, we're gonna start offing people. We will delete people over our children. If you try to indoctrinate us, it's all over. Everybody going underneath. So we're trying to tell you, take this culture back underground. We understand what people are trying to do. We thought y'all wanted to be equal, but y'all want your way of life to be the dominant way of life so y'all can feel better about yourself. That there is no natural occurrence that happens from that lifestyle. Therefore, we don't want it taught to our children.
Well put.
Yo, this man said he gonna start offering
And
people.
we can agree to disagree, Trigger Mike. However, I believe that not every man will find a woman, and not every woman will find a man.
Okay, she
I
could be
believe that
the
is
wife.
fine.
My thing is this. My thing
I
is
believe
this.
that is
many wives,
fine.
then.
Please do not cut me off because I was patient.
Damn. I was just about to say, yo, don't cut her off. It's damn.
No, even in, what I really meant, just so I could clean that up real quick. What I'm saying is that if y'all, most black people are liberal or maybe at best moderate. I am a black conservative. And if you see what's going on in the conservative movement right now, they're daring you to come to do a drag show at an elementary school. They're daring you to do it. And they're not going to show up because fathers don't play around like that.
Why are they doing
Right?
drag shows at schools? What the?
So I
who's
knew
doing
the
that?
way you were talking, you must not be aware of what's going on right now in society, but they
I
are
don't even
trying
know
to
they
do
was
drag
doing no
shows.
shit like that. That's absolutely crazy.
That's what they're trying to do, bro.
They got
that's stupid.
teachers right on TikTok
That's
saying
crazy.
that don't worry about your mother and father. I'm your mother now. I'm your father now.
Yep.
Like they're emphasizing on children to teach them these ways.
Here's the thing. My thing is this. I can recognize people's humanity. I don't care how a fully grown consenting adult chooses to live their life. But that should not be an agenda that you decide to force on everybody else and then say that they're hating you or that it's hate speech because you don't believe in that or you don't want to operate in that system. You feel what I'm saying? If you're a person that wants to operate the way we normally operated, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But for some reason it is.
So are we clear on the that the lesbian relationships are not necessarily going to get kids, that you're trying to have somebody else make them a kid at like, it's because Fantasy was saying there are kids already that need to be picking up. And somebody else was making a point. Well, if you think about it, they try, like, if you look at the Brad, they went and got the sperm and all that, and that's more of what they've been doing lately, as opposed to going to actually help those so-called kids that don't have these families. So I'm not sure if that goes better to her point or not.
I don't know of any gay couples that have adopted, but I'm not sure. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm sure it can, but I think if a woman, she would more than likely try to have her own baby, especially if the idea is out there that we can go to a sperm bank. She's gonna try to have her own baby.
Absolutely. I know a lesbian couple right now, they're making reels, TikToks, all type of content around their fertility visits and all of that, just so that they can get
But
inside.
aren't these conversations that y'all having is probably the reason why they feel like they got to protect themselves? Like the more we hear the opposite, protect themselves from violence, you know, protect themselves from their rights, because they still do got rights. Like if a dude want to dress up like a shorty, I mean, like there's rights that protect them, like to do that, because there used to be an insane amount of violence happening to them back then. That's probably why, you know. So when we sit here and we start,
but the problem is this. The problem is it's fine for you to have your rights, but your rights can't encroach upon somebody else's rights.
Exactly.
So the problem
right
is
that okay, sorry.
The problem isn't their rights per se. The problem is when someone, so you got two people, you have one person that lives the alternative lifestyle and you got one person that lives the normal lifestyle, right?
Right.
The person with the alternative lifestyle shouldn't be able to force their lifestyle onto the person with the normal lifestyle any more than the normal person forced theirs on them.
Okay,
you see
so
what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but in that right there, right? How are they forcing their lifestyle on you by wanting to exist in the same space as you exist? So, for example, y'all would not have a problem. This is what the argument would be. You wouldn't have a problem if that was a regular lady in the classroom. And I'm just making an argument. You wouldn't have a problem if it was a regular lady in the classroom. Then why do you have a problem with me? Because it's my right to be able. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, by this, okay? Look, there used to be a time where when a teacher went into a classroom, they taught the curriculum, not their personal beliefs. You see what I'm saying? So now what you have is you have teachers teaching their personal beliefs to children of unsuspecting parents. And then their child comes home with this whole different ideology that goes against their belief system. And they're like, where did this come from? That's not fair. That's not right. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm here, right? If I'm here and let's say for argument's sake that you say that you want to be a fucking purple dinosaur and that's what you want to be identified as, but I'm living in the traditional way just because you feel that way doesn't mean that I have to acknowledge that you're a purple dinosaur. You see what I'm saying? But you're trying to force me to exist in the same world that you exist in, where you want to say that you're something that I know scientifically you're not. This is where the problem.
Like, I understand the points that you're making. I understand everything you're saying. They trying to basically force themselves to call you a woman, for you to call them a woman, right? And they get to go in the women's bathroom and they get to play the women's sports. So they basically trying to infringe on women, right? What I'm saying is this: how do we stop them without infringing on their rights, which is their right to be wherever they want to be? Like, we can't, like, there's no law that says you could be wherever you want to be, unless you're trying to imitate the opposite sex. Then you can't be where you want to be. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing. Like, how do we?
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. This is where the problem comes in. When you're dealing with that group of people, any type of prohibiting them is viewed as oppression, right? Meanwhile, us on the other side that are heterosexual, we have to deal with being prohibited all the time. I can't be anywhere. I can't go in a woman's bathroom. I'm not supposed to be in there. You see what I'm saying? I'm not supposed to be in there. So
why trying to be in there in the first place?
But see, that's the point though. Like we have, like, the normal way is there are rules that everybody abides by, right? There are rules that everybody abides by. So the problem is, on their side, they don't want to abide by any rules. They think any rules is an attack on them. You see what I'm saying? This is why when they have their pride parade, they're out there they're out there naked, and there's little kids out there, bruh.
Right.
Well, what about
it's like if we have a regular parade, if I decide to run down the street naked, I'm gonna get arrested. You see what I'm saying?
But angry man,
wait a minute, Unlikely. What about the fact that we can't pray in schools? There's no more prayer in schools. What about that?
Exactly.
If you don't like the school.
Now you know what, security boss? You know what, security boss? This is what's amazing about that. This is what's amazing about that. Nobody has addressed this in social media, as far as I can tell, right? So on the one hand, you have a group of people that have a thought process in their mind that is not based in science, but because they feel that way, you have to acknowledge it, right? So it's like, if a dude says that he's a woman, and you're like, well, you were born a man, and then they say, well, look, even though I was born this way, I feel that when I was born, I was in the wrong body, blah, 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 blah. Now, we're forced to acknowledge that,
right?
But on the flip side, they're telling you there's no such thing as God.
Right.
So how do you get to believe that, but other people don't get to believe in the creator, the higher power, that type of thing? You see what I'm saying?
Even in this space right here. How about that? You can't even pray in schools anymore. We started out praying in schools. That's how it started.
I think the reason that they don't pray in schools is because they realize that a lot of kids were rebellious to it naturally. It's a lot of holes in religion, and God and religion is two different things. Like, for example, I believe in God. There's a word for it. It's called agnostic, where you believe in a higher power, but you don't believe that humans understand the higher power. Like, basically, we're saying, yeah, we believe there's a creator. We believe that something had to create this because we are perfect as humans. The elephants are fucking perfect. Everything is perfect how it is. So something created it. We just don't believe that Yah can even fathom what he wants or what his rules would be. That's what an agnostic is. Now, there's atheists that don't believe in God, and I understand those people are, I don't know what the hell they understand, because it got to be a God. It's just that we don't believe in the religion of it. There's a lot of bloodshed and a lot of drama over why these religions are now the forefront religions, because we know a bunch of them that used to exist, paganism being one of them. So I don't like to get into religion because it's a lot of bloodshed behind it and control and power. So I'm kind of glad they got that out the schools.
Okay.
Because when I was 6 years old, I wasn't agreeing with the religion stuff. And my whole family, they own churches all throughout New Jersey. And I was like, it wasn't making sense at 6 years old.
I didn't say religion. I said prayer.
Yeah, but prayer is a part of religion.
I was speaking to God.
That's a part of some.
No,
that's part of some religion.
I was speaking to God.
I'm 31. I don't remember.
There's a simple solution to it, and I don't understand why we don't do
You're
this.
You're going to be a part of some religion, though.
I don't understand why we don't do this as a society. Why don't we have why don't we have separate schools? Why don't we have schools that's for one group, schools for this group, or whatever? Like, really, the problem is we're trying to take everybody's beliefs, everybody's
Because then they'll bring like
lifestyles,
you're
and
saying,
we're
oh,
trying to
black people
combine it.
school or transgender
That's a
Trying to
good
school,
point.
combine.
they'll bring that up.
That's a good point.
That's where the problem is. Like, we're trying to combine everybody's lifestyles and everybody's beliefs, and it doesn't work that way.
That's a good point.
Okay, can we just dispel this bullshit real quick? You can still pray at school. It just cannot be. It just cannot be teacher led or school sponsored. That's it. You can still pray at school.
Salud.
Bye.
It used to be teacher led, and everybody gathered in and repeated the prayer. So we're not.
Yeah, but no, that's trying to control kids. I wouldn't want that. At 6 years old, I had a mindset where I didn't want to be controlled, and even now, I still got that mindset. I don't want to be controlled, and there's kids out there that are like that, and you're basically saying, no, let's control those kids too. That's probably why they stopped it.
But she just said something and then left. And the thing about it is, I get what she's saying, but the problem that we didn't address is that even though she said you can pray in school, it just can't be teacher led. But what about the other stuff that's being teacher led?
You are deflecting him.
Right.
You are doing whataboutism. You are not actually pressing around that. And I'm sorry, security boss, I'm not going to be hostile, but let me give you an example, right? Right now in my country, the Pope is literally on my city. He's 1 mile away from me, right? There's 900,000 people on a park that was built by our taxpaying citizens. Everything is closed. Like literally, the Portuguese citizens are paying for Pope being here. I don't know that guy. I don't believe in what he does. To me, he's just a person with a fucking strange suit, right? But the reality is, we still indoctrinate and teach people and impose religious beliefs on people that live on countries that are actually secular. The United States is a secular country, Portugal is a secular country, but because there's a huge tradition of actually religious beliefs, we are actually have to take money out of our pockets to pay for situations like what is happening right now. And I'm not complaining, I acknowledge in reality, right? Both the trans movement and religion for a lot of people are the same thing. They are made up. We don't believe it. We don't support it. We don't think that you can be teaching facts. They can be teaching beliefs and faith like it's a fact. Like actually, if you actually compare the both, I am a dragon. I am, like AM said, I am whatever. I am a dolphin. Isn't that like, if I don't have proof to state what I am saying, I'm going to be called crazy? Why do people that actually believe in things that can be proven are believed and are looked another day or another way, and actually have tax exemptions, don't pay no taxes whatsoever, have preferential treatment in certain things? Why don't we look at them crazy too?
But
what's the difference?
But Fatty, there is a huge difference. There's a huge difference. The huge difference, and I know you're not going to agree with this, but I got to say it. The huge difference is when it comes to the belief in a higher power, you may not be able to prove it, but you can't disprove it either. However, when it comes to these lifestyles, when someone says that they were not born something, you can prove what they were born as. You can prove that. You feel what I'm saying? Or you can disprove someone saying that. If somebody says they're a purple dinosaur, I can disprove that. That's easy.
But that's the thing, you can't prove a negative, right? If I say like you can prove a negative. I can say, prove me that you didn't delete that person. I can actually say, oh, I have an alibi. Or if I actually have a theory, Planet Namek from Piccolo, I know it exists. And you say, Ferry, prove it. It exists. No, prove it. Now prove it that it doesn't exist. Right? You can't prove it that it doesn't exist because the universe is so big. You see what I'm saying?
It's a paradox, right?
Yes.
It's a paradox. It's like the whole thing about if God created a boulder that nobody could lift, would he be able to lift it? It's a paradox, right? I get what you're saying, but the point that I'm trying to make is you're kind of splitting hairs in the society when you're constantly advocating for a group of people to indulge in whatever they believe, but then condemn other people for what they believe. You see what I'm saying?
I actually do. But like you said, somebody said something like the same way we look at religions. I will be crass. I apologize. Trans people and gay people been on this earth way before Christianity, way before all these religions that we do today. Way before people were doing this shit, like hundreds of thousands of years before actually these religions came through.
No, you couldn't do that because the scientific advancements. Like if you talk about putting on dresses and saying, "Hey, I'm a god," sure, but actually, getting the actual like
literature no, you're talking about like there's written history saying that actually people were indulging in these acts way before Christianity.
Indulging in acts, I agree. I've heard that, but I'm saying no, like no, they was not pumping hormones back then. They didn't have the technology, the science to do those type of things. So there was limitations, but I do agree. Sure, put wigs on.
But here's the thing though. But here's the thing though, Fatty. Even look, the argument that a religious person would come with when it comes to that is like, yeah, the homosexual community have existed. There's even examples of it in the Bible, in biblical text, right? But the argument that they're going to make is, yeah, they've been around since forever, but they haven't been here before the Almighty. They haven't been here before the creation of man and woman. And the argument can be raised if it was meant for things to be a different way. If there was meant to be 60 some different genders, why would the Almighty create only 2 of them?
That's a great point. Let me actually address to both of you, Aaron and Angry Man. Aaron, the fact that now people can have surgeries, pump hormones, get testosterone, cut their dicks and all that shit, doesn't it prove that they are actually trans? Because they actually, now you can prove that person was born a man and he did so many surgeries that he's like he's trying to be a woman. There's a trans woman. He cut his dick, he took hormones, he actually made himself look like a woman. There's a factual. I'm not saying that he's a woman. I'm saying that he's actually a trans woman because he actually did the doing. It's factual. You can actually touch it. So by your standpoint, it's not make believe anymore. Those that go all the way, they actually exist and they are palpable. And the second thing with Angry Man said was, you talk about what existed before, right? Because that's the thing. You would say, okay, if these things happen, why don't you think that God actually was before them and actually God was the one creating this shit? I'm sorry, the podcast.
Well, Fatty, let
me just point. Yeah, it's fine. Let me just ask this. Isn't God the culprit for trans people, for confused people, for people that don't know? Like if God is almighty and he creates everything and we have something called destiny and all that, isn't actually God the one that said, hey, let me put these confused people on earth and let me actually tell them, hey man, you don't know you are, do whatever you like. Isn't actually the proof that my question is, can a person disobey God? And if yes, so trans people are a part of what God created. They are not what God created. They are something, a part of that completely runs from the jurisdiction of God.
But here's the thing, though. In every religion, in every look, if we're talking about the main religions that we address on a regular basis, there's one key factor that you're leaving out. You're leaving out free will.
Right.
People have the ability to do as they choose, whether it's right or wrong, good or bad. So that you have to weigh that into it. And if you're speaking about it from a religious standpoint, there are certain things that have been considered to be wrong. Now, if you live by that, and I know everybody doesn't live by that, if you live by that, there's an explanation for why people are doing certain things that they're doing, if you believe in that.
Angerman, I have a question.
And hold on,
Angerman, I have a question. Oh,
real quick, I just want to push back on a couple of Fatty's points. A lot of people misinterpret destiny when it comes to God. Angry Man's right. We have free will. God didn't say that I control everything that every human being does. God said, I know what's going to happen because he knows each and every one of our hearts individually. Those of us that build a relationship with him, those of us that choose to forego it. he knows what's going to happen because he has infinite foresight. So it's not that. Matter of fact, now I think about it, I don't think I've seen the word destiny pop up in the Bible once. I'm not
So
saying
he's
that I've read it completely.
So he's complicit, right? Because he knows. He knows about what's going on, and he chooses to let people that are confused doing what they're doing. He knows, right?
So I got a question.
It's
So
written.
isn't
he controls and has done all of these things. Yeah.
Isn't that God's plan? Security. Isn't that called the God's plan, right? God's
Let me
plan.
ask this question, and then we can think about it maybe differently.
Go ahead,
Andrew Man and Ami, did God create sin?
I remember a Bible passage saying that he does all these things.
All things good. All things good. Man.
Well, there is
creates
a passage where he said, "I the Lord create good and evil."
And evil,
but it never said he created sin. Sin was created. Sin was created when man and woman disobeyed God.
Right. And would you say sin is an adjective? It's an act of doing.
Yeah.
So did God create sin?
No.
There's your answer.
That's
That's the free will. That's the free will. He gives you free will.
Because what God
to do whatever it is you desire to do. You can follow him and be a virtue. The Bible itself, it talks about a virtual life of living with high morals and standards, and he gives you instructions on how to handle things and the way to do things. But you can opt out and you can do whatever you want. But he didn't create the sin for you. He also said, I will give you grace, and you also can repent of that and come back. But if you don't believe in the repentance, if you don't believe in Jesus, then you won't get it. That's
one second.
I think you guys are making this complicated.
Please, Emeka, Kenny, please, 1 second, please. Right? This is why, we have to give pushback to everybody. Literally, they told you when replied, he said he created good and evil.
Absolutely.
Right? Mm-hmm. So if he created evil, he's responsible for example, an anti-God like me, a trans person, everybody that is actually against. No, so 1 second. If he was okay, why didn't just create good instead of evil? Why both?
But see, here's the thing, Fatty. Here's the thing.
Let me ask you this, Fatty.
Wait, let me say this. I feel the need to say this, okay? And Fatty, I get it. You don't necessarily believe in God, right? So I'm saying this as a person that believes in the Almighty, right? I can sit here and I can try to grasp and understand why human beings do what we do, but this is a taboo conversation because I'm not trying to propose that I can understand why God does what he does. You feel what I'm saying? That's blasphemy. You feel me? When you say God's plan, it's like, it's one of those situations where it's like, I know what ye know not. So it's like, because even as human beings, we do things like if we have children, we might do something and the child might believe that it's evil, but it's not evil or bad. It's something that we know that they don't know. And we're allowing them to go through that process in order to learn something or whatever. So I feel like it's one of those type of things, but I don't propose to understand God's mind. You feel what I'm saying?
I absolutely agree. And I wish we could have the same type of thing when it comes to these people that we kind of don't understand. The same empathy that I have for you, a religious person. And again, I'm hyper-aggressive on these conversations, but on my real life, I'm not. If you actually are religious, if you are a better person because you're religious, I have no problem, actually. I sympathize with you, right? But
the thing is, Fatty, I do have empathy. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said I can recognize someone else's humanity. The only problem I have is, and I have the same problem with religion. I don't believe that anybody should force something onto someone, regardless of what the ideology is. I believe that if you want somebody to understand where you come from, you have to do it through enlightenment. You have to do it through teaching. And then they have to come to that moment where they realize it and they make the decision as opposed to you forcing them to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Argument be made that they're just teaching it in general, and you can either listen to them while they're explaining their plight, or not listen, but they're not holding your ears open or holding a record player on your ears, making you sit and listen to it on remote replay. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're not brainwashing our kids.
But
They're just explaining. Wait. They're not brainwashing our kids. Wait. They're not brainwashing our kids. They're just explaining to them the different people that they're going to see out there in the world, just like we do. Some of us are better at explaining things to children than others. I don't think Jay Prince would be the best at explaining some of these things to children, but a teacher may be better at explaining what they're going to see out there. These people are out there. Society has accepted them. What's the issue with them learning that?
But fantasy, here's the thing.
Where's the line?
Here's the thing. You're leaving out the motive, and is there a motive? That's what you're leaving out. And then on top of that, you have to acknowledge it's one thing for people to express why they live the way they live, why they do these things to adults who have already have developed minds. It's different when you're talking to children who are impressionable, children who are malleable, children who you can literally indoctrinate just by showing them the same thing over and over and over again. Okay?
I agree with.
And they talk to children about pregnancy, about mommy and daddy having a baby. They talk to children. My daughter's teacher told her about how her fiance and her are having a baby because she told the class that they're pregnant.
Fantasy, can I give an example?
But if it was a lesbian saying, hey, my fiance and I are adopting,
this is the problem though, right? So look,
it would be indoctrination.
The way my upbringing was, right? I was taught that a child learns the most and becomes who they are between birth to 7 years old, right? So in my opinion, if children are going to be learning things that they don't necessarily need to know, they can learn that after they're older, not when they're young and their mind is like a sponge absorbing everything.
I agree with Angry Man. But let me ask you a question.
I agree with Angry Man, but they're still exposing them. My daughter's 6.
1 second, Fantasy. Well, like I have actually a pertinent question, and thank you for it. What about Sunday school? Should we wait until the kid is 18 to put him on Sunday school? Or should he put him when he's 5 and baptize him and do all that when he has no idea what the hell is going on to him?
Great question.
Well, the parents are the ones that's taking. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ami.
I was just about to say the same thing. It's true. The parents
are
the ones that
but should they be there? No, my question is, should they be there? Because if I tell you, my kid is my kid, I'm going to give him hormones, I'm going to give him whatever it takes so he can actually be a trans person by the day when he's grown up. And you say, that's wrong, that's bad, you are indoctrinating the kid, you are putting high heels on the kid, like Dwayne Wade, right? Because we talk about what we're doing all the time. Dwayne Wade kid didn't have the surgery. He can literally reverse who he was. And we said that that's bad for the kid because he's a kid and he doesn't know what he's doing. What about Sunday school? Should Sunday school be something you teach somebody after 18?
Wait. Here's where the problem comes in, Fatty. I get what you're saying, but look, I, as a child, went to Sunday school, but when I got older, if I decided to change my mind about my religious belief, I have the ability to change my mind about my religious belief. If you're a child and you're being given hormone blockers or you're given some sort of surgery that changes your physicality, when you get older and you decide to change your mind, you can't change that.
Absolutely. So why are we criticizing the Dwayne Wade? He didn't do nothing to that kid. He just let him dress like a woman. He just let him use nail polish and why are you why are we criticizing him?
Actually, they were going to give him hormone therapy.
They didn't follow through. They didn't follow through.
Yeah, but they actually, and that's what everybody really had the biggest problem with.
They got a problem to this day.
They have
Angry Man. We can pretend that nobody has a problem with these things.
Magic Johnson's son is 36 years old.
No. Fatty. The problem when you use Dwayne Wade is the influence. So he's so it's not like you and your family on a day-to-day. We don't know who the hell you are. We don't care. You don't influence everybody else. Dwayne Wade has a level of influence. And his families and the tabloids and things like that. So he's not the best example to use.
No, that's perfect. Aaron, that's actually perfect. What about John? Employer on Chevron that is trying to actually let his kid be trans because he feels like he's trans. What about that guy? Can he do it?
Who?
John, John Doe, the regular guy, like he doesn't have no level of influence, and he's actually letting his kid dress like a woman, walking meals and all that. Why is it bad then?
So they have their right to do what they want with their child. People don't have to like it though. So what you're confusing is stopping someone not liking it and saying they don't like it, being opinionated.
Yes. No, that's what I'm telling you. It's because religion is the norm, right? And because we are so used to the norm, we literally forget that religion, for now, is a made-believe thing. Not is a belief. It's something that we actually believe without palpable evidence. Same thing with the trans community. They believe in some bullshit. They try to push it on you. Hey, acknowledges. Hey, acknowledges. Hey, acknowledges. Without the respect, sounds exactly like the church. Guys, thank you for having me, Aaron. Security boss, I apologize for all the run-ins that we had on trying to turn a little leaf. Salute to you and Mr. Boss, and thank you for having me on the conversation. Appreciate you. Salute to you guys, brother.
So I have a question for security boss. Security boss, are you Christian?
I would say so, but more so a follower of Christ.
Okay, and I don't know if you have kids, but if so, did you raise them to be Christian as well, or follower as well?
I did take him to church with me.
Okay. So would you be comfortable with a Mormon or a Scientologist leading prayer when they
I
were
didn't.
young?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Would you be comfortable if their teacher was leading prayer in the classroom, but they were a Scientologist or a Mormon?
I would. I don't know what Scientologists believe. It all depends on their belief system, and if they believe in God and they believe in Jesus, then that's just a different religion. I wouldn't care about that, but I don't know what they believe.
So I'm Muslim. Would you be comfortable with me as a Muslim having the kids pray 3 times a day during class in a Muslim manner?
You don't need to have the mic on your lips.
Bro, I'm not, bro. No. But I'm driving, man. Hold on, I'm driving. I got this. Hold on, bro. I want to talk to her. I came specifically to talk to security boss.
God,
Specifically.
She's not the only one on the panel.
Bro, bro, I asked her a question. Nah, AM, you made some great points. I agree with you on a bunch of stuff. I do want to talk to you, but I just want to get her opinion real quick. Because I think a lot of times, I think a lot of times these conversations, like when people make a great question, in one direction or the other, somebody else will answer and it'll get deflected. I just want to kind of just get an understanding on this.
All right.
So no disrespect though.
All right, bro.
If I put my child in an environment where it was a Muslim religion and that's what she needed to follow, then she would definitely do that, because I definitely believe in Allah and God and Christ. So that to me wouldn't be any way offensive, because they also operate on morals and standards and virtue. So I think I answered your question. I didn't hear the first part, but I think I answered your question. Now I don't hear you at all.
Sean.
Okay, you know what? Let me say something real quick, because you guys have been going up and up. And I don't know if you're trying to be politically correct or something, but let me say this, okay, guys? There is something that there are 3 things that God created. He created good and evil, right? But he also created choice, which is good. But with that choice comes something, sub-creation that God created that everybody should be careful of. It's called consequences. That's what it's called, consequences. You can make your choice however you want to make it, but know that there are consequences for your actions. So if you want to be gay, but there are consequences. You see what I'm saying? Just know that there is something called consequences, which you cannot escape. You will never escape it. So people don't understand. You're never going to escape that consequences. It's going to happen. So that's what you should be afraid of.
I believe that homosexual
just listen to me real quick. Listen to me real quick before you guys. I've been listening to you.
Partner. That's a trade-off. And that's a consequence.
Hold on for a minute. Fatty, Allah is God. If I said is if I put my child in a Muslim school, we would respect their rules, is what I said. I said I'm a follower of Christ. Allah is God. So there's no I believe in God is what I'm saying to you. And if I had respect for the Muslim religion, that's what she would do. And that's exactly what I said. So there's nothing there. There's no sway in there. I have my belief system. That's bottom line.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Holy shit! How the hell?
What
How did you get in the house so fast?
In the car.
I'm in the car. Oh, Sean, did you hear me?
I'm still in the car.
It did look like he was doing one quick motion. He was there. Did you hear what I said though? Did you hear
It's God's will, bro. It's Allah's will. Now, what I'm trying to illustrate, security boss, and I think that was a fair answer that you gave. A lot of people wouldn't say what you just said.
Oh.
They wouldn't want their kids to be exposed to Islam. They think about it differently. I may not want my kid exposed to Christianity or Catholicism because I may look at it differently. I may feel like that's going to indoctrinate my child. So I think I hear what you're saying about prayer being in school, but the way that people pray is different, and the way that you all pray may be disrespectful to me if I found out that my child was praying in that manner.
Well, I don't know about that, could be, but what I lend to or concentrate on more so is relationship with my creator, because I think without that you can't understand no part of it. I'm not the big one on the religion because I think religion does turn us against each other. So you're not gonna find that with me. I have people right now in church hating me. So I'm not about the religion. I'm about the relationship. And that's, I think, where we all kind of go wrong or fall off. We need to know what God says. And I think Angry Man said it best. We have no idea because we don't have the love or the mind of God to actually even know what he meant at a particular time. He didn't want us to know good and evil at all. If we actually go back and think about it, he didn't even want us to know this. So the fact that we know was a sinful thing. So I'm kind of with Angry Man on the Angry Man. I can't believe I'm with you this much today, but I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I can't believe I agree. I cannot believe I agree with his ass either. I agree with you 3 times today, man. I don't like that shit.
So hey, look, but that's what I mean. I think we should more so every time I say something about God, though, people take it straight to religion and automatically they take it straight to Christianity. Listen, if you go back and do the research, this all happened way before the white supremacists took hold of it and made it their religion. God was doing what he did way before that. And I just think that we want to hang it on. This is the white man. Actually, it was black folks, if we want to say it, Africa, back in Ethiopia, all the way back there. Those are the people who had that relationship in the beginning. It wasn't the white supremacists who came and said Christianity is going to be my religion. God made it for everybody. And I just don't think we want to take the time to do it. We want to just be localized and have a reason not to like this other man. I don't care nothing about a white man. I'm hanging on to what God's principles are. And that is exactly what the Bible is. And y'all may not know, but the Bible actually confirms itself even to this day. So that's why I believe it. That's why I believe it. It confirms itself even to today. The Bible just today talked about silly women. And guess what? I seen several silly women in the comment section today. So it's real. I mean, just to think about it, all those many years ago.
You know what the Bible also said?
What did he say?
I hate to bring it up. I got to say it. It also said that it would curse rebellious women with baldness. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here after that. Y'all later.
It is time to go. It is time to go. Stop it, Angry Man. But that is
it's time
true.
for y'all to go so we can have a genuine conversation.
This is the thing.
Listen.
This is the thing that God also said. It is written, where 2 or more of you come together in my name, I too will be present. So the foundation of church had nothing to do with a building, had nothing to do with a particular religion. It was just fellowship under God.
First time I agree with you too. Shit.
I don't know what's going on today. What's going on today?
I don't know. Damn.
But listen, Angry Man already gone. But Aaron, I appreciate you having me today, and I appreciate all of you all. But I do have to go. So y'all have a good rest of the evening. And
thank you for coming on.
Girl, I appreciate you also. Thank you.
Bye.
See you guys later.
Whew. So, I just thought it was interesting that we're speaking so much on what God wants. I just was curious about what the sterile people were supposed to do. Are they supposed to be sexless? Is God expecting them to be sexless because they are sterile and they can't be having sex for the consumption of a child? So they must be meant to be sterile or to be celibate? Is that what the narrative is, or are they supposed to be alone since they can't create a family of their own?
Let me ask you this.
I'm just trying to figure this part out.
I just want to ask a simple question.
No, I don't want to ask.
I already asked the question, so I would like to answer first.
She asked the question, and I'm going to let you think about it while I read the super chat. Okay, Quentin says Pacifica. Quentin, stop correcting people when they words. We speak 1,000 words up here. Somebody gonna slur over a word or two, okay? Especially you, Quick. So you need to calm your butt down. Robert Walken said, "How much to get on the panel? It's actually free. It's actually free. You just hit the link, and then I'll give you access to the panel as long as I can identify you not a troll and all that good stuff." Timeout says, "America will be fine. AM immigration will replace the people that don't want to procreate and make families. Africans will replace the black community." Whoa, dang! You trying to get rid of us with the Africans? I wasn't expecting that to happen. What does that say there? Jehovah God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and he will destroy this world as well. Yeah, I mean, we in some dark times. Shout out to D-Rock Dance for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Corey Love, what up, Corey? It says the agenda is to influence children to be bands. And in California, if the parent doesn't support said transition, the teachers can do it without consent. Yeah, I'm following that. It's California. What can you expect? Fig used to be so pleasant. Now she's just an angry woman. Well, listen, these conversations can pull out some things in your heart. Gary Grant says, all belief depends where you were born. In the West, you believe in God. In the Middle East, it's Allah. Christianity did not start until 312 AD or 312 AD. You know, fair enough. I just don't challenge things too much because it's over my head. I agree that some things is too much for me to understand. So,
I also believe that sexuality is too much for man to understand, but they're trying
for
very
men
hard
only
to demonize men, like man, as in human beings, to understand.
Oh,
And they're
okay,
trying
go
to
ahead.
demonize.
Okay.
They're trying to demonize certain sexuality and preference of their own, and they can do that. But we see you. We already know that your message is pushed harder, yet you're trying to silence the minority. For what reason? I don't know. But we see you, and we're going to continue to speak out. We don't feel ashamed of who we are, and you can be who you are. We can be who we are. We're going to continue to coexist like we have been, but we can coexist peacefully if we stop disrespecting who we sleep with.
Peacefully or what?
Or we can keep coming at each other over sexuality for no reason. Let's keep doing that. That's working so well. Let's keep that up.
You said
let's keep that up. Or we can stop doing that and move forward and focus on all the issues that we've been naming on this panel all day long.
All right, bet.
All right, bet. That's better, right?
What
listen,
does this?
Listen,
I want to ask you this.
I
fantasy.
think so.
I want to ask you this.
I'm not at
Your
risk.
message is always going to be louder.
Fantasy, I want to ask you
You
this.
have nothing to fear.
I want to ask you this.
We don't.
You
so don't fear
you're,
it.
You're planning on being married.
Destroy.
Stop trying to destroy it. You can't. You haven't been able to all this time.
I got a question.
Fantasy,
I got a question to ask y'all.
Fantasy. Hold on, Jay Pierce. Hold on.
Go ahead. I want to ask y'all a question.
Fantasy. What fantasy? You're in a relationship with a heterosexual man. You said this earlier today.
For what? No.
Do you all participate in threesomes at all?
No.
Or any polyamory?
But we could in the future. I haven't turned it down.
No, I was just asking.
Ask for it. No.
How does this serve you personally to advocate something that you do not subscribe to? I'm just curious because you seem to be fighting very hard for something that isn't present in your personal life.
Because I have accepted that my personal life doesn't fit everybody's lifestyle, and that is completely okay. Unlike people like you who want everybody to be on our same brainwave. We can't force them. They have been telling us that. I am a bisexual woman that prefers males, but if I weren't, I'd be with a woman like my cousin. She's bisexual. She prefers women. She's with a woman.
Okay. What was I trying to force on people again? I don't recall me saying that since I've been here.
Omni, can I ask a serious question, bro?
Go ahead, Sean.
I ain't trying to be disrespectful.
Hey, I gotta go.
I think Omni, you're not part of that community.
Part of what community?
You're not the G in the LGBT community.
Not at all. I've been with a heterosexual woman for the past 13 years now.
So you've never been the G?
Negative. Under no circumstances.
And I ain't trying to be funny. It's just like sometimes I ain't gonna lie to you. The way that you talk is so proper and pronounced. It just kind of has a little.
This is a problem in the black community that we have is when a black man talks proper, pronounces all of his words, he's seen as not black, he's talking white, he's gay or something of that nature.
No. Did you just say that for it? Did he just ask you that question for it?
I take it as full
Shout
disrespect.
out to Sean.
Understand. I take it as full disrespect that you would even ask me that with the amount of bass in my voice. Your voice is a lot higher pitched than mine. I think you've taken it in the ass several times.
Oh boy, look, you crazy as hell. Nah,
shit.
Hey, look. I'm gonna see who's gonna keep it a bean. I'm gonna see who's gonna keep it a bean on this panel, bro. At any point, am I the only one who's thought that Brody might be under the Homo Act? Am I the only one who thought that Omni may be a?
I don't think the rest of the men on the panel think about men in homosexual ways.
You're not the only one.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, Jay Prince.
I'm just saying, bro.
That's impressive.
I wasn't even trying to be disrespectful, bro.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, since you
I think you're looking for a boyfriend.
I don't know.
That's what I think.
I don't know if you seen me on Fatty Show last night.
Because I don't look at men and wonder whether or not they're gay.
Don't you know this man?
I just can't believe what was just said right now.
I think you're looking for a boyfriend.
I just can't believe what was just said. This is what tells us that some black men think that black men that speak properly are either gay
I didn't come over here
or down low. This is a shame
Fatty, you can no longer
that a regular black man cannot be educated.
You cannot call the black because Lou is a crackhead. You cannot no longer talk about nobody, Fatty. You deleted the video when I came up there and slaughtered your whole everybody. Fatty come up here and talk about everybody.
Why do you think he deleted the video instead of put it on members only? He usually just puts
the video is up. He edited the part when I came up there and slaughtered everybody. He literally deleted the shit out.
Jay Prince, who are you talking about?
Fatty. This nigga
right now.
First off, he made a show by me and my team, right? Then I said, man, why this motherfucker? So I came up there. Usually I let him do it for me, but he kept coming for my team. So I came up there and slaughtered. I'm talking about Fatty, his whole team. I even had his own team expose him to be a liar. He edited the shit out and deleted it. And now talking about he was gonna put it back up. Fatty, you one coward ass motherfucker.
Man, Jay, please get something Friday on the show, man.
You don't say no free promo. You be promoting me all the time. I be trying to tell you don't.
You my brother, okay? Well, you
come on, Aaron.
The gang has said everybody has been knocked.
Gang. CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My gang sit up, and I know they gonna blast.
Well, I must say, GBG knows how to end the show proper. Shout out to the GBG gang. We came through, we saw, we conquered, we pushed the conversation. That's all my job here is ever to do. Is push the conversation, okay? All I did was push the conversation. It's what I do, all right? Now,
yeah. Shout out Aaron O, dog.
What I do. So if you guys missed it, I'm trying to put into this colorism crap that they say that black men that do only to their people and we the only ones. Go back and watch the show. I will show you that it's not the case. And we will continue to debunk stuff all the time throughout every single show. But until then, we got to go. We got to get up out of here. It's been a long show, and I need to relax for a minute to maintain my sanity so I can get prepared for tonight's festivities. Because y'all know what comes with that job, all right? Shout out to Granville. He is officially the sponsor of the show, all right? Granville, anything you want to say to the people before we get up out of here?
Man, shout out Chicky. Shout out Aaron. Shout out to GBG. Shout out all y'all, dog. We on top. Y'all don't want none of this. More to come soon. Shout out GBG.
Gang.
And with that said, we going to see y'all on the next show. The GBG gang, we signing out.